I'm right here.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final stop on the West season here for the Shadowverse Open Series here, the September Cup for the 2023 season. The winner here gets a direct invite to the Contenders Cup, so it's going to be an absolute banger series of matches all night long for you guys to enjoy, and a lot of the players to stress over their final fights to get things locked in and underway. One Baz here to bring you all the action, joined as always by my partner in crime here in one Trickster Trick. Again, we've had a fantastic year here of Shadowverse, especially here in the West region, and it all comes down to this.
Absolutely. Like you're saying, Contenders Cup, it's around the corner. It's definitely looming, and I'm sure these players are going to feel that energy today. And like you said too, first place gets a guaranteed spot. So nobody's out of it today. They all have just as much on the line. I'm really excited to see how that increases the intensity of these matches, and also just, what some of these players can do to surprise us today in our last qualifying cup.
And of course, for our special guest here today, I mean, it's not really a special guest, it's like the third caster here pretty much now. Anyway, we have to bring him back, drag him back here for September Cup. It is a different fight here. And man, back here in the West region here for the end of the season. I'm sure you're happy about that.
It is me. Welcome everyone to SVO West September Cup. Thank you as always to the boys. It's nice, I just get this comfortable seat here every couple months with the West boys. Feels great. It's been quite the season. I feel like we've had quite a, as someone that's been kind of like just ping-ponged between SAO and West throughout the year. It's been kind of fun to watch like both of these circuits just advance and go through, a lot of the well-known names winning, But also, I mean, if you guys have been paying attention to SAO, we've had some pretty impressive runs on our end too. You know, the same person winning multiple SVOs in the same season over and over again. It's, you know, don't get that very often. So it's been a very exciting time, but I think we can actually start getting through the show today and take you guys in for a very exciting SVO with a lot of things to come.
I'm going to head over to Trick, of course, first to break down how we even got here, right? All the action that happened in day one. What do the players have to go through, Trick, to get into day two?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a format we're starting to get really comfortable with. It's been the same all season. These players bring 3 decks, but their opponent gets to choose to get rid of one. As you can see here, rotation, 3 decks, 1 ban. Rotation means we're only using the cards from the 5 most recent expansions. Makes it really accessible to new players and old players alike. Best of 3. What you got to do is you have to win with both of the decks that don't get banned. Once one wins, you can't play it again. And then you have to keep using your other deck. But the player that loses can choose to switch freely between their decks. So day 1, you have Swiss, and then there's a playoff bracket. We get our top 8 for today, and now it's single elimination. Every match counts. Some of these players are 6-0, some of them are 5-1, but whoever wins the match is moving forward now.
All right, and now that you guys know how the entirety of the tournament works, of course, these players aren't just here to have fun playing Shadowverse, right? You can do that anytime. We got some prizes on the line, and of course, it's that lovely cash prizing here as well that we're all used to. Of course, just for showing up to top 8, you get yourself $200 plus an extra 100 USD for using your webcam during the top 8 broadcast. You win your top 8 batch, you got yourself $400 for just getting top 4, and if you win in the top 4, you're playing for a potential $1,000 prize for first place. Or, of course, second place also gets their $600 too. But, of course, this specific SVO is very special in that the winner of this month's cup also gets a direct invite to Contenders, which, of course, is the tournament for both SVO regions that everyone's been grinding away, slogging away for the entirety of the year, trying to amass those points, trying to get those tops, trying to not bubble, trying to read the meta. And you know, some people, they'll have to read the meta and, you know, learn throughout the entire year. But one lucky guy, one lucky player can make it all the way to the top and get their win and immediately get it into Contenders, which will happen in just a couple months' time. So very, very exciting, Baz. I think it's definitely the highest pressure SVO of the entire year.
Yeah, it's not just the West region, it's also the SAO region just around the corner as well with their final September Cup, where a lot of these players will be fighting hard to get this final spot locked in. And as we get the standings now up for you guys, we can see where some of these guys, some of the players will be versing already who will be making it into the Contenders Cup, and which people they might have to worry about challenging if they manage to win their way here through the Contenders Cup. This is the top 10 going into the Cup right now. Yo from Team Revelations there on 36 league points, followed up by Team Disaster's own KSL VD there with 38 league points, tied with Twilight Knight's Rag, 38 league points as well. We have a 3-way tie as well between Nautilus Su, our previous champion from February, Yorn Calby, and Melon there, all with 40 league points. That's followed up with a tie here between Disastrous V2 and Vision here, which we're going to have a bit of a grudge match coming up for you guys in just a couple minutes as well to determine who actually take that 3rd seed there with 41 LP apiece. And of course, the 2 mainstays here currently for the 2023 season of the West region, Sonar 5's Osav and the legend himself, Mr. Meme there, 51 league points, untouchable all year long. Fantastic stack of players here that some of our guys here today, like I mentioned, we're trying to fight for and challenge against potentially in the Contenders Cup later this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though some of these players have really cemented strong positions, there's still the potential for a lot of movement today. Even in these top rankings, people like V2 and Vision and Calby, just one win can change the standings and give them a different seed moving forward. And so that could change who they're going to be facing in the first round of Contenders Cup, which can definitely be a big deal. And someone like Rag on the 8th place spot, if Calby or Vision or V2 wins today, they'll qualify twice, and so Rag's going to be in. But otherwise, if somebody else gets the win, maybe Rag's going to be pushed out. And some of these players are even completing for enough points to try and knock Rag out as well in the point standing. So that last spot really on the line right now as well.
Yep, absolutely. It's a very tight competition. And, I mean, we have some players in today's top 8 that could even throw a wrench into this, of course, you know, whether it's securing those last few points or getting that immediate qualification. And we can see here, this is going to be our bracket. So I guess I'll take the first side here just to tell you, you know, you might be seeing a little bit of an interesting surprise. But our first quarterfinals match was meant to be Dawn versus Light. This sounds almost like a Shadowverse pack name, doesn't it? It's like Dawn versus Light.
Yeah.
But Dawn unfortunately could not make it to the top 8 after an incredible showing in day 1. You know, life happens sometimes and it cannot be helped. So Light automatically does make it into the top 4 here. So basically, Light just has to win 2 more times to get that contender spot, which is pretty crazy. But after that, or next up rather, we're going to be watching V2 versus Vision, and that's going to be a very exciting matchup as well, as they will be one of the players that will face off against Light in that top 4. And Trick, I mean, we still got quite a few big names here in the remaining top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. KTZN popping in, bringing some interesting decks today. The standards, Loot Sword, Amulet Haven, and Artifact Portal, but then a new name, Asukuru, I don't know, you tell me, but they're going to be hopping in as well. And we haven't seen them a lot, but their point standing is actually really strong. And so if they get enough wins today, they're actually close to qualifying off of points. So that's going to be interesting. KTZN standing in the way, but maybe that's going to be the big surprise. And then underneath that, we've got Lemuel as well versus Jan Calby. Jan Calby in a good point standing, fighting for that seeding in the last tournament. And Lemuel, he's just trying to get the big win today to move forward to Contenders Cup. So it seems like each match has its own story and each player has their different objectives, and we'll really see how that plays out in the rest of today.
Yeah, the players are going to be fighting hard, right, for that Contenders Cup spot, and us casters are going to be fighting hard to give you guys a fluent English broadcast stream, but it is what it is. We're trying our best, guys, all right? We're trying our best. Sometimes, you know, we are going to fumble up some of these names when they're not sometimes native to us, but that is going to be our bracket lineup there. And again, very exciting matches. Our first match of the day, again, like we said, a huge grudge match that is going to help determine the final standings potentially going forward into our Contenders Cup. But just before we jump into our match, I want to remind you guys, the community support program still active, still live. Want you guys to definitely go be a part of this and check this out, especially as we've only got, you know, a week left before that submission deadline. So you guys really making sure you got your stuff ready to upload, get those card packs, of course, where you can keep for yourself, or and, you know, be that gremlin, or give them out to the community like you should do, like a good boy or girl, and help support the community that's supporting you there.
That's
of
right.
course, SVO.gg/CSP. Head over there, of course, to be able to upload your content, whether it be YouTube uploads, Twitch streams, articles, fan art, what have you. Chuck it up there, of course, to be able to receive those rewards and you know, help support yourself, making some more cool content for the Shadowverse community. Of course, while you're over on the Shadowverse website, remember to check that place out. You know, find the Battlefy links to all these awesome tournaments, bookmark it for the latest news and updates for everything Shadowverse open. It's gonna be a very, very exciting website to check out. So remember to bookmark SVO.gg as well. We've got ourselves a bit of a community spotlight here coming through. And who wants to take this one first, gentlemen? Who wants to take this one?
I think, you know, considering what this channel is about, I think I'll take this first one. Don't forget, everyone, that if you want to get more info on the community spotlight, !CSP spotlight in chat if you're watching this live will give you everything you need to know, so make sure you just pop it in there. But we do have our content creators to feature for this month, and the first one that we want to feature is Hetska. So Hetska is, of course, a content creator for Shadowverse, but also they've been uploading quite a bit of Shadowverse Evolve content. Of course, you know, I've been coming on these streams every few months and being like, yo, Shadowverse Evolve is amazing, you should all be playing it. even when it was just a Japanese edition of the game and no English announcement yet, I was like, Shadowverse Evolve is amazing, you should be playing it. And even now, every single day, I'll go to a tournament. You know, we have a 2,000 player Grand Prix coming up here in Japan at the end of this month. Everyone's grinding, preparing it. It feels so satisfying to play. But if you watch Hetsuka's content, you can get up ahead on the curve, find out more about the meta, find out more about the format, find out more about their own insights and whatnot as well. And of course, check them out on Twitter too. So honestly, I'd love to see it. Love to see more Shadowverse Evolve content creators. And definitely, big support, big love on that.
Yeah, I think I might have to go check that content out myself because I'm not too introduced to Shadowverse Evolve, and so I don't know, with the hype different fight, I think I'm gonna have to
Call me
start
whenever,
looking
bro.
into that.
I'm literally, I am a Mr. Shadowverse Evolve.
All right,
He's
Mr.
Mr.
Baz.
Shadowverse Evolve.
I got you.
All right, yeah, okay.
Baz, I'm sorry, you're gonna be doing a one-man cast. Me and Different Fight have to go do some preparation to hop off, but
That's fine by me. You guys want an open spot? Feel free to chuck me a message on Twitter. Who wants to join me here on the Desk for West region next year? Just let me know, because this guy's gone apparently.
But yeah, there's some other content creators too. Itsuki, a Spanish streamer, we're highlighting them as well. They're on YouTube and Twitch, doing a lot of just chill streams, interaction with the chat. If you want to prepare for SVO and you're a Spanish speaker, it's a great place to be. And I was reaching out as well before the cast, and I learned that a lot of times Shadowverse right now, like for the stories and things, they don't have a lot of support and there's not Spanish translations, but Itsuki's actually helping with some translation projects too. So a lot of exciting stuff coming from this content creator.
And our final content creator, and I might stuff this name, I'm guessing it's pronounced Huali, is going to see as well another awesome smaller Shadowverse content creator we're highlighting here today. Again, makes awesome live streams over on his YouTube channel, short streams, deck breakdowns as well, both rotation and unlimited decks as well. So if you're a fan of unlimited, I know so many content creators that touch unlimited as much as others, so maybe a cool place to go if you're a fan of the unlimited format for Shadowverse as well. Check out Hawaii, makes some awesome content as well. Again, similar to other guys, it's all Shadowverse content creators. Like really chill, really happy and open to help you and be a part of an awesome community. So definitely check all three of those guys out if you want to be involved in any cool Shadowverse communities here. But guys, we've got the Shadowverse Open September Cup here to do the 2023 season. Whoever's winning this is getting a direct invite to the Contenders Cup, and we're starting off with a bang. We've said it before, we're jumping in now. Disastrous V2 against Fez Vision for our first quarterfinal matchup, lads. Is going to be a banger. Let's get those decks up and give them a breakdown.
All right, let's get into it. V2, man, I've been casting SVO West for how many years? I feel like V2's been there the whole time. It's crazy. This dude has always been here, always performing, always doing incredible, and has a pretty cool lineup today as well. I would say that this is sort of, I'd say he kind of brought the two best, and then also Fairy Forest on top of that, where Forest kind of has two big variants right now in this format, I would say, between Fairy and Condemned. Condemned, I feel like definitely can sometimes, depends on the build, but sometimes they really lean super hard into being a loot counter, where it's like you have a loot player that goes, you know, obviously they go relatively wide sometimes, you know, here and there, thanks to, you know, one of the best cards being first made, and that kind of shuts down their game plan a little bit. But Fairy Force is a bit more on that just kind of OTK playstyle, you know, really want to just go in, go ham, you know, you can chip away quite a lot of damage, whether it's through Arya's leader effect, of course, granting you that extra damage ping, not Arya's leader effect, I'm thinking more on Nobilis's effect here instead. But here we also have, of course, the Shining Valkyrie. That's been the big push, of course, for damage in the deck too, and being able to just kind of like push out a lot of that storm damage. You have Tamlin as well. That's, you know, just a lot of these big storm tools, big destruction tools that is able to just, you know, rush down the opponent and get through it very quickly, and overall have a lot of good early tempo and good early plays. You know, even got some more recent tools like Mei coming through as well. So obviously, like, the deck is very strong, very aggressive, and I think a good first start to V2's list as well. Apologies for the little mishap there as well. We're out here, you know, pretty interesting hours here with me and Baz. So there's a you know.
It's just gonna be downhill from here, guys.
Sometimes you just come up with an effect, and you know, I just have to look up how to cite things that came to me in a dream.
Last time I checked, you are Mr. Shadowverse Evolve, right? So you probably could get that effect patterned at some point, right? On some card, maybe. I don't know.
Don't say too
I don't know,
much.
man. I don't know. What do I know, man?
But anyway.
Besides, the art's always distracting us from the names anyway. So I mean, this is a deck I'm excited to see have back. It did really well just a month ago, and so I'm excited to see in the slightly different meta how it holds today. V2, strong player as well, so I'm sure he'll be able to do it justice. This deck was picking off a lot of the slower decks before, but now I'm looking at some of these other lists, and Sword has some good healing in it, and different versions like Artifact Portal have some healing as well. So V2's really going to have to be working hard to find a way to outpace these decks in this cup. But he's got two more. Let's jump into the next list.
It's time to see the big meta, the big decks that everyone is trying to counter. Baz, how are we feeling about loot right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, as we said, right, tier 1 is between this and Haven right here at the moment coming through, and I think a lot of people are happy as well, first of all, to see Loot Sword come back. You know, we saw it a little bit earlier on in the year, right, be a very, very successful deck, and we've had a bit of touch-ups, you know, here and there with some new cards being added. I mean, Rogers, Rule of the Seas for starts, right? I know there's kind of one of the top cards come out of that mini expansion, and the Accelerate, of course, being an awesome option, but the Goblet, the recover play points as well that you get out of it, and of course just the effect as well, that there's the burn, you get the play points as well. If you had because you're already rotating 1,000 loot spells anyway, just having that added extra bonus as well, I think, guys, is really what's helping, right, make this deck so strong, having Rogers there, especially when he's only a 4 cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. This archetype, all it took to come back is 1 card. Isn't that insane?
Absolutely. And this one card, the way it lets you cheap play points and damage, it almost improves your game plan by a whole turn. Many of your combos can be online a turn earlier, and so that increased speed really makes this a threat. Lots of other new cards in here too, like some of the 1-drops, Send in the Troops, or the interesting addition, a little bit aggressive, Seeker of Love. Send in the Troops here, a card I like. You can discard something that's not working for you and then get 2 Swordcraft followers, so some targeted draw. I love looking at the curve in the top left. You have 11 1-drops, 16 2-drops. That's what I like to see in a deck. Even your expensive cards, like your 4-cost ones, usually recover play points. So you're going to be playing lots of cards every turn, but that also means lots of decisions. Here we see the Seeker of Love. It wasn't included for a little while. People were like, I only want my 1-drops to give me loot. But then I guess at some point people realized, well, some storm damage from a 1-drop is also good to put into your hand. So a lot of nice tools in this deck for V2. Definitely some aggression and definitely some OTK setups possible. So gonna have to like look at the hand and assess and really pivot to the strategy that you're dealt.
Absolutely. But of course, V2 has a third list in that lineup, and this has been my comfort pick. This third list has been my pet deck for this entire season. It is, of course, the title might be slightly misleading. It's not Artifact Portal. This is a Haven deck, but it is everyone's favorite, Amulet Haven. And of course, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I mean, this has been the deck that's been performing so well throughout the entire expansion. And I mean, what can I say, right? Skullfane is a great card. You open Skullfane, open Holy Lightning Bird. It's loot meta. What loot meta, bro? You're nothing sticking on the board when Lightning Bird Skullfane is around. And on top of that, of course, I think the biggest support that this deck has, you know, that's been keeping it consistently at the top. And, you know, I'm sure you've heard, you know, many a caster tell you about the wonders and great efforts of Jean Worldwalker. You know, in my opinion, this is the card that has pushed this deck so far beyond. It makes the mirrors interesting, you know, because of the bonus effects that you have from the evolution, from reducing all the damage, together with Diamond Master. You know, if you're a fellow Giga Chad that's been watching the Shadowverse Flame anime, you feel even more in sync and more motivated to use this deck because of how cool it all is. But honestly, like, Jean is, in my opinion, the card that really is pushing the top end of this deck. You have this interesting early game, thanks to Skullfane, thanks to Lightning Bird, thanks to a lot of the other tools in this deck too. A lot of recovery, a lot of ways to answer boards, but this is the top end that really glues it all together and makes it into an amazing deck that we're going to be seeing quite a bit of today as well. So I hope that everyone is excited as much as I am.
Absolutely. We'll be coming back to this deck with some of our other players, so we'll save some of the rest of the breakdown for later. V2 up against Vision. We're going to be jumping into those decks now. Looking at these names, I'm like the triple Vs, you know, we got V2, VES, Vision, it's all over there, but totally different sword deck here. Look at all of these cards. More of a control build with the Rally Sword. I've seen this on ladder, and it can definitely be a menace. I play a lot of Evo Portal, and this deck can really shut you down. Galdar is just incredible to be able to reduce all damage by 2. It makes many decks have a hard time finishing out the game, especially Loot Sword, when most of your damage comes in the form of 2 and 3. So this deck, definitely a good meta pick. I'm sure Vision is going to have to really work to get the right bands to make sure he can line up the matches the way he wants. Another card to always be worried about as you're playing this deck is Radial. It's kind of like a ticking time bomb. As the game progresses and their rally count and evos go up, they're working towards this like unstoppable win condition where they can OTK you in one turn. We're pulling that up now. This card, if you don't know, Rally 20, it gains the ability to attack 3 times, and if that's not enough, it's going to banish all enemy followers if you've evolved at least 7 times this match. So there's going to be nothing in the way, and that's going to be going face for a lot, and it's not hard in this deck to find a way to buff it up the attack just enough to be able to make that an OTK.
Versus myself just a couple hours ago, it wasn't fun. Putting that there right now, it wasn't fun. I was also playing Amulet Haven into this as well, and I was doing okay. Then Galdar came up, and then I got very sad, and I hit 3 lines, and I was out of there. It's definitely a tough one to try and get. Of course, you know, you have answers with the Diamond Master and such as well, but Galdar can really just shut down a match, right, when he hits the board, and as you're saying, right, just trying to find that damage, trying to find a way to get over it. There's a couple decks that we have here today that don't really have an answer, or if they do, it's very specific, right? They really have to have it at the time, and like, this can be an option where Rally Sword might be a certain ban target, right, for certain players here today that don't want to go up against not only some of the OTKs, but what I guess the control aspect can come out as well from the second. Not to mention Weiss as well with the Evolve, with the stopping fanfares and 6/6 as well. Absolute nightmare. So really cool deck there from Vision and Rally Sword he's bringing back out here. Let's look at his second deck though that Vision is bringing here today, which also should be Amulet Haven Part 2. It's the same deck. It's the same deck. It's the exact same lineup.
Zoom enhance, Jewel Shine, bro.
No, okay. Look, it's the okay. Actually, being serious though, Jewel Shine is a pretty good topic because I mean, we were talking about it, right, last month where a lot of players were kind of juggling. Do we drop it to 2? Do we drop it to 1 even to try and fit in some other cards? A lot of players that were trying to experiment and I guess break the mold of the stock standard Amulet Haven deck that's been working tried and true for months now. Turns out everyone's gone back to 3 because that's all it works and you don't want to mess with the formula. But as we said, right, another awesome deck where, I mean, again, the Skullfane you mentioned, Chris, right, the Jean as well, adding to it is absolutely insane. And one of the most consistent decks, and one of the best decks as well, I like to bring up for newer players to try it as well because it's so consistent, because it's so easy to make. But of course, we do have to highlight the one-off here, right? The one of Jewel Shrine.
It's like, if Bejeweled Shrine is so good, why don't we just make Bejeweled Shrine 2 as a spell?
It's the sequel.
That's right.
Or is it the prequel?
But something that I noticed looking at this Jewel Shrine is, what did we cut to get room for it? It's actually the Holy Lightning Bird. To 2. That's like Skullfane and Holy Lightning Bird. That's like, I think what the deck used to revolve around. I don't know if things have changed. I'm sure
still does.
It's still good. Like any player who opens the 2 of those in their opening hand is usually set, and so dropping that to 2, definitely an interesting choice. There are a lot of amulets that can be played, and so maybe this isn't necessary. Things like Divine Wolves at 3 and Garuda are going to give you plenty of amulets, but yeah, interesting. Not maybe wanting to see multiples of this in the hand, but also that means that it's not going to be in the opener as much, and it's that amulet that just keeps on giving. So interested to see if the shrine really shines enough to make up for one less Holy Lightning Bird.
We shall find out, but that's not all for Vision. We do have one more deck, and you know, if you've looked at Amulet Haven, you were like, yep, I'm used to seeing this. This is definitely something I see on ladder very often. Well, this next one, we're gonna have a very similar reaction, as it is one of the tried and true, very powerful decks of this current format, which of course is Evolve Portal. Just when you think you have healed enough to survive, nope. Here comes Triple Shin. Here's a Grimnir.
Yeah.
Eat 47 million damage. I hope you had fun. But no, this deck is really strong. It's just kind of incredible in terms of how many tools this deck has and how much it's losing in this next rotation too, because our good friend Kasim goes bye-bye. Kasim is such a huge part of all Portal variants, I want to say, throughout this last season.
Yeah.
And it just gives you this, you know, the dual package it has with the Rosa in being able to sustain early poke damage, being able to shut down random early board presence, being able to just clear wide boards, being able to, you know, just give that extra little bit of chip damage to the opponent's leader as well, which converts into huge lethals later down the line, thanks to, of course, a lot of your big, powerful push, like the Shin, like, of course, Alice. Let's not forget about her. She's a big push in the early turns, too. And, of course, the Grimnir that kind of ties it all together and makes sure you have enough damage to finish it off. But again, Evo Portal, I mean, this is basically the last, you know, SVO West that we're going to be seeing Evo Portal at, I think, for at least in this iteration, because we are going to be losing quite a bit of the tools that make this deck honestly excellent, and it's going to be interesting to see how things will adapt, you know, going into contenders. So we'll see how Vision pilots it, if it gets left up. But, you know, as you guys said, Rally Sword, Amulet Haven, Evolve Portal, it really depends on the opposing player's lineup on what is going to get banned out in this case.
I mean, you'll be able to roleplay the Grimnir in a certain fighting game later this year, at least.
Hey.
So at least you can kind of do that.
Hey,
but
hey, beta thing in November.
Yeah, now this is doing that thing. But yeah, this deck has been absolutely fantastic. Even last cup as well, we're talking about decks bringing back as well. Evolve Portal again, super strong. One of the decks a lot of players bought, is very consistent. So keen to see how Vision will pilot this one coming into our September Cup, because again, you see the Haven, you see the Portal, it's like, okay, we've seen it, we know how it runs, but just because I know how it runs doesn't mean you're gonna be able to beat it, right? So that's what we're gonna see going forward. You know, you might have versus deck 1,000 times, but is it that 1,000 times enough to be able to beat it and make sure you secure that spot for Contenders Cup? We'll have to wait and see. But that's gonna be the decks there for both players underway. We're gonna get bans ready now for you guys, and talked a little bit before about potential ban targets. Again, I highlight maybe Rally Sword potentially as a ban target coming through, guys, but what do you think might be ban targets for both players?
It's definitely a meta where I feel like players have a lot of flexibility in their bans. I don't think it's been decided like this is the best deck, and so and two, with the 3-deck combinations and weird things like Forest and Rally Sword coming in, I don't know if I can confidently pick bans for these players. I think that the Rally Sword is definitely something that could be scary, and with the healing and kind of the tricky interactions with Fairy Forest, that could maybe be a ban, because it seems like V2's decks might be more susceptible to it, but I don't think I would want to put my money on any specific outcomes at this time.
I almost feel like, looking especially at Vision's lineup, I kind of want to try to imagine. I wish we could find out how his day one went, because this rally list is not only really strong, but it's also just a perfect counter to the meta, right? Vice, if they don't prepare for the Vice, like, you know, obviously a good player knows exactly when to play a Vice to shut down your opponent's huge tempo swing. But at the same time, you know, that Galder hits the board, a lot of decks just go, well, that's all, I guess. You know, so I almost, you know, Evo Portal and Haven are almost like, you know, everybody's got experience, everyone's played against it, they know how to fight against it. Whereas Rally Sword is like, it's not necessarily as threatening in terms of like burst potential and things like that, but it can be so tricky to play against a good Rally player that I wonder if you just kind of respect that and you ban it out. But let's take a look. It looks like the ban's are ready, and we can see what the players have chosen to take away. And oh, look at that.
We got see, third eye awoken, boys. Big brains only here on the West desks. We know exactly what the ban's gonna be. It's Forest and Sword. They're banned out.
No uncommon decks making it through, just the stuff you're seeing on ladder. We're not going to give you any interesting content today, you know. We're just going to give you the best decks up against each other.
Later we will. Don't worry. Later we will.
But yeah, V2 and Vision, players already in like the top 4 for points. They know what they're doing and they're used to facing these top decks. And so I guess they just want to keep it going because it's been working for them. And here we're going to be jumping into our technically second quarterfinal match. We've got V2 on the top. We're from the perspective of Vision. Vision's on the Evolved Portal, and V2 is going to be bringing in that Loot Sword.
Pretty big mulligan for V2 there. I mean, of course, you are going to be... Okay, so V2's going first, so that does kind of give him a little bit of time. Like, V2 gets a slight bit of time to make sure that they have drawn into the Rogers. Of course, the nice Nightly Thief is going to be huge here. Against Evo Portal in particular, it is interesting in terms of how things will play out. It really comes down to just, I mean, honestly, respecting the Kasim, because it is going to be able to clear out boards pretty quickly. And, ooh, we have Barbaros picked up, so that's not the commander you want right off the bat, but it is good to have nonetheless.
When I'm playing Evo Portal, I hate seeing Nightly Thief because it just does trade so well into the Kasim. Throwing out that 1/1 makes it so that it has lower health right now, but oftentimes I play the Kasim and it doesn't kill it, and then they can just bump it and play the loot card to the dagger to kill the Kasim, and so it's like, dang, their 1-drop takes out my 2-drop. It's definitely a frustrating interaction. I guess we see Vision here getting to dig for a card and kind of play around that, trying to decide what to throw back now. With 3 evolves, it's going to be Sylvia and Olivia, so not going to need that. Oh, but redrawing into the Michael is not amazing. You like to be throwing that back with your Kasim. I did notice Vision actually running 2 copies of Mikhail, so maybe really prioritizing that healing, but also going to be drawing it more like we're seeing now.
And we saw a lot of players cut that to 1 last month as well. Again, using last month as an example, using a lot of these decks, we've seen a lot of cut to 1 because they don't want to run into a lot of hand, and we were seeing it come up in hand time and time again for a lot of players. So as you said, right, Trigger, might be a healing thing, could even be to maybe match some of this pressure from the likes of all these sword decks we're seeing here, right? And having an option to run in without having to use any of those play points. So we are going to get the double, draw follower that was kind of based on a spell that draws cards that we're not going to talk about because it's not in rotation anymore, but could have matched that 1/1 here. And now on V2's side, he's got a lot of cool loot stuff ready to go, but what's his plan? What's he going for having to play around this Evo Portal?
I mean, for V2 here, it's a little awkward because you really want the Rogers, but now you're kind of out of, ways to accelerate through your deck and draw cards. So at the same time, like, you could be just potentially building up more of your loots just to make sure that you are contributing to the 7 count as much as possible. This Barbaros I don't dislike either, because this just means like you're only really gonna need the 1. You now have the flag ready, and at the end of the day, a good loot player is basically just gonna plan very far ahead and make sure that they have the exact damage they want. And looking at this hand too, I mean, we already have, not just the Barbaros ready for the later turn, just to burst down with the damage itself, but I mean, as we effectively have basically 3 flags in this hand when you look at it this way, where Tidal Gunner most likely is going to come out after the 7 has been achieved, together with the other Barbaros as well. So that's already going to be minimum 9 damage, plus Tidal Gunner, let's say, proccing the 3 times, that's 12. If we can get a top deck, Rogers going here, that's 14. And so it just kind of keeps on adding up, and then you just have to think further ahead about how you're going to chip towards that throughout the game. But we see here, Vision's just going to do the standard plays, right? Basically do what needs to be done in evoing up a bunch and continue to hit that high count. And of course, these puppets are also huge in just being able to take care of that board as well.
Looking for that 10 count right off those Evos. I already have 3 already straight away. I know we were laughing about when watching Evo Portal last cup, you know, the old days of playing old Evo, and you're lucky you get that 5 or 6, like, yes, 5 buffs for Zeus, that's fantastic. And we're seeing Evo Portal now doing that in like 1 turn or 2 turns, right? Already trying to go for that 10 count. So we're just gonna have to be making sure to keep track of that as well, because Vision's gonna be able to rotate through those very, very quickly next couple turns. And we're talking about the Grimnir, you know, the Xion, the Alice, all going to be very, very quick to drop down while trying to set up these loot plays. And already going to look for a couple fusions onto the Barbaros.
Yeah, so you want to basically eat this up, and then now this Evo is going to ditch the Metatron just to try and draw the Rogers. I mean, it's kind of like the gas you're praying for. Doesn't find it! Oh, that's pretty unfortunate. So now, the 3-3 you do want to take out, like, it's pretty annoying because you let Evo Portal chip you away, and that just makes their endgame so much easier to achieve with less pieces. Because, like, you know, obviously, they're going to have the one Shin pretty consistently, but, you know, having double or triple is for, you know, considered a bit of a high roll. And at the same time, if they get you down to, like, 14, 12, it's like, it becomes so much easier for them to manage to find lethal without necessarily relying on that high roll either. So, gonna go for the Penguin Punisher here, get the dagger, and just pass. We're gonna accept the 3-3 damage here, and just again, hoping for that Rogers, because this way, this hand now is also pretty well Rogers optimized, I guess, for if we're really playing off the top. But we're also going through the loot counts relatively okay. Ooh, and ooh, pop off the pup. Pretty nice.
These hands can get surprisingly tricky for the Portalcraft players, especially with like the sweeper doll on the field. Portal can actually draw a lot, and so you have to really manage your hand so that you don't end your turn in a position where you'll overdraw. We see double fuse from the robotic arm rescue right now, trying to make some space. We already saw a puppet get overdrawn. So yeah, Vision gonna have to try and maximize this to get the cards he needs without overdrawing anything important. Going in here again, we're going to see another Puppet get overdrawn, so perfectly timing this, but going to try and probably get a couple of these cards out of the hand so there'll be space for new cards to come. Looking at V2's board, I really liked him leaving his ambush follower, the Thief, without attacking, because V2, without Rogers and things, he's a little damage short, and so maybe if he can keep this ambush follower around, that's going to be the last damage he needs to get to 20. We'll see if Vision can find a way to interact with it in ambush, or maybe V2 to play around something like a Shin is going to just bump that into the face next turn. But this is a pretty big board to deal with on the way.
Yep. Did draw that second Mikael though, which is not the best, but, you know, at the very end, it is going to be another card that can just be tossed out potentially down the line, or unfortunately, as we're seeing here, just kind of sit there and clog, I guess.
Can't fuse those cards into your robotic arm,
yeah, unfortunately.
So that's rough.
Portalcraft only, right? So that's
Rogers!
Tough, but Rogers has finally showed up 2 turns late, but he's here and he's ready to start rotating through these loot cards. Loot sword is saved, because that's 7 Evos, I want to point out already as well on Vision's side. So Vision's going to be very happy to finally see Rogers come off the top of the deck.
You are on that timer, and this is going to really be a huge help too, just because, I mean, technically 1 turn late, you know, couldn't have evolved it on turn 4, but this is very, very big. Getting that, you know, getting Rogers down is just so important in adding like that tiny extra bit to your damage burst potential. We are getting to turn 7 very soon here as well. I feel like they are aiming, so picking up the Deep Sea Scout 2 is also very nice, because now they can kind of rotate through this hand a little bit while healing back. Metatron's not the pickup you want, but this gives you the perfect trades as well. Gilded Blade proc, now you can send these both into the 3-1 here, and now you're basically just sort of chilling Barbaros, making sure you don't overdraw, and we're gonna let that ambush chill for another turn. A little risky, because you know, we can definitely get it banished away pretty easily here. And the chip damage would, while it would help, you kind of know it's going to get healed down at the same time. So it's like, well, I guess I might as well keep it up. If it doesn't get banished, excellent. That makes my lethal a bit easier. And if it does, well, I mean, the damage was going to go away anyway. And having the pressure of the ambush is that much bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Vision, full hand, thinking about what to do here. I feel like you almost always want to get that shin out, even just being 2 damage down with that ambush follower. So I think the requirements could be met. Robotic Arm has some targets, going to be able to do a fuse here to get that first Evo. No Mikhail coming out means you can't evolve that, but I think that it's not going to be a problem for Vision. V2 having the slow start with the Rogers does mean he doesn't have enough flags right now to kill someone from 20. If you can get 4 flags with your Barbaros, or 3 in the one she gives you, that can be an OTK, but V2 a little far from that. So you're going to see what that means. Vision might be setting up a 2-turn lethal, and V2 is going to have to be working hard to interact with that.
There you go, right? There's the Xion buff, and now you already have 2 Grimnirs ready to go, so it's going to be tough here for Vita to come back. I mean, again, we're talking about great loot targets in hand, but as you mentioned, right, Trick, that OTK not going to be available just yet for him, so now he's really got to take this next turn, I'd say fairly lengthy, to try and find his way out of this one, because he'd know, right, that if he definitely has that hand set up, and if it's not, it'd be the second of a turn or 2 before we just get a rotation of burn damage. And of course he's already in the firing lines there on 12 HP, but Barbaros is going to come out again and get more of these flags going, so he's going to have enough of burn damage here to potentially get through this.
Yeah, in terms of taking out the board, it's not going to be a problem.
Looking at V2's hand, he might not have lethal right now, but he's absolutely got it set up for next turn. And Vision, 2 Grimnirs is 10 damage. Kasim is like maybe 1. If you can cycle some draws, you'll be able to get up to 12. But
this is big.
He's not there yet, and that's even harder.
All right, Miko comes out.
Oh, that's an expensive card to draw with. I don't even know if there would be play points left to be able to finish off V2, even if there is a good pull. V2 might have just found the only way to protect himself and set up the lethal. Vision kind of sweating over here. Let's see what he does.
Lyralo is so huge. Lyralo is so huge. Like, that's another vital card that's rotating out, but Kasim is in hand. This does change a lot. This can get through the damage shield, and we just need to draw 1 more card with the Kyrie. This is going to take care of the board. If we can get 1 more draw in here, but I think we actually... Hold up. There is actually no way to cycle through another here at the moment.
So normally, you always have an Alice here, and you can draw some cards, and then you can get the free evolve on your Dancer to draw more cards, but with only Grimnirs, there's no more way to dig.
Yeah, that's actually tragic. Wait a second, that is not what you wanted to pick up from the freaking Kyrie. Unfortunately, it's going to be the Robotic Arm Rescuer here for the draw just to get that board wipe, but that's not lethal. And we know that V2 here probably feels insanely relieved, as we have, I mean, the equivalent of 4 flags. So that's 12 plus the pings. So that would be 16.
But these Robotic Arm Rescuers can heal for 4.
So, and you know that they're gonna get hit. You know they're gonna get hit, so it's like, God, it's actually really awkward. Hold up, let's quick math class, everyone. Let's get it. Oh God, he's thinking about running the Mikael in first to proc one of the heals. But do you have enough play points? Hold up, because you'd have to play down 2. No, you don't have enough for everything.
So Gunner and 4 flags only takes 5 play points with the recovery. Then you can play a dagger for 1 more. Maybe it's not even gonna be that though. Hovering over the Stormrack first mate, just gonna get more flags and clear.
And I think you
I guess V2
have to you want to ping that, and then you want to keep. Yeah, this is gonna be good because you get to go wide, you proc your flags, and then you still have double flag next turn. He respected the fact that this wouldn't be lethal. This is... It's so close for both players, but V2's also, he's just shaking his head. He knows the Grimnir is here. No damage shield to protect him from this time. 5 ping coming in. Here comes number 2 for another 5. And we see the one and only Shin, enemy of chaos, dropping on the board and delivering the final damage to put Vision 1 game ahead of V2, the veteran of the scene.
Yeah, we're just kicking off the September Cup here, and already just how close that game was, tight knit it was, and you felt the pressure. You felt it. Everyone felt it there watching it there coming through. Just both players trying to maximize the end of the deck set. And unfortunately for V2, he does just miss Shy, but he's going to do the run back. He's going to run that sword deck once again here into Vision's Haven here. And this might be V2's chance, because we know Haven is very, very consistent, and he's already got Skullfane in hand. Doesn't have the Lightning Bird yet. He could potentially toss it out, but already got targets to start the Skullfane. Now, of course, that 4 Accelerate spell cost to start dropping that cost, and just that 4 blow-up damage, guys. You know, that heal that comes out as well, being able to combo that with Jean. Vision's got himself a nice potential starting hand.
Yeah, I think Vision's not unhappy here with this. You could easily play Jester on 1, Garuda and Skullfane on 2, and then Jester's ready on 3. Only 2 copies of Lightning Bird in the deck, as we mentioned before, so probably not... Vision's probably not usually going to be like hard mulling for that. V2 got a pretty aggressive start. What are you feeling different fight?
So I feel like for Vision, I agree with the keep. I think you are slightly preying off the top here just a tiny bit because of the lack of Emerald Maiden. So Emerald Maiden really helps to glue your early game together, find the later pieces. Diamond Master and Wingy for later turns, and of course the Jean for when you need it. Second Skullfade, never mind, forget everything I said.
You know, there's a stat I want to know, and I want to know what percentage of the time people take Romeo instead of Juliet. It's got to be like minuscule. I feel like, I don't know, we all know Juliet with the Storm, that people usually prefer that to the Ward, but I'm sure, I don't know, maybe there's a small niche case where you take the Romeo. Yeah, if anyone has that stat, Side Games, you want to shoot that my way?
At Jiff on X, formerly known as Twitter right now. Jiff, tell me the secrets. So this is interesting where you sort of... So this is where, again, the bird, they say, is the word. And I'm once again preaching it in really would help to deal with these early boards from Loot Sword. I think from Vision's perspective as well, it's like, if you are to lose this game and it goes to game 3, Haven Mirrors are really interesting. Like, Amulet Haven Mirrors are really interesting, and it's, you know, definitely becomes a bit of, you know, the great holy war of Jean versus Jean. But at the same time, I think if you're Vision here, you just want to kind of continue crystallizing, continue drawing through Skullfane. Like, you're going to heal this back. You've already drawn into the Azurite Maiden here, so you know that you can kind of come back on the sustain side, send in the troops. Once again, we are digging for that Rogers, and you know, we do have a way to try and find a commander here. Whether it's going to be the Rogers or Barbaros is a different story, but going to play out that Metatron here just to kind of continue having that board presence. Not sure, you know, in this matchup, of course, the Metatron isn't as vital because Haven's not really putting down big followers early turns, but you kind of know that the Skullfane is projected. You know that that is going to be potential, not damage to face, but it's also awkward because even if they have Bejeweled Shrine here, this would only be 3 attacks, so it actually can't take out the Metatron. So the Metatron's like perfectly timed here to make sure to reduce aggro, make sure that the 2/2 isn't traded away. So V2 just, you know, he's got that read at all times. You know, he's just getting the plays signaled into his mind, and the 3rd Skullfane gets picked up off the top too, and you know, we're gonna just not attack or swing into anything and just pass on that.
Not only is it 3 Skullfanes, but all of them are going to get discounted on the next turn if Vision just plays one of his amulets with a countdown 1, he can play 2 Skull Fanes afterwards. So that could create a big swing. Vision's hand is going to empty out fast. He's going to need some draw, but with a couple draws on the way, if he can get some of that healing and damage to reverse this early game that's not really been favorable, maybe he'll be able to turn things back into his favor. I was looking at V2's hand and saw 2 Tidal Gunners, and I was like, wow, he would have really liked the second one last game to help with a lethal. But with no options, having to play one early here, it lets him clear and push a lot of damage. Super aggressive. You maybe only need 1 in the late game if your opponent's at 10.
So this is interesting where, you know, you brought up the idea of like, okay, we go double Skull Fane here, but basically V2 recognized that and he was like, we're not going to let you do that. We are going to pressure you, push you down to 10, and make you feel forced to play down these cards. You need to try your best to sustain and survive. And it's also awkward because you still kind of have to do double Skull Fane here because you miss out on the chance on these remaining countdown amulets. You're gonna get that heal, but draw up a bunch of cards. Azurite I think is pretty close to proccing, but most importantly, those Skull Fanes now are 3 costs, so now you can allow V2 to go a little bit wide. We see no Roger is gonna try to find it off of send in the troops. This is a huge search, doesn't find it. Well, at least the Opulent is out of the way, so this way you know that the chance of hitting off of the Commander search with the Tony is a little higher, but oh no, it does actually play a second copy. My apologies. There we go.
But there it
Still
is.
Finds it. Alright, Evo on the Penguin. Gonna get the necklace, so this is pretty good. So, Trick, how are we feeling about this whole hand right now, right? We got 6 damage on board, you can make it into 7, hypothetically, and that puts you just 4 away, right? I feel like you just come in.
I definitely like putting a buff on the Penguin because it's very likely a Skull Fang could come down next turn, and now it's not going to clear the board. We have a little bit of extra insight. We see that there's some extra healing in Vision's hand. He could heal up to 7 next turn, but looking at V2's hand, there's a lot of time for him to maybe find that damage. It's really interesting because normally you only have like 1 Skull Fang. When you have 3, you can throw one out here, stabilize, and then you still have another one to combo with like Diamond Masters and things. There's not a Wingy to pull off the lethal. I feel like it's very similar to the last game where both of our players are so close to having their win condition secured, but like there's one piece missing, which means we could see a lot of back and forth because just a little bit of healing can get players out of range from each other.
Yep. So we're gonna actually draw up into the 9 here, which is okay. Wingy picked up, Bird picked up. That's pretty good. The most beautiful evolution animation in the entire game picked up, and not passing on a 6-1 Skull Fane is not the most optimal, but it is what you have to do in order to survive. And now V2, it's time to get racing, as just a couple flags will be enough to close things out here, as Vision is very much in the position of just having to continuously heal, and survive.
Yeah, and if V2 can't get those couple of flags this turn, Vision did draw into the Wingy I was talking about with double Skull Fang, Diamond Master, and Wingy. That's going to be an insane amount of damage coming the way of V2 next turn, so you might even want to play like a Tidal Gunner at this point to heal. Like, that's a lot of pressure, but V2 doesn't know, so we'll see how he prioritizes his own health versus just setting up a lethal. You always have to be setting up your own lethals, or you're not going to be able to have any way to finish out the game. Really hovering his cards and taking his time is going to be the Stormracked first mate. Gets another necklace to this board. That's good, but does Vision just have lethal in hand?
I mean, let's take a look, right? The board is completely open. You can technically play down Diamond Master and then the Muse to get that out as well. So you still have that extra little bonus damage. Okay, that's not a Jean, very important. You can effectively, play down the Skull Fane first here in order to just proc the big heals. And then continue onwards. There goes Diamond Master. So this is going to be Wingy to make sure this passes on. And then Muse into Skullfane. There we go. Looking good. Vision is going to come through and have lethal right off the rip here with all of that aggression and the triple Skullfane to boot and the Wingy Evo for that final piece of damage right off the top there. The triple Skullfane was so huge. It looked like V2 had it. It looked like V2 was able to run it back and bring it back in this second game, but we saw Vision had that foresight, was able to find the Skullfanes, was able to find the pieces necessary, and the Wingy just kind of glued it together, right? I was a little bit worried about, you know, how far he committed into the draw, you know, basically playing down 2 crystallizes to draw 3 cards, but sometimes, I mean, that's how far you gotta go, knowing that the overdraw might hurt you, right? You overdraw Wingy, some people just concede in that very second, right? But managed to find the Wingy, managed to find the pieces, and the turn 6 lethal. Don't even need to wait for turn 7, don't need to wait for Jean. That is how we do it in these streets, and it's huge. I mean, beating someone like V2 is no small feat.
Yeah, I was about to say, the fact that we just got a 2-0 for this kind of matchup, and again, both players, again, they were fighting more over that 3rd place seed, and of course, Vision's going to have that moving forward now as well in a match like that. And you're going to feel bad for V2 as well, right? Because again, game 1, the fact that it got that close and he just missed shy, and then game 2, a turn 6 Haven game like that, it's without the Jean, you don't have Bejeweled Shrine as well, it's just the 3 Skullfanes, right? Being able to use 2 turns in a row was insane.
Absolutely. That's a perk of bringing a deck like Haven or sometimes even Fairy Forest 2 is you can squeeze out those early lethals on 6. Even other decks that are really strong in the meta, their best win condition is usually around turn 7. It's really hard for Sword to push damage before that, and especially even for like these Evo decks with Shin, your high roll is Shin on 6, but you're not usually winning on 6, and so really seeing one of the advantages there of Haven getting that early lethal. And I don't know, when you see Skullfane on 5 into double Skullfane on 6,
you just gotta accept it. Yeah. This was not my day. V2 played so well though. Like, it's the small stuff, like the Metatron at the right timing, things like that, knowing exactly how your opponent wants to play and how to prevent them from making the most optimal plays. You know, huge props, but at the end of the day, this is September SVO. Everyone is hungry for those points and hungry for that win.
For that Contenders Cup spot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. And that's going to do it there for our first matchup here of the day. Of course, Vision will move on to take on Light in our first semi-final. It's going to be moving on now, guys, after a short break for our technically 3rd quarterfinal, but our second matchup of the day. It will be KT Xian against a Sakura. Did I get that right, Chris? Did I get that right?
You're good, man. You're good.
I'm good. I'm good. Whew, see, I'm good. Trick's gonna have to try again in the break, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm all good. So, hope you guys are excited for that one. And of course, we also have Lemiel taking on Yon Calby as well, which will be our final quarterfinal of the match later on in the day as well. So, guys, don't go anywhere. More continued action for the Shadowverse Open West September Cup right around the corner after a short break.
Twilight reigns. Day wars with night. Thus it has been from time immemorial. At the end of their trials, bearers of light come to know their fate and face it head-on. With wills sharp as blades, they stand against the darkness. Drawn to their imperial valor, fledgling heroes will come together and become the guiding light for all those who abide in hope. And Aeon the Lost Lambs will follow in their shepherd's wake. For they all know that at grueling journey's end, a bright future awaits them. And the time for swords will be no more. Bearers of darkness sneer at light's folly, and with baleful claws seek to rend the world asunder. As the ages pass, the battle rages on, giving birth to new heroes who forge their own legends. Heroes of Rivenbrand. What legend shall you forge?
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure! Leave it to us!
And us is in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun! You're gonna love the Academy!
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but...
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave, and let your talents shine! Right? Back to you, Professor!
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
Welcome back, gamers. We are here for another lovely quarterfinals match here on the SVO September Cup in the West region. We are going to be your casters if you're just tuning in. Myself, Different Fight, joined by the lovely Trickster. We just had a crazy start to our quarterfinals. How are we feeling, Trickster?
Good to be back with you all. Yeah, I am feeling good right now. I feel like we started off with a really strong match. It seems like a theme of SVO. You know, you always kick it off with a bang, having a 2-0 against V2, an impressive feat, but yeah, both of our players were really navigating the meta well. We saw in the bans, they took out the cards, the decks that are a little unfamiliar to them, played against the strongest decks, and a lot of back and forth, even though it was a 2-0, both players really multiple times having to think about how to protect themselves and how to set up their lethals, and Vision able to do that just slightly better in the end and taking that one out 2-0. But we still got the rest of the bracket to go through. We're going to be saying KTZN here and Asakura. So excited for that match. We have Loot Sword and Amulet Hidden and Artifact Portal again for KTZN, almost exactly what we had saw for one of our players before, but now we're going to be bringing in some new spice with Condemned Forest and the Loot Sword and Amulet Haven. How do you think throwing Condemned Forest into this is going to change things up?
I mean, it's gonna be pretty interesting. I think you can take a look at some of these lists too and run it through. But I think Condemned Forest, dude, it's very interesting. We're gonna take a look at KTZN's lists first here, and of course, starting it off rather, with the Loot Sword. This is very similar to the list we saw earlier, I think ratio-wise as well. The Asuka and Shiori is, of course, 2 as the extra card draw that you want in this deck. We do sometimes see lists without it as well, but I feel like you are quite reliant on certain pieces. You want to find your Rogers that we talked about in the past, and I mean, it is, just a card that, as we said before, there was a really good spell that rotated out, and then they just remade the spell, but put it on a 1/1 body, and it's pretty good. So definitely a big support, and going to be the top batter here in KTZN's lineup. And of course, let's take a look at what else KTZN is bringing here in terms of the decks. I mean, Trick, you mentioned earlier, we got that lovely Amulet Haven.
Yeah, and Amulet Haven, we're gonna see it a lot today and break it down. So I just think now it's time for like my Amulet Haven story time. Switching things up a little bit, I was playing in the story mode for Shadowverse. For anyone who doesn't know, they have a lot of like single player quests you can do. They have like great stories with a lot of fleshed out characters, and then there's matches where oftentimes there's prizes where you're going to be competing for like packs and the currency to buy your packs. And some of these matches, they really make it special and unique by having like normal effects that aren't present in Shadowverse just for those matches that you have to build around. And so when I was trying to play Haven, I was like, Amulet Haven, the best deck in the meta, the best Haven deck. Of course, when I'm playing this solo story mode, I'm going to be able to win with the Amulet Haven. But I got put in this weird position where you had this amulet that you didn't want to destroy, so you don't want to play Skullfang. Also, this amulet increases the stats of all of your followers, and so all of your wingy interactions weren't working anymore because nothing had to attack.
Oh no.
It was really interesting. I had to give up. After like playing it for like 3 times, I was like, I just played Ward Haven, and then I like ran through it. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. And just a little plug for the story mode. It really gets you to think differently and play different decks. And so a little bit of a plug there for that.
Yep.
So we're still on this Loot Sword deck, hovering. One little interaction maybe to throw out while it's still up. I like all of the decks that can afford to play Mikhail and not get punished for it. And this is one I think that can do that expertly, because you get to discard a card with Send in the Troops. You can play this card and have that potential to invoke it for Rally 10. Also, already talking about it earlier, we've got this this Asuka and Shiori. Don't know if I got that one right, but
you're good, man.
It used to be a card that was a spell that would draw you to. Now that it's a follower, it gets your rally up faster, helps with the Mikhail.
True.
And even if you draw this, you can just pitch it from your hand to draw 2 Swordcraft followers, so you never really get stuck with it. Just like when things like that just really line up smoothly for a deck like this. But yeah, let's jump into the next deck list. We can get production to move us on to that Amulet Haven we were already alluding to, or maybe even jump to the Artifact Portal. And yeah, it's going to be that Amulet Haven. We see 2 of the Jewel Shrine here. So yeah, even more players really committing to that Bejeweled Shrine game plan. We saw Vision, he didn't even need it, but some extra insurance there, more draws, and going to be able to buff up your followers.
It's interesting because that means that they're not playing Orchid's Examination Hall, which I feel like it's, you know, how flexible Orchid is makes it very, very nice. Just because, I mean, you get to always choose. It's like, okay, let's say I need to burst heal real fast. Well, I'm gonna just go for like Plum, Skullfane to get like basically 10 health back, right? Sometimes you really need to heal back up to full just to make sure you survive a lethal. Sometimes you want to draw cards. Sometimes, you know, Loot Sword has an ambush followers, you know, just chill in so the random damage pings that. But choosing to play Jewel Shine instead, which I think is also, you know, we've seen it in other lists too. It's gonna help. It's just like more copies of Bejeweled Shrine, basically, except it's on a spell, and it's also pretty good. But let's take a look at KTZN's third deck list here in the lineup and see, of course, what else they are bringing. And it is going to be interesting because we are departing a little bit from the other portal list that we've been seeing, and we're going to be jumping into Artifact Portal. So if we can get that up for KTZN's third deck list here. And I think, Trick, like, this deck is pretty interesting because you're still running the top end of Evo Portal, right? So we still have the Shin, we still have the Alice as well. So we're still going for those big Evos, and we can afford to do it too. But this deck has quite a lot of tools that, of course, make it quite unique in being, you know, built on Artifact as well. So of course, Retrafia is one of the big cards. I would say that you want to just quickly play down for that Crystallize, and then you essentially just continue to subtract and subtract as you go along, and giving rush to all of your artifacts, which makes the whole game plan pretty smooth overall too. I mean, that's just what Artifacts wants to be doing. But you also get a lot of sustain as well, on top of like the existing sustain the deck already had, through things like the Vermidea, that again, you know, you get yourself that Keen Edge, you get that potential buff that might come out as well. And overall, I mean, it's just a very smart game plan. And in case, you know, you start running low on gas and you need more cards in hand to make sure you don't run out of the pieces throughout the game, I mean, Cyclical Fate is a card that's been around for a bit, but I feel like it's definitely, you know, and especially these kind of variants of the deck, you see Cyclical Fate a lot, just for Deus Ex Machina to come out, give you that wonderful leader effect as well, so you can just kind of go through and exhaust all the gas in your deck basically every single turn, and then just draw back up. So, you know, we see quite often that, you know, players will just really go through it and slam down on the gas with Artifact, and still be able to continue and build up into that big win con, which again, you know, the big win con doesn't necessarily change too much between the portal lists, but this one does have its unique approach in how it gets there too, which I think, you know, on top of a lot of the other tools this deck has gotten over the recent expansions, is obviously very strong.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I feel like there's a lot of just like slight side grades, like you're saying, where it's just like slight variances. Here you get some Radiant artifacts, and they already cost 1, so they're kind of like already pre-discounted when you think of like how Shin works for the other deck, and so you don't really need your Grimnir to do 5 damage because you have these Radiant artifacts. But now if you don't draw Shin, at least they already cost 1, and so that kind of helps you out there. And I think this is also just pretty well positioned into some of the meta decks. KTZN, maybe depending on his ban strategy or something, this makes more sense than Evo Portal. There's some good anti-meta cards in here too, like Eva Mia, Spinner of Threads. That's a card that can really put opponents in a tricky position because it has a strong effect. No matter what card has had this effect, it's almost always been good, but when you evolve it, it has last words, give your leader the following effects. The next time your leader takes damage, reduce that damage to 0. So that damage shield increases the like your health basically above 20, and they're gonna have to do 1 extra ping. Some of the decks like Evo Portal, who deal their damage in multiples of like 5 or 6, that's really frustrating if they don't have like a Kasim. Even just things like Loot Sword, that 1 damage reduction can be like the difference between an OTK and having to spread things out between 2 turns. So I'm really excited to see how our players leverage Eva Mia moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be very interesting to watch as well. You know, good diversity in today's tournament too. But that's going to be it for KTZN's lineup. Now, let's take a look at Asakura, and they definitely, you know, some more usual faces and then some more surprising ones. So we see here first the Rally Sword. So again, you know, this is a interesting list to see. And of course, I think overall it's you know, just a very strong and powerful deck that we've seen time and time again, showing up here as well for Asakura. And you know, we've talked about before, things like Galder, things like a lot of the other tools you have with this deck are really strong, being able to shut down things with the Vice. And you know, it's just been kind of showing up quite a bit, and we even saw, I mean, other players bringing it into the tournament as well, right?
Yeah, this Vice, it was definitely a demon in the past, something you would not want to run into, and people I feel like weren't respecting it and running it in Rally Sword for a while, but bringing it back here. Looking at the deck list, I'm not sure this might actually be Vision's list, which we will be seeing again later today because Vision is gone. But
I'm also like doing a quick
that,
double check on all the databases. I'm like,
yeah, Sakura I think might be bringing Loot Sword instead. So if that
Yes.
turns out to be the case, don't get too surprised by that. Pretty similar to what we've been seeing, but I think his Loot Sword list is just up 1 on Penguin Punisher, running 3 of that, and down to 1 on Opulent. So maybe gonna let you tutor your Rogers a little more consistently.
runs aggressive advance too, which I think is another kind of unique play that we see sometimes in Loot as well. So that's pretty interesting. But apologies, the list does seem to be just tiny tad mixed up as well. But let's continue through Asakura's lineup here and take a look at what else they are bringing. So we do have Amulet Haven in here as well. So I mean, this is definitely the list, the deck that's been brought a lot. Here we see Orchid at 3, which of course is being represented quite well. And you know, just kind of, or its Orchid is at 3, at least in our database here of Asakura's list. And you know, just helping to push through and just have that flexible, whether it's card draw or burst healing or you know, the random ping. Usually it's going to be the card draw. Make sure you find all your pieces for lethal. And again, you know, this is going to be a deck that we're going to be seeing a lot today. And we'll see if everyone else is as powerful as Vision to be able to draw through all of those Skull Fades in the early game as well.
Curious about the Jewel Shrine interaction with your Jean turns, because I know it sounded like that's very important for the Haven Mirror, where you're playing your big boards, kind of making them immune to damage. If you can buff up one of your followers, like a Diamond Master or something, with the Jewel Shrine, how tricky is that for your opponent now to like get through your board? Can that be like, is that maybe a reason that people are running it today?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps. I mean, we're going to see how it plays out. I think, of course, the prep that players are doing for these tournaments is a lot different than, you know, the average ladder experience. But overall, I do think that it is a big factor. That's why, you know, seeing lists without the Orchid is also quite surprising, right? Because I feel like it is really, really important. And again, thanks to the interaction with Skullfane, it is also going to be very huge. So again, we're going to be seeing a lot of Crystallize throughout the day. And we're going to see any other variations. You know, overall, the list is very consistent. I feel like there is definitely a lot of cards you just have to play because they are the best Crystallize options. And you have to have Wingy, you have to have Diamond Master, you have to have your 2 Jeans, you have to have your Skullfanes, etc., etc. So the wiggle room in the deck is not very high. But even then, it's still fun to see these small little iterations from the players too. So let's see what else we have here in the lineup.
Yeah, so I think that these are going to be the lists for Vision, possibly, but the third deck here should be the Condemned Forest. So I don't know if Production can try and look that up quick for Sakura, the Condemned Forest, but we'll just highlight it a little bit. It's a deck that's been around for a while in various forms, but really getting a lot of support recently. Other people might know it as Magachio Forest. You can, if you have played 4 cards on... Oh, here it is. Yep, there we go. All right, so if you've played at least 4 cards on 4 different turns, you have this follower Magachio that you can evolve for free, and it gives everything +2/+2 in Storm for a big OTK. So we see that here. Magachio, the Barbed Convict. It added 1 to the number of cards played as well, so that can help you get to those 4 cards played count. And then here, as you see, that Evo effect, you're giving everything +2/+2 in Storm. Something that's made this deck especially potent recently is all of the invoke cards you have to keep your hand so healthy. Because if you're playing 4 cards a turn, you can run out of cards pretty quick. But not only do you get some cards for free, like Whirlwind Assault to your hand, you also have things like May, the Budding Spring Wind, a very strong card to get to your hand as well, and the 1 play point stat. It kind of helps you, once you play those first 4 cards, you essentially get 3 to your hand every turn or 2, and so it's going to be really easy to keep it up. This card, if you've played at least 2 other cards, it deals 1 damage to all enemy followers, and if you played 4, you can deal 2 instead. So a good way to deal with the board and also just kind of keep that 4 cards churning while you still have lots of space in your hand to be building up your condemned win condition with things like Warden of Recurrence.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have said it better myself. I think Condemned has been picking up a lot as sort of like this answer to the present meta. We've seen quite a few different iterations on it. Some of them are really anti-loot. It feels like they're there just to stop that deck specifically. But I think overall, I mean, there's just so much stuff trying to stop it. Like Lily is also another big addition, you know, just being able to reduce that storm damage, being able to, you know, push back a little bit, you know, just help a bit on the sustain side. And, you know, it's not just huge against loot, but of course, you know, reducing attack of storm followers is going to be big against both the top 2 decks, including Crystallize as well. So overall, I think this is a really interesting read on the meta. We're going to see if it gets targeted down with a ban or not, because of course, you know, looking at the opposing lineup, this can definitely hurt quite a lot. So we're going to get to see if Condemned Forest gets to see the light of day through these bans or not. But those are the lineups. Of course, thank you very much for bearing with us through the small technical issues here. But we have been able to take a look at everything, and it's going to be an exciting time taking a look at this showdown and seeing what the bans are going to be, especially between these 2 players too. So I'm very excited. And Trick, any predictions?
I'm hoping for our viewers that Condemned Forest makes it through. I want to see it. I'm sure lots of you do. Looking at the bans, though, I don't think it's going to be a loot sword ban. I feel like that's a deck where, like on ladder, it doesn't perform as well. In tournaments, it's pretty popular, but I don't think it's the deck you're planning to ban. So I feel like our bans are probably going to be leaning towards the Haven or maybe the 3rd deck. I don't know, though. As you were saying, the Magachio, that Condemned Forest, you have Lily, which can help you against Haven, so maybe you're going to leave that up. Definitely going to be interesting to see. Yeah, how are you feeling about this different fight?
I mean, I think I can tell you my predictions, but looks like at least on one side I already managed to predict a couple of the bans. So let's take a look at it. It looks like, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing that Forest. It's going to hurt the matchup a bit too hard, but we are going to see the Haven bend out on KTZN side. So we're going to get to see, I mean, hey, we got a couple lists that we don't see as much in the lineups. We're going to get to see the Artifact Portal at the very least. And then after that, it's going to be that loot mirror potentially. No Skullfane mirrors this time around. So it's going to be pretty exciting. And I think once our players are ready, I'm excited to just get into it and see how these players are going to perform. And of course, especially for Asakura, I mean, I feel like that was definitely bringing that Forest is targeting down the 2 most popular decks. Now that that deck is gone, how will Asakura perform with the arguably 2 best decks in the format? And I mean, that's a great way to build your 3-deck lineup for the tournament too, right, Trick? I mean, it's like, you take the 2 best, you take the counter gets banned out, well, I guess we'll just play the best decks in the format.
Yeah, you definitely like to see it. If as long as you don't run into someone with like a wild lineup where they're okay leaving up your 3rd deck, but worked out here. As I was thinking, the sword makes it through on both sides. Not going to be surprised if that's kind of a theme today. Now we're jumping into the match. It's our technically 3rd quarterfinal. We've got KTZN on the top. We're from the perspective of Asakura. Asakura is bringing in the Haven deck. We've been watching its Crystallize up against a different Portal deck, Artifact by KTZN.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see the Cyclical Fate was kept. Chasm, of course, too. Very important, especially against, you know, if Haven starts off a bit slow, you know, doesn't have their Bird Skullfane combos, is going to be pretty huge. No Skullfane or Bird in here either. And of course, KTZN already getting that Deus Ex Machina. Bird is here though. That could be huge. and might change how KTZN plays that turn 2 as well. Because you just kind of assume, right? If they have Skullfane, you know, my Casim's gonna get pinged off. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, drawing into a good answer for that specific situation. If you play the Lilith here, it has enough health that it wouldn't get pinged off by the bird, but maybe gonna call the bluff. Thinks Skullfane's not in hand. KTZN thinking for a minute, also probably thinking about what card he would throw back, since both of these followers put a card into your deck from your hand.
Yep. All right, so let's
I'm
see
not
here.
quite as familiar with Artifact Portal, like how important it is to get that early chip damage. It does seem like there could be a way to kind of put your opponent from 20 to 0 with a combination of Shins and Radiance, but maybe thinking that early chip from Sim and things could be pretty important as well to get that last little bit. Opting
Yeah,
for the
but I
Lilith,
think-
though, I think it's the safer play.
Yeah, especially if you're making that read of them having the Skullfane. Them revealing no Skullfane here is going to be huge, though. So now KTZN can go like, oh, okay, well, I can suddenly start playing a bit more aggressively now. And we're going to see how that is going to play out. Hovering over that Lazuli here, of course. By far, like, we don't get to talk about the art too much here, of course, on SVO, but Lazuli is definitely one of my big favorites, especially with the alternate art that they've been doing a lot of in the recent sets. But can we put those Radiant artifacts in the deck? And of course, you know, as you said before, like, the fact their discount is huge burst damage, it's like, who needs Grimnir? You know, you got this big storm damage that's ready to come out at all times. And looks like ATN's going to take it slow, no reason to overcommit to the board here. See that the 2 damage ping doesn't really hurt the board too much either. And gonna just pull out the Shrine here, try to find the Skullfane. Not off the top there. Might have to switch gears and just go Crystallize here and try to get that count up nice and fast so you can start drawing cards more and more. And of course, get that Wingy active too.
And if you don't get Skullfane, I think the next best thing is getting to 5 crystallized quickly, because even without it, you can do some really strong combos with your Wingy and things like Diamond Master. So Asakura just playing to his next best win condition, already has 4 crystallized out, so really close. But there's a lot of pressure coming from KTZN. That's going to be 4 more damage this turn, 2 more completing the puppet as well. He's got a wide board. Oh, yeah, this is a pretty strong start. And then even though KTZN's hand's almost out of gas, once you play the Deus, you'll just be redrawing into all of your powerful cards anyway. So nothing to worry about for KTZN. Skullfane a little bit late, might not even get to be used. And 2 of them, having them early is great, but multiple late as a possible dead card, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty rough timing too. So right now, if you're Asakura, you just kind of want to use that Azurite, heal back up a little bit. I mean, the 2-3 ward is in your way, but it's going to disappear. Yeah, I mean, the Skullfane is kind of like clogging up the board a little bit. And no Diamond Master either to answer these wider boards. Again, at this point, it's like, which way do you want to switch gears into? Like, Zephyrite could help you to potentially draw more cards and also answer a bit of the board, but then that means you have to make that not very attractive trade into the 2-3 that's gonna pop itself off anyway. But some of these other targets on the board are just gonna be very annoying. And you do have the full buff from Bejeweled now, so that way trading is, at the very least, going to keep some of your stuff on the board. So I think it comes down to this like double decision of like, okay, do I want to try drawing more cards here? Or do I want to try maybe like going with like the double bird, but doesn't really feel that great. And so here, gonna just Evo the Azurite with that buff from Wingy. Not sure how I feel about using the Wingy here. Just because of the fact that, you know, you're pushing that extra damage, you are going a bit wider on the wards as well, but that is a very key combo piece in securing lethal, and if you don't draw into another one later down the line, it's gonna bite back.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised as well. I was thinking something like Sapphire Priestess to be able to draw lots of cards and deal with the board might be the play, but Asakura choosing instead to push the most damage. Maybe thinking for this matchup, he's not going to be able to do 20 with his Jean, and so just trying to push enough now that he can win on 7. we'll see how that turns out. I mean, he did end up blocking all of the damage from KTZN, and forcing KTZN to do the trade sounds pretty favorable. So I think that interaction worked out. But as you said, not a lot in hand for the rest of the game. Gonna probably have to commit the Sapphire Priestess now to draw and not have really anything to pair with Dijon unless he gets the right hits. Kind of put into an awkward position.
Yeah, it's really awkward. And KTZN, of course, got the Deus Ex Machina active finally here as well. And had like the perfectly discardable hand too. I mean, there was just a bunch of stuff that they were definitely holding on to. That was just kind of like there, biding its time. Where does this land? Okay, doesn't land on the Deus Ex Machina. That's good. But again, Sapphire Priestess gonna have to come on down for another Sapphire Priestess. I mean, we can draw cards, we can clear the board at the very least, but at the same time, you're just playing so reactively. Is that enough?
Seeing some more amulets come out, possibly gonna set up to proc those with Skullfane the next turn.
But it's also
Pretty
just
late,
awkward because
but
like
just working with the hands available. What were you saying?
it's awkward because even if you double Skullfane next turn, you're not gonna get the discount until turn 7, and it's just really awkward timing wise. Like, it doesn't contribute to your Jean. At this point, you might as well, you know, aim to just play down the raw 7 cost. But we're gonna have to see. There's gonna be a lot of storm damage coming out of the hand too, so we have to watch out. I mean, couple Evos, and this could be Shin finding, you know, the 6-piece special deal, get that damage in, and then on top of that, you know, double Radiant for a quick game, taking us to game 2. Cassim picked up. We get an Evo. Radiant comes on down. Radiant comes on down. That is going to be 8. And Evamia is going to be just coming down here to fill up some more of those artifacts. And we're going to get that big discard. So losing out on the Shin there is pretty big. But at the same time, I think both Shin and Alice ditch is kind of painful, but I mean, that's just how the deck works, right? That's what you have to work with. We see the 3rd Skullfane picked up. Oh my god, not right now. It's definitely hurts because, again, you can do double Skullfane, but at the same time, it's like you have to first, I'd say, carefully trade, because if this is a Force 3, you don't feel too great about it. Luckily, it doesn't.
Yeah, seeing a really different approach here from Asakura as we saw from Vision in the past. Vision prioritizing extra draw over healing and damage, and being rewarded in the future by having like the perfect hand in the late game. Asakura instead trying to make the most impact immediately, but left himself in a position that's very awkward, taking lots of damage every turn now and not having any foreseeable win condition. That is not the outcome you want. KTZN maybe gonna buy him a little time by discarding so many high damage cards, but with this board surviving, he might not even need them. Playing extra Skullfanes just to get the discount.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Asakura's cooking. But let's see what it leads to. This is gonna just trade out the Radiant, but I mean, there is 10 damage on this board. This is, I mean, technically it's still 8 at this point, but this is gonna be very close for KTZN. And let's see if he sees it. Gonna just put down the Cassim here for that extra ping. There we go.
Cycling cards, maybe gonna draw another Radiant. Oh, that's 2 damage, but it's gonna take 2 board slots.
That's right, not quite there yet.
Oh, but the
Trying to
Cassim ping! At the end of the turn when you draw, that'll put you into resonance, so you only need 2 more damage.
Oh,
and the
you're so right.
rotation of the deck
Oh,
here,
you're so
Cassim
right.
is gonna do it right now. KTZN,
He's
do the
got
math,
it.
using
He's got
every
it.
board space, every ping, getting it perfectly to finish off Asakura, taking that up 1-0. Asakura hands on the head. He knows something went wrong. What can he change moving forward into the next game to get back into this match?
Yep, KTZN saw, you know, he saw red for a second. He quickly adapted, tried to find, you know, with the Cassim, just find the lethal point and managed to land it right on the dot there as well. But Man, if you're Asakura, there's definitely some adaptations that need to be made. I think there was a couple, lines of play that, I mean, maybe it's just, again, very awkward skull feint timings, but at the same time, I feel like there were a few optimizations that could have been done. Just things to reflect, and like maybe he recognized it himself too. Right? Maybe he should have traded a little bit this and like this way in order to maximize what gets traded off. Because at the end of the day, what remained on that board is what contributed to the lethal, and you have to always keep that in mind going into it. Wow. Okay, just tossing the one really values having the tempo to play these crystallizes. We see a lot of players that would just go full toss, find skull fan, right? Just need to find that as early as possible. Gonna be going first at Emerald Maiden. Draw as many cards as possible.
We'll see the difference here in strategies. Sakura, like you said, keeping a bunch of early amulets but not full mulling for Skullfane. KTZN throwing everything back and getting rewarded by drawing Rogers. So now losing some of his good early curve at the expense of having the Rogers in hand. Yeah, interesting. One player keeping the early game, not having some of the late game. The other player mulling for that late game. But now, what's he going to do? Play a valuable piece this early? And we'll see.
Yeah, but I think as you go second, having Rogers is so important for that turn 4. So, like, going first, you can kind of afford a bit of that leeway. You have an extra turn to, like, potentially hit some pieces to help you search it. But here, it's a different story, right? And I think right now, KZN is basically just thinking, okay, I have this one drop. There was no bird, but there could be a Stolfo next turn that just pings it off. We don't want that. Do I hold it for turn 2? Just basically, play the boots, get the draw. Looks like we're going to just play it out here, get some of that chip damage. Do we see a Stolfo off the top? We don't. It's just a Bejeweled Shrine. And we're going to have to see here. Asakura probably going to be just playing out the Wolves here instead. And essentially allowing KTZN to draw those cards. Which, I mean, if you're KTZN, you're chilling and send in the troops on top of that. Love to see it.
Yeah, able to fill out the curve perfectly. You can ditch whatever seems the least valuable here. Maybe that's a barb. I don't know. There's not anything great to pitch, or you just might even pass.
This is tough. Like, I feel like you were happier ditching the boots at that point. Now you're just like, damn, this is my whole this is literally my entire like lethal trajectory plan is in my hand. Just pass. I don't think you can ditch anything.
Making the hard choice, and the Skullfane perfectly timed. It's here to pop all of these countdown 1 amulets. You can throw out another one as well, choosing that to be the Bejeweled Shrine. As Asakura in a pretty good spot. KTZN, hands in the air, slouches down in the chair. He didn't want to see that Skullfane come out right now.
Yeah, it works out. We get the draws. As Stolfo gets picked up, this is going to be good for later down the line as well, especially trading off a lot of these, early developments on the board. Ooh, all right. KTZN does get a bit more card draw in the hand here. What's it gonna be? It's like letting the 4/3 stick is not the hottest, so we might just be sending some troops in, and Illustrious Thief is gonna be the play here instead. The ambush is always great. You leave up a little bit of a threat, and now Asakura gonna get some of the damage in here, and of course, Astolfo would be just played for essentially the draw effect. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, not playing the Bejeweled Shrine last turn and hoping to draw into better amulets instead of playing the Jester early didn't work out exactly, because now when you play like these Jester or Wolves, it'll take them a little longer to count down. I feel like Astolfo here is maybe not my play of choice. I definitely prefer the Wolves to set up double Skullfane next turn. That's going to be the play. I think Asakura found the optimal line there. Now he can get 2 pops and also get more value out of his Astolfo, which will probably have a target ping. Rogers is here, though, and we have mentioned KTZN has a lot of great late game in hand, so he's not feeling out of this right now.
Oh, he's chilling. He is big vibing. Got that heal up as well, and now you just need to play the boots, get the damage ping, 2 more there, and you're off to a good game plan. I mean, for KTZN, this is exactly how you want to move with a deck, and of course, on top of that next turn, you can back it up with a first mate, go a little wide on the board, kind of force your opponent to go like, hey, I know you got a Skullfane. You want to play that early? I don't want to see you play it with the Jean in combo. Good lord, God no. So let's see. Of course, the Sulfo here, you know, was kept. He's going to take out the Rogers and not have to trade anything into it. And at the same time, getting the Skullfane to get that. I think this was the 4th time that the Skullfane got played, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct. And one extra play point now. Probably not going to use it, but that Diamond Master pickup is good. Sapphire Priest is already in hand, so those can be comboed. Skullfane's going down in cost. You've got Jean's. It's going to be turn 6, so even though you have 2 of those, you can just be playing them on 7 and 8 if you make it there. KTZN, though, having a good play as well. I always like when I can play my first mate after already seeing the Rogers come out.
Yeah, you're going to see that necklace here. And this is great because you can theoretically use a necklace for a bit of that aggro potential here. We're going to see it get committed. The 2-1 rush is going to be great too. And so here, you got your second loot for the turn. You get the damage ping. And then this one, I mean, Tony, just to try and see what you find, right? Opulent, great, fantastic. Got to push down to 13. This makes your lethal counts a lot easier. Not sure what the count is on loots played so far. It's definitely not at anywhere near 7, but we're getting dangerously close relatively fast.
Yeah, 2 more loots going to be generated from the board. If you fuse those into Barb, going to get even closer.
Oh, this could be a pretty big Skullfane. You can do double Muse. Now the Skullfane, you get a heal, you get a board wipe, and you get a big damage push. So that means that the Jean would actually be comfortably lethal here in the next turn. So you're basically pushing like another 8 damage here if you commit the Evo point, which looks like Asakura is going to do. So going to be going down all the way to 6 life for KTZN.
You absolutely want to commit this Evo point because next turn with Sapphire Priestess Evo on Diamond Master, you're going to have 3 Storm Followers. You're going to have big board clear. If KTZN can't win this turn, I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to withhold the damage, but look at that. I guess with so much healing from Asakura, even this incredible turn with so much damage, probably not going to be enough though.
I mean, we're gonna have
these flags in hand, but there's just not the. Is there not the play points? Oh no, yeah, I don't think that's gonna be enough for KTZN.
We're healing at every cost here. Opulent is gonna be able to also contribute quite a bit to this healing too, so it's not too bad. But at the same time, we're gonna get a trade off, but just 10 life remaining. No wards in play. We know that Asakura can find this. The Jean is gonna do her job here. Let's see. Asakura just needs to commit, and of course, make sure to, you know, play down the Sapphire, and then get that nice Evo bonus effect here to give the Storm, and you're good. We get the board wipe, and of course,
got the sequencing right
on the Sapphire. Very good. And that is going to be game, taking us to game 3 here in our 3rd quarterfinals match as Asakura ties it up here 1-1 in this series.
Yeah, the great equalizer. Both players going to be bringing in the loot sword now, so really just going to come down to that mirror. I'm sure either player would be happy to have the hand KTZN just did. That was very impressive. We saw so many flags and so much damage, but because of the turn order, Haven was able to slide in just 1 turn earlier.
Yep.
That's a rough time to roll a good sword hand, where in many of the games that would have been enough, but now it's coming down to, this mirror.
As our first loot mirror of the broadcast. So, ooh, yeah. It's like, you're going second, you see the Metatron, that's a keepo.
KTZN was going second last time, and he was not able to secure a win, but now he's in the first position. Asakura, though, with that Metatron, going to be able to increase his play points, and so keep himself very much in this match. We see a Rogers as well for Asakura. That's something to be happy about. KTZN, once again, no matter how many 1-drops he runs, it's always the Deep Sea Scout in hand, one that you often like to save, and he's going to do that here.
Absolutely loved by the Deep Sea Scout. And, I mean, we have one side, ooh, the one of Mikhail drawn as well, not the greatest, but at the same time, we have our... Yeah, it's actually kind of awkward for KTZ in here. You can get some of your early loots, but it's, you're gonna be basically just trying to maybe even using the Deep Sea next, or like one of the following turns just to draw and find Rogers for later. Because it's definitely gonna be like the battle of who is the most experienced with this deck. Gonna just trade Metatrons, so Ascot also saying like, hey, this Rogers is coming down on turn 4, and we're gonna be working with that extra bonus ping and the bonus, playpoint restore effect. Let's see, KTZ in here does have the penguin.
I feel like you can usually tell how a Loot Sword player's game plan is going by what they're evolving. If they're evolving Rogers, they're like in the best position. If it's Stormracked first mate, maybe like second best. If they're doing like the Thief, probably not as good. They're just trying to dig for the cards they want. And then like the absolute worst, if they're evolving the Penguin just to get like one more loot, you know they're in trouble. So yeah, just like thinking about that priority here. KTZN right now only having the Penguin and the Thief to hold on to. He's got a hand of 4 cards, but 2 of those are just a loot, and 5, excuse me, and 1's Mikhail. So yeah, we're almost definitely going to see a Thief Evo. That could be the saving grace though, right there. Going to be able to trade 2 of these. Getting some draws.
Barbaros picked up again. Might be sending some of those troops in. I don't know, man.
Yeah, and I mean, for a Sakura too, you don't want necessarily 2 Lirala, and I mean 2 Rogers as well. Both of these players kind of having to make use of cards not how you normally think of the deck would. We even see Mikhail coming out already to trade. This is like a fight for a board, not something we see as often in modern Shadowverse.
Yeah, absolutely. But Roger's gonna come out here and be able to deal with this board quite easily, right? You have the 2-1 that comes out here at the same time. You can get a bit of a damage ping, and as long as you have enough loot cards, that's all you really need to make sure that you can continue progressing nice and smooth. Ascot here. It's more so what comes after this Rogers, right? We're kind of missing some of that top end. I'm kind of looking for maybe troops here as well, just to get some of that search, just to make sure we're hitting those loot counts, just to make sure we're hitting that late game. Because right now for KTZN, it's like, he's missing the Rogers, but honestly, like maybe pick up the Gunner, and you've got a huge late game burst. And we've seen from KTZN that, while the last game didn't go as well, he's definitely capable of finding those really strong lethals and those good quick calculations to make sure that everything goes accordingly. Then just burn the Rogers here for slightly wider board, which I do think is quite fine. Oh, and Rogers off the top. Huge! KTZN with that gamer lean real quick, just going in is like, alright, I'm awake. It's time to go. Rogers is here, ready to start adding some of those bonus effects that have basically salvaged this entire archetype back into top meta relevancy.
For sure, and Rogers as well, when Sakura was forced to play both Metatron early, now not only does KTZN have the Rogers online, but he does have the play point advantage too to keep riding. Both of these players holding on to that, some of the troops up top for KTZN. He'll be getting new cards, but he doesn't know what yet. Now Sakura holding his 3rd Rogers, playing this one again for the full cost.
Yep.
Getting that loot is good, but without a way to like fuse them, just gonna have to keep playing them the normal way.
I think this heal is also pretty good. I mean, you're not expecting a big damage burst just yet, but at the very end, it's like if you're able to line up these wards and take out things on the side, you're gonna be kind of chilling. That being said, the ambush is gonna be sticking around. Ooh, just burning the boots just for... Oh, that's the first loot plate. So gonna burn both boots just to get the damage ping in. Don't think we had the damage ping from Asakura last turn. Alright, second Rogers picked up here for KTZN as well, but I think KTZN is quite happy to forego that potentially. We're really missing out on the Barbaros here for Asakura, which is the polar opposite side on KTZN's side of the board here. You could theoretically commit it get yourself the first flag, get yourself a really easy way to trade around the board, and then, I mean, it's essentially usually just need the one for that extra effects, including the storm there too.
Running the numbers here, KTZN choosing to play Rogers instead of the Stormak first mate. Normally you'd play the first mate because you can get so many loot, but first mate can generate one of your flags, which is a damage card, and so KTZN realizing that, holding on to anything that can do damage, and instead finding different ways to get to his 7 loot plate or fused.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the
Fusing
double fuse here.
barb.
And that's it. We already have the flags being generated here. We're at 7. First mate gets our first. And now we can just ping. Beautifully played here. Going just a little wide as well. And now you have essentially 2 fully ready Barbarosas that your opponent knows about too. So it's like, alright Asakura, show us what you have. Show us if you can push through and generate enough to win at the same time, while also finding enough loot cards. Thief Evo, as you said earlier, man, a Thief Evo shows a lot about a person.
They're an unhappy person. Oh no.
Oh.
But drawing 2, is that 2 first mate here? Would have maybe preferred to see those before. I find it especially interesting that KTCN has been able to not use his summon the troops for so long, not wanting to risk a draw of 2 random cards, but instead realizing the cards he already has is good, not wanting to switch him out, having exactly what he needed. All right, we see some healing here and some pings. Not maybe. Oh, this will be able to clear everything. So the damage from the board is gone. Back to 19 health for Sakura. But what's the follow-up? There's not a lot. KTZN though, it's looking pretty good.
Ooh, Deep Sea Scout off the top. We got damage for days, baby. Send in the troops. Let's get sending. All right, this is huge. When your whole hand glows yellow, you know that means a strong power is held within. Barbaro is gonna come on through, generate the first Pirates flag. 5 play points left. Opulent Strategist coming through as well. Gonna be able to get that Evo point back too, and of course generate more healing, generate the ability to trade against this board. We got flags for days, we got damage pings, we got ways to deal with this board. This is gonna be huge. The self Evo from the Opulent. Let's see what else KTZN wants to push. I don't think we've refunded with the loot just yet. We're gonna get the destruction going first from Barbaros.
Yeah, it looks like gonna be able to play this scout and 2 more flags, so get that refund and the damage ping. Healing up quite a bit, almost at full. Extra buff, what the heck?
Yeah, we're
And
just
now
keeping all
the
the
hand
flags
is
for like
set.
beautiful lethal plays, more or less. So I think I do agree with the plays here. Mikhail's gonna get that heal up. Tony is pretty big. We're still not at 7 for Asakura. I was certain that we got there last turn, but looks like we might just be 1 off or so. Tony, what can it find? Opulent could be big. It can take care of the board.
Yeah, at this point, maybe taking care of the board is the best you can do. Gonna want to cycle through a couple loot to hopefully get to 7 soon. KTZN, looking at his hand with double barb, you can play 1, refund 4 play points, play another, and still follow it up with 4 flags. That's a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure that's 20. So without a ward, and even with only 1 in the barb gonna evolve, I think this is the end of the road for Sakura.
Yeah, so I mean, as you said, we got the 7 damage off of that beautiful storm. You know, then you got all the flags on top of that. Don't forget the Rogers effect as well is still active too for the extra ping. And now Asakura's just kind of trying to do something here, find ways. We get the buff, there we go. We're able to trade the board away now, nice and clean, and everything except for, of course, the Opulent does get to stick around too. So we've achieved the goal of trading the board away. I think that is also the 7 loots as well, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as the Barbaros hits the board. It's going to get its free Evo and the Storm. Second Barbaros hits the board. We now have the 4 Pirates flag. 2, 3, 4, and the Evo to settle it all. KTZN is going to win the 3rd quarterfinals match and secure a spot in the top 4 after that wonderful showing with loot.
Yeah, congrats to both players. That's really how I expect sword games to go. Once they have the 4 flags, I feel like it's over. I don't know if you're pairing it with Barb or like Title Gunner or what. I think 4 flags is usually enough where you're going to be taking out your opponent. And so we see KTZN pulling that off here. Congrats though to Asakura. First time seeing him in the top 8 as far as I know. And so fun getting to see new players out here today. Getting that win too with the Haven. It's a strong deck, possibly showing of the 2 that we see the most, Haven and Sword. Maybe there's a little bit of an edge from Haven on top of Sword, but gonna be maybe having a lot of mirrors in this same position deciding matches today. And KTZN already taking out 1, gonna be well positioned moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a pleasure watching this quarterfinals as well. And now to decide and see who makes it for the final slot in the semifinals, I'm gonna do a quick toss back and forth, run back and forth with Baz here, and let him take it together with Trickster for this final quarterfinal. So I'll see you guys for the semis. It's gonna be nice and hype, so I'm very excited.
Which DF transform into Baz. Bang, done. Transformation jutsu completed. You didn't see the hand signals. I'm too fast. It's Baz. I'm back. Hello, guys. And I'm here with Chick now, of course, for our 4th quarterfinal. And we'll talk about it. You guys talked about before, of course, the Sword decks and the Haven decks. And we know they're tier 1. We know you see them a lot on ladder. And we're seeing, obviously, here today as well, why they're so consistent, why they're so powerful. But now we get the spicy game. Now we get the fun game. Now we get 5 decks? Yeah, pretty much. I'll say 5 decks. I want to check Artifact Portal in there as well, because I didn't really see it last cup either. 5 decks of, okay, these guys are cooking. One of them has got 3 decks of, how in the world did they get to top 8 here with this? This is like, what's the tier list? I don't care. Chuck it out the window. I'm going to play full comfort, full cheese, and this might be the dark horse player of our top 8 here, Trick, today.
Absolutely. I started laughing early because when you gave that transition, I knew where it was going. There is... I mean, like, if I was going to have people, like, start typing in the chat right now what they think we're talking about, I'm sure you'd be wrong. Like, we're going to be seeing Dirt Rune. I don't know. Okay. Machina Portal. I mean, that did well last season, but, like, Dirt Rune, all right, I don't know. And then everything else, too. It's going to be a wild way to finish up the quarterfinals.
Vengeance Blood is our only blood. Dirt Rune making its return. I love Machina Portal. I'm very happy to see it here. I don't care about Artifact. I don't care about Evo. Give me my Machina Portal. Very happy to see it back as well. We're going to jump straight into the deck breakdown here as well for our 4th quarterfinal. Starting with Lamiel with this Dirt Rune. Where do we even begin here, Trick? Because again, this is one of those decks where most likely, more than not, you've not versus on ladder. You've not seen this in competition. But if you have, you're probably very lucky to see it. But there's a lot of new stuff here that's really, really cool.
Yeah, if I was gonna start breaking down this deck, or like if I was a player and my opponent had this, I would start by clicking on all the cards and reading the text, because that's probably what most of the people are gonna have to do. I have like maybe a vague idea, like you have Levi. That's a great card we know and remember. You have the other Levi, because there's almost always 2 in the deck. Wizard of Ages, Fanfare, deal X damage to an enemy follower. That's going to equal 2 times the total allied stack count in play. Basically, you're killing anything usually with this. And then you put a Crimson Sorcery into your hand. All right, there's something that's familiar. Crimson Sorcery, 1 play point, deal 3 damage. If at least 7 allied stack cards have been consumed, recover an evolution point, which is valuable because then you can just evolve this guy straight out, Earthright 2, deal 6 damage to the enemy leader. So if you're keeping track, that's 9 damage total from this 1 card alone. But that's not going to be enough to kill an opponent outright. You're going to need some other tools. We see Lamiel here, even including things like Crushing Rain from all of the spells you generate. you're going to be able to get 2 free damage with this. It doesn't seem remarkable, but every damage adds up. Also, I think we'd be doing a disservice if we don't take a look at Sweet Defender Golem.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the new cards for this deck. Baz, you want to talk about this for us?
Yeah, I hope you guys like text for a start, because that's what we're getting here. Of course, being able to have an Unsigil, a stack of 3 as well, and of course, maybe if you're new at home, you don't know what stack is. It's an Earthright specific archetype. You have an amulet, they all drop on top of each other. You have a continuous number that counts up, and of course, a lot of the Earthright cards will use those stacked effects, like the Levi, for example, to get a lot of that big bird damage coming out. But also having at least a stack count of 2, that's very, very common, very easy to have. Easy 2 health, and you're going to perform an Earthright there. So you are, of course, going to do some stack, but you're getting constant healing through. And then just look at the stats on this man. 10 health. 7 attack on a 7 cost follower is insane. Of course, adding 5, stack to the play as well. And if 7's been consumed, do 7 to just everything on the board and heal 7. He's not sweet. This is a lie. You guys are being gaslighted. He's not sweet. He is scary. This is a huge golem you guys have to watch out for. And again, not something that a lot of players are going to be looking out for. I do want to highlight one more card though before we go on to the next deck here, Trick, as well. It is going to be Juno, because if anyone is going to remember any Earthright cards, you're going to remember Juno, of course, from the last time we saw Earthright. Still a very powerful card, of course, being able to fuse followers, get easy magic sentiments, and of course that adds towards your stack count, and of course being able to just rotate through a Guardian Golem. You got to remember there's 2 you've got to deal with off of that one Earthright as well, which some players might have forgotten about. They haven't exactly versed Juno in a while, and of course she does have pretty decent stats herself for a 4-cost card. So there's so much to cover with this deck. There are so many cards we can talk about, so many new cards here that we're going to have to talk about throughout this match, because if it doesn't get banned, which I mean is also a possibility, for the lack of maybe say practice going up against it. But very interesting deck that Lamiel's bringing here. We're going to go to the next one now though, because again, it's just spice after spice after spice. Vengeance Blood now coming out here for Lamiel. Again, it seems to be, I might be wrong, but it seems to be the usual-ish type of Vengeance Blood we do normally see. But the fact that we're seeing it, I think is quite surprising.
I mean, usual-ish is hard to say for an uncommon deck.
Yeah.
This
usual-ish.
This deck running a new card, Instigator of Discord, that gold 2-cost 2/2. Evolve, activate Vengeance until the end of your next turn, even if your leader's defense is greater than 10. So you can also destroy an enemy follower that costs 2 play points or less, and then you summon a copy for yourself and give it rush. Like, lots going on here, but this deck did lose some of its best Vengeance activators, so possibly reaching to try and find some more to be able to keep that consistency up. Having this for your Evolve to get Vengeance means that you're not necessarily having to go to low health like when you play Vulgus, and you can also save your Vulgus to give something Storm instead. So that's something I haven't seen a lot of Vengeance players leveraging recently. But one card I wanted to point out that is just like, this is the card that just makes me like hate this deck.
Yeah.
Fenrir, Endbringer. I mean, I'm sure every person has a different least favorite card, but I hate that if these guys just naturally get in Vengeance, they can just evolve this and get Storm and go face for 5 twice. Like, it's pretty balanced when they have to trade with a follower first and then go face for 5, but when they can pull that off and just do an extra 10 damage for 5 play points, we were looking at Levi in Burn Room, like the damage dealing deck, and he only does 9 for 5 play points, so that just like is so much. And there's other combos as well, like the Lom with your Mock Speed Marins. Once you get your Vengeance active, if this deck's in the lead, the damage is like insufferable. And so yeah, our player is definitely gonna have to like stay in the front of this deck, or you can be gone in no time.
Really, really cool to see Vengeance Blood popped up here, and of course Instigator of Discord. I feel like we saw it in the last time we saw Vengeance Blood. I think we saw one last cup. I might just be making stuff up in my head, but I swear we saw it before, but we didn't see it get played at all. So it would be cool to see that potentially come out, of course. Fenrir is just hilarious. I'd say it's just really funny. Because don't forget as well, it's not just the storm, it's not just the attack multiple times, it can insta-kill any follower it runs into as well, which is another thing. So, you know, there's a certain rally sword deck I'm thinking of right now, a certain headmaster card that deserves a good old delete button through Fenrir. I'm just saying, you know, it might be pretty good for that. But Fenrir's Blood, you can start seeing, I guess it's, these decks aren't, again, they're not like tier worthy decks or whatever, or maybe some of them are depending on who you ask, but you can see the thought process, right? The decks, what they're looking to counter and what going up against, and why they might have worked so well. And we look towards Lemiaux's final deck right now as well. It is going to be that Machina Portal, which again was still a very strong deck. Again, we got to the mini expansion, a lot of people stopped playing it. I mean, Evo Portal, Machina Portal, there was that balance. A lot of people now going to Artifact Portal instead, or sticking more to Evo Portal. But Lamiel, the legend, is sticking with the best Portal deck. That's right, I said it. Best Portal deck that you can play currently. The most fun, the coolest looking as well. What's happening here, trick for maybe the players who are living under a rock last cup and didn't catch any of the action of Machina Portal.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's happening here is we're cutting Kasim to 2, and I'm like, what the heck? Oh, but for the overall though, this deck is trying to play 10 Machina followers, and when they have been destroyed, you start getting big invokes with Gratina, champion fighter, and so you're just going to be spamming the board with a bunch of 1/1s, giving them all a rush with your robotics reporter. And then this is the top end here, we're looking at it now. It has Storm, it has Strike if at least 10 allied Machina followers or Academic, so that was a buff this deck did receive, have been destroyed this match. It deals 3 damage to all enemies, so you can clear the board while going face. It comes out for free. You can get it up to 3 times because of things like Kasim and Lilith in this deck. It's pretty easy to put this back if you draw it. Pretty easy to put Mikhail back as well. So you'll usually be getting most of the invokes every game. And there's other strong cards as well, like Kirzael at the top end. You get your invoke of a storm, you play this for another storm. He clears 2 things on the board. At the end of your turn, everything's getting ward +2/+2, and you're healing with the guys he summons. It's a pretty strong late game. One of the cards we saw perform really well, though, last season was the Animal Puppeteer, and it's only at 1 now, so I'm a little sad to see that, because that's a way that this deck can cheat play points and kind of do something unfair. Most of its cards are pretty fair. You play a follower, it's actual cost. You want 10 of them to get destroyed. Things don't really pick up until you get your invokes. This was a way that you could kind of take advantage of this with the Bearminator and trade a bunch of 1/1s and gain play points back every time. But with it only at 1, we're going to see that less often. So it's going to be a lot more just typical early pressure, probably hoping to go first, consistently having a board, hoping to clear your opponents, and then, yeah, finishing it out with that big storm in the top end.
I do want to really quickly highlight as well the Robotics Reporter, because without Robotics Reporter, this deck also just doesn't work, right? You really, really need to have that reporter to get that later effect, because all your Machina followers rush. So again, as Chick mentioned, right, you're sending out a lot of the 1/1, the assembly droids and that, but they have to be destroyed as well for a lot of these effects to come through. So that is going to be very, very important that Lamiel is going to want to dig for, might even want to mulligan for. Of course, the Evolve summons 3 straight away, so you're counting towards that straight away. That Rush Effect active, such a good card. The stat line as well, 5/6, is absolutely insane. So very, very strong cards going to be needed, but really cool to see this Machina Portal that come through, and like we said, all 3 of the decks that Lamiel is bringing here today. I'm really hoping, I know you don't want bias on me, and Calby's a fantastic player, but I'm really hoping that Lamiel can kind of make it through just because of the deck lineup alone. I know you guys at home are probably thinking the same as me as well. Just such a cool deck lineup that he's brought here to the top 8. And of all cups, the September Cup, where the winner here is going to contenders, and you bring stuff like this. Absolutely insane mindset. This guy is playing on another plane of existence, another level that we mere humans just can't keep up with. But we're gonna look towards the other player, like we said. It's gonna be Yorn Calby coming through, and he's also, bringing some normal stuff, but also bringing a lot of, say, different things to spice things up here. Of course, like the chess rune that Calby is bringing here. Again, we talk about this month after month after month, cup after cup after cup. We don't get a top 8 unless it's a chess rune deck. It has to be in there somewhere. Someone has to be playing chess rune, whether it be one player or multiple players, and we've had different variants of it all throughout this season, Trick. But this one might be one of my favorites because, first of all, we got Odin back.
Yeah, absolutely. Odin, it started as like a 1-of, moved to a 2-of, now it's a 3-of. People just realize how powerful it is. You can banish your enemy's followers. That's really good for things with like last words and whatnot, or like ones that can't take damage, hint John boards.
Yeah.
But also, then you get this back in your hand and you subtract from its cost. That's going to let you get a cheap Storm follower to chip your opponent more. And also, it helps you cycle through your pawns because similar to the Machina deck, your pawns, you have to play 8 for your Mystic King to work, but they also have to leave play. So for this deck, if you banish them, that counts. And so you're fine getting rid of your own board if it means you can play more followers and just keep that count going. Looking at decks, I always like to think about how they kind of line up with your opponent's decks, and this deck often has been brought to beat things like Evo Portal and some of those slower decks because it can kind of like slide in one turn ahead with its OTK. But now looking at his opponent, Calby, he's up against someone who's playing pretty much all aggressive decks and burn decks. And so this deck is one that might struggle. Some of them, like Machina are going to give you a lot of things to trade into, but the pressure is going to be on to get that OTK really early against those aggressive decks. And here we're seeing the card that lets you do the OTKs. It's Mystic King, 13-13 Evo, 15-15. This card, it's untargetable, and not only is that enough on its own, it's usually costing 0 because it subtracts from its cost if you've had 8 pawns leave play, and when it comes into play, it's summoning 4 of those as well. So I don't know how many pawns you're supposed to have in a chess game. I thought it was only 8, but at that point, there's 4 new ones coming in fresh, and they're each going to be 3/3 storms. That's 12 damage. If you can run something like an Odin after, you can reset and do more damage as well.
There's a reason why the flame character that plays this deck may or may not be a hacker. Unconfirmed reports. I don't know. Yeah, show. So maybe go and find out. Let's look at Calby's second deck though. Really cool to see Chess Rune here make it though. And just again, we've got an Earthright Rune into Chess Rune. Again, seeing that variation rune. Mysterio Rune is still hiding in the back somewhere. Unfortunately, not here today. We're still going to see a lot of different rune decks up and available here. It's going to be Amulet Haven coming up, and Shock Horror, guys. It's the exact same lineup. Actually, like serious this time. There's no hidden spells. There's no hidden ratios. It's the same. This is normally the go-to lineup that we do expect to see a lot of players bring because it works. And everyone is sets is right for a reason. It's probably the most consistent deck, arguably in the meta currently. Obviously, it can take it to basically almost any deck in the game. The counterplay, you know, if you're not trying to beat an early mid, you're probably going to lose to an OTK or close to by turn 6, turn 7. I mean, we saw the Skull Fade turn 6 OTK at the beginning of the day. You know, we're still waiting to see Jean come up as well. But as this is our deck that probably everyone knows, and the lineup's so similar, we can't exactly go over the same time multiple times. Trick, how are we gonna break this one down? Do we have another story? Do we have another story for the children at home? Or?
Dang, I mean, I played my best story earlier. Check out the story mode. This deck doesn't work very well in that for one of them, but yeah, go back to the VOD. I mean, I guess we could talk about how in the early game, when you don't get Holy Lightning Bird, sometimes you leave yourself open for a little bit, and the decks that Calby's going to be up against would love to take advantage of something like that. They're going to be playing pretty aggressively on curve, and so I think it'll just really come down to what the early game looks like. If Calby gets to low health on Haven, he might not have enough time to heal up or do his OTK, and if it's not banned out, that's definitely what you're going to be looking for. That third deck, though, for Calby, Artifact Portal again, probably going to be happy to have this in this matchup instead of Evo Portal. It'll probably play a little bit better into some of these aggressive decks, these high damage burst decks. One of the cards I highlighted earlier, Eva Mia, still going to be really good here. Going to give you that reduced damage to 0 effect, but you do need 6 artifacts to be destroyed, so sometimes that's not going to happen super fast. Looking at the other cards, we've highlighted a good amount of things. Maybe we could pull up Carnelia. That's a card that we got recently and a little bit of a newer addition in the mini expansion, I believe. if 6 artifacts have been destroyed this match, you can evolve for 0 evolution points. Another card that makes it so you can run Shin in this deck pretty easily. And what do you know? Put 2 different random 1 play point artifacts from your deck into your hand. If you're someone who's been playing this forever, you'd probably be like, oh, that's going to be like a 2-1 last words draw card, 3-1 rush. Well, nowadays, you make all of your artifacts cost 1. So this could literally be anything. It could be your Robo-Pup. It could be a Radiant artifact. Like, this Evo on this card, exceptionally strong because it's going to be pulling some of the best cards from your deck. A little unpredictable on what you're going to get, but usually they're all good.
And that's going to be Evo Portal with extra steps there that Yon Calby is bringing here to the lineup. That's probably going to annoy a few people be saying that. Final quarter-final series. And the last one here for the West September Cup. So this is going to be interesting because, as we mentioned, of course, the winner here will be taking on KTs again in the second semi-final. So that one is going to be interesting. Is it going to be him taking on just this amalgamation of cheese, just cheese decks everywhere, or is it going to be like mild cheddar? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to turn out. Bans wise, I don't even know how to ask you with this trick because, again, Lamiel's side is ridiculous. I mean, Earthright is obviously a ban target. Vengeance, both being major ban targets. I guess it's more of an opinionated answer from you. Would you rather verse Earthright or would you rather verse Vengeance with the lineup that Calby's bringing?
My initial impression is I would get rid of Vengeance. Vengeance is a deck that was top tier in the past. It's a little worse now, but some of the high rolls are still there. Whereas Earthright, definitely less proven. I'm not very scared of it. They only have a couple really good cards that deal damage now. It's not like everyone as it used to be. Earthright, though, does have that weird mix now where it's like half of a control healing deck, half of a damage deck, but if it does turn into that control side, I think you're pretty happy. So maybe, unless you're just afraid of something you don't know, I'd normally go for the Vengeance here. Gonna keep the trend, though, of no Loot Sword bans because none of these players are bringing it, but I'm thinking that might be true for all the day. Looking, though, at Calby, that's maybe the tougher ban. Do you just take out the meta deck of Haven, which has just proven itself to be so good, or is the whole reason that you're running these aggro decks to try and undercut Haven or put that pressure on when they're not ready? So maybe instead it's going to be something like that Evo Portal with the artifact mix that has some healing and has the ability to contest you in the early game too. Maybe that's what you take out.
Well, let's find out and see what the bans will be, because again, it's going to be very tough ask for both players. See what does get taken away. It is going to be the Rune deck actually banned out there.
Wow, that burn.
So just telling Trick, nope, I'm not listening to you. I'm here playing and you're casting for a reason, and that's just the thing we have to live with now. Calby is going to have the Haven ban though, so I guess that's like not a surprise you said though, Trick, as well, just banning away the consistent tier 1 deck, right? It's okay, remove that. I would have had an argument to remove Chest Rune as well, because we've seen Chest Rune, of course, at least here specifically in West top 8, be so consistent. Such a pain for players to go up against, right? So I could have seen an argument for that. But we are going to see the Haven banned out. We're going to get ready now, guys. Our final quarterfinal series here, really for this season, this year of the West SVO 2023 season. Lamiel against Yon Calby will be from the viewpoint of Yon Calby there. He's going to go for that Chest Rune straight away into the Machina Portal. I love this matchup because it's going to be a battle of who can run in followers first. And also, there's going to be maybe a bit of mind games right here because of that Trick, where, of course, you know, Lamiel has to run in a couple more followers for his effect to go on. They might be trying to balance out, okay, how many do I run in? Do I run it in now? Do I run him in early? Is the Mystic King in hand? How soon will it be on Lamiel's side? You know, I've got all those invocations, a lot of that doesn't really matter. There's a lot to consider, a lot of mind games to be played here.
Dang, and Calby getting incredible draws, starting off with an okay hand, but back-to-back drawing into Knight and Check. Check answers Kasim perfectly here. Already going to have 3 of his pawns destroyed, and the Knight's been in hand for all of those, so that's down to 3. We could see Knight and Rook next turn. Calby's game plan's definitely going quick, but he's going to need to find the king. But what do you know, Lamiel, he's got 3 of his Machina followers on the board now. None have been destroyed yet, but it's really back and forth. I mean, the things I'm thinking about, Calvi has a slight advantage in that he only has to have 8 of his pawns league play. Emil has a slight advantage in that he doesn't have to draw his best cards, they're invoked. So he has to get 10, but then his stuff comes from the deck. So it's like, just some slight differences, but right now Calvi doesn't have what he needs, and that robotics reporter is putting Emil exactly where he wants to be.
I just want to say, Lemuel's turns have been absolutely insane so far already, right? Coming out Robotic Rampage into the Reporter 3 into 4 is the perfect Machina Portal play that you can do. And Calby's obviously going to have to run and shy of that now because, yes, he's going to be able to run these pawns, and he's going to match it, but he's making those Machina Portal counts go up. There's no sign of Mystic King. Sure, there's a lot of great transformation.
Oh my goodness! Two!
So hold on, where's my bowl of my own words? Hold on, I'm getting the milk. Hold on, I'm gonna eat them right now. I'm gone. That's it. This is how I'm sustaining my night, guys.
Woo-wee, and then the magical knight, even evolving face. Throw some more damage and put him to 12. That's where King can kill you next turn on its own. Not even gonna need another one. Lemuel feeling the pressure, putting out some healing.
Oh, yikes.
Barely keeping himself in this game. But there's 2 kings in hand for Calby. What an insane time to get those.
That's
Gonna be able to get extra
easy.
damage here too.
I mean, he's just gonna go for the Mystic King here, right? And again, has the exact same option next turn, has the buff available, and less feats in style as well. I'm just gonna run in the pawns, basically just saying, come at me, bro, right, for next turn, because it doesn't matter if they're cleared. Mystic King's coming out again. The followers have been destroyed, though, on Lamiel's side, the normal followers, not the Machina account, as you can see. Gratina gets added into hand, and I was just saying, Lamiel had the perfect setup, but that double Mystic King off the top has not only completely flipped the match around, it's Calby's game to lose right now, right, at the moment. The way he has all of this set up, Lamiel's going to try his best to try and find a way out of this one here for now. Going to be able to chuck the Gratina back and maybe go for the Marionette. Of course, Great Ward Follower can have Bane, and all most cards are destroyed, but isn't going to be available. And while he clears here, of course, Lamiel is going to be unaware to this, and Trick, I think game 1's already done.
Yeah, Emil really working hard, finding a way to take out the king, gonna be able to use the Bane on the puppet, but like you said, it's over. That king in hand costs 0. It's 12 damage on its own. There's still an Evo point. There's ways to cycle with Winged Inversion to get even more damage, and we don't see any wards or healing from Lemuel. Calby's going to take this first one and be up 1-0, and as you put it, our last quarterfinal of the competitive season.
I can't believe the double Mystic King, man. But see, you think we script this, right? It's just, these are planned matches, we record them, we make sure the certain cards go, no, this all live, all off the top. This is just, we deal with this just as you guys do as well. Easy transformation, easy first game win, and I do want to say, a little bit different to our last 2 quarterfinals we just had. Again, we just came off of one that went to the final match, a very tough match there that we had for our technically 3rd quarterfinal match. And go to the 4th one, and Calby's already ended it here a couple minutes in. He needs one more win. He's already on his fast track to semi-final 2.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen chess roll that well, or if I have, it's been a long time, because usually it's pretty hard to have all the right pieces at the right time. Having the knight early, but not the king, but then drawing into the king just when you need it. Yeah, that was like about as good as you could go. If you were like writing out the plan for your deck, that would be it. And now the player's taking a while to figure out what decks to queue up. Lemuel here, he's got to find a way back into this match. Down 1, it's kind of a psychological battle as well. If you can pick a deck and just kind of humiliate your opponent, turn things around, then you can go into the last game with a lot of steam. Which one's that going to be? Is it going to be the Machina Portal again that just proved it maybe is a little underwhelming? Or is it going to be the Vengeance Blood, less consistent, but the potential to be more powerful?
And the thing is, he's always got to do the run back anyway, right? Eventually. So it's like, do you do it with the deck you just lost that quickly to? Even though, again, highlighting it again, that Machina Portal, that the main mid-game turns that mattered were perfect. Early to mid-transition was perfect. it was just that double Mystic King off the top. So you gotta hopefully try and get to that mindset of, yes, okay, that was just really bad luck. That Mystic King was super good luck on Calby's side. I didn't play badly though. I'm like, my deck was great, the rotation was great. I do have an option to just go for the run back straight away. But it looks like the guys have had enough of a break. We're going to be able to jump straight into our second match now. Again, Calby one away from going onto the semi-finals. And a reminder is, this is the second time we've seen Calby. He's about, the psychology a little bit, actually coming in. Calby's already got a bit of top 8 experience, right? We saw him at the beginning of the year, more towards the beginning of the year. Let me know, this is his first time in top 8 this season, potentially, I believe, even ever for SVO. So this is quite interesting as well, and he's going to go for that Vengeance Blood to mix things up. So he's going to go, okay, let's refresh. This uses an opportunity now to swap decks. We can go back to mucking the portal later. I know the rotation was good there, but let's get this one out of the way so I can even things up and then get ready for that one-to-one portal mirror match.
Let us howl in harmony.
Surprised to see Lazuli and Cyclical Fate kept there, unless it was off the mulligan, because it's a little redundant. Spinaria's Artifact can be very similar to, similar one-drops. Both have last words, draw a card, but slightly worse stats for the Portalcraft player. Metatron coming down too, going to be some more damage and pressure on the face. No real ways to activate Vengeance yet for Lemiel, but he's going to possibly be able to run away with the board a little bit. Hand looking a little empty though, whereas Calby has infinite resources. Plenty of stuff to work with now, and if he chooses to go the Deus route, going to be able to continue to cycle.
Hey, let me tell you, it's looking a bit sad, isn't it, at the moment? But the option he does have. I mean, he can run the Wolf in. I mean, it's a bit rough to do that, but he's able to do that to see if he can get a draw off the last words. We'll go for the Metatron. So it's not going to be able to have that early Evo. Anyway, it's not going to matter. But that's now 8 health of wards that Calby has to go through now. So at least I guess Lemiel can use that as an excuse of, okay, I have almost half my HP there available that Calby has to try and run through. It's going to buy him a bit of time to try and find something. Going to run the Wolf in now. Now that he's going to be able to get it clear and be able to get a Vania.
Nice.
But again, just waiting to be able to Evo, waiting to be able to get those key Vengeance cards. You want to try and get them a little bit earlier, but unfortunately not the case. But for now, he's still able to hold off the Calby train for a moment and get some big damage in. Jumping Calby already to almost half HP by turn 5. With a couple ones, not too bad for Vengeance Blood without the Vengeance Blood.
Yeah, and the extra Razor Claw is good. You have those 3 extra play points. You might not have extra play points again. There is a way to get into Vengeance and 10 damage in the hand of Lemiel, so only 1 damage point away. Any of these followers surviving is going to do it without healing from Calby. There's just a straight game plan of turn 5 and 6 for Lemiel to take it out, but we know it never goes like that, because there's going to be some way Calby's going to be able to heal or get some wards or something to mess it up. Another Vania feels good.
But now he's thinking, right? Do I burn that Vengeance Evo? Do I take all that damage in and potentially risk? Because again, Artifact Portal can get, Portal in general, I can just get that damage in, that chip damage in. That's going to be a potential issue for Lamiel here at the moment. The Vanias are kind of just there. The Evo point kind of feels like a waste. I feel like I mean, this could just be me, but I feel like any option at the moment is, it's a tough ask either way, right? I feel on Lamiel's side.
Yeah, you might want to bump this Wolf in to get a draw. I mean, you could play Vania to clear, but not do damage. This is a time where you almost wish you had the Instigator of Discord instead of Vulgus, because you can't really clear this board, and you don't want to go so low if you're going to leave it up. Vulgus is the play. We'll see if some kind of weird tray with the Marin or something is going to be used, or if the 6/6 will just be ignored.
I mean, at least he has that 3 damage shield, right? That's the only positive there. You know, bringing back the good old Azazel from a couple years ago, having that back up. Vania 1's going to come through. So the good news here is that next turn, if his board gets cleared, that's going to be a really hurtful Vania burn through onto Calby that could even win him this matchup if Calby's not careful. So He's going to have to watch out now because, again, that 6 damage now is only going to be 3 maximum. Gabby has to watch out for. You can see he's doing the numbers, though. You can see it at the webcam. He's definitely counting over something.
It's going to be the Infinite Vania works next turn because I think you have a maximum of 12 damage if you can trade 2 of your Banes in. So we're going to need Calvi to get 5 healing or like clear this board and have 3 wards left. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but bringing in the Kasim and some damage, just going to chip the opponent down. How much can you cycle with this Robo-Pup? If you get another waiting off the top, it could be lethal. That's not going to be it, but it does let you get more Kasim pings.
Now the Robo-Pup, though.
Really cycling through this Kasim. Is it going to be enough? One more draw? I think maybe it's one.
Yeah, the artifact.
Oh, that's it. There is one more draw in the hand. It's just lethal for Calvi, taking this so early with his chest deck and his portal.
Did he just
not
shrug
giving
at the
any.
webcam? Did he
He's
just
like,
shrug
easy.
that off?
He's like, why did my opponent let me win so easily? I guess I'll take it. All right, if you're going to hand that to me, I'm going to eat it up. Like, okay.
Well, that's going to be Calvi coming through 2-0 against Lamiel. Oh, yeah, all right, hold on. Where's my towel? Where's my towel? I need to dampen my forehead a bit. That was some sweaty gameplay right there. That was something else. My man on a mission right now to get those spots locked in for the Contenders Cup. I'm in shambles right now because I'm like, man, Lamiel, can't wait to see him do it. Can't wait to see him go through it. And he's I'm sorry, that is cast a curse 1000%. I am so sorry. I just took all your chances away and gave him Calvi, and I don't know what to say, Trick. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited at least to see Calvi move on. A player of that caliber with these interesting decks, finding ways to get lethals well before any of the meta decks normally can. Definitely something to be watching out for. Note to self, Kasim plus Deus active equals infinite damage. You just keep playing 1-cost cards that draw and then regaining the play points. I feel like the only thing stopping you there is like the turn timer, like hoping you can get it all in the rotations, but that's incredible.
It's just, again, the chest ring, again, I feel like I mentioned it before, like every time we do see it, it does really, really well, and there's no exception here for our final cup now as well for the September action. And again, the fact that Lamiel, okay, I'm going to give big congrats to more jokes aside, because the fact he got his top 8 with this lineup does show a testament to how good of a player this is, right? Yeah, you can maybe chuck out some excuses in the chat. Oh, he just won because he cheesed. The players he versed wasn't expecting any of it. No, he just got like, it doesn't just come down to it. Yes, that has maybe an inch of truth to it, right? But you still need to know how to play these decks against some of these top decks. You can't just rock up with whatever cheese you want and just win. Obviously, most card games don't work like that. Most matchups don't work like that. So to see him get to that is really, really cool. And it's just unfortunate, right? Again, just Double Mystic King again. Left out of Calvi was just insane. And just what happened there with Lamiel, with the Vengeance Blood, unfortunately, there's a couple pulls. Didn't work out well for him. It looked like he was going to be able to turn things around with the Vanias, but Calvi having the exact damage count, those pulls off the top, the double robo pop, etc., to get those 1 pings even through the 3 damage shield. I mean, Calvi's got some luck on his side today, man, coming through.
And I feel like it really shows the kind of like the thematics of the decks where Vengeance is supposed to be this high risk, high reward deck, and he took a high risk and put his health low, setting up a turn 6 lethal, which is a very powerful way to like finish a game. But that risk came back to bite him. It's like the perfect demonstration where you can get 12 damage on turn 6, but at the cost of only having 9 health. And your opponents, some of them are going to be able to take advantage of that. And so, yeah, a great display today of kind of the themes of blood there, and players also not giving it a break. And yeah, we saw Calvi there just run with what he was given, and I'm excited to see him move on into the semifinals.
And speaking of, guys, as Trick just said, semifinals now going to be happening here. That is the end of our quarterfinals, at least for the West region, for the 2023 season of SVO. I can't believe I'm saying that, of course. Coming in from our regular season now, we just have the semi-finals and grand finals left. We're going to have Light taking on Vision from Team Vest for our first semi-final. That'll be followed up by KTZN taking on the likes of our own Yuan Calvi that we just saw there and make his way into the second semi-final. So be joined by me for the whole semi-finals. Be joined back again by Different Fight for the first semi-final, and Trick as well for our second one. So Trick gets a break. We're bringing Chris back after our short break. When we return, guys, all the continued action of the Shadowverse Open West September Cup here for the 2023 season. A reminder, the winner here gets a spot to the Contenders Cup, so you better not go anywhere.
No damage shield to protect him from this time. 5 ping coming in. Here comes number 2 for another 5. And we see the one and only Shin, enemy of chaos, dropping on the board and delivering the final damage to put Vision 1 game ahead of V2, the veteran of the scene. And then continue onwards. There goes Diamond Master. So this is going to be Wingy to make sure this passes on. And then Muse into Skullfane. There we go. Looking good. Vision is going to come through and have lethal right off the rip here with all of that aggression and the triple Skullfane to boot and the Wingy Evo for that final piece of damage right off the top there. The triple Skullfane was so huge.
Oh, that's 2 damage, but it's gonna take 2 board slots.
That's right, not quite there yet.
Oh, but the Kasim ping! At the end of the turn when you draw, that'll put you into resonance, so you only need 2 more damage.
Oh,
and the rotation of the deck here, Kasim is gonna do it right now. KTZN, do the math, using every board space, every ping, getting it perfectly to finish off Asakura, taking that up 1-0. Asakura, hands on the head. He knows something went wrong.
Just needs to commit, and of course, make sure to, you know, play down the Sapphire, and then get that nice Evo bonus effect here to give the Storm, and you're good. We get the board wipe, and of course,
Got the
Evo
sequencing right
on the Sapphire. Very good. And that is going to be game, taking us to game 3 here in our third quarterfinals match as Asakura ties it up here 1-1 in this series. I think that is also the 7 loots as well, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as the Barbaros hits the board. It's going to get its free Evo and the Storm. Second Barbaros hits the board. We now have the 4 Pirates flag. 2, 3, 4, and the Evo to settle it all. KTZN is going to win the third quarterfinals match and secure a spot in the top 4.
And Cowboy's obviously going to have to run and shy of that now because yes, he's going to be around these pawns, and he's going to match it, but he's making those Machina Pawn can't go up. There's no sign of Mystic King. Sure, there's a lot of great transformation.
Oh my goodness! 2!
So hold on, where's my bowl of my own words? Hold on, I'm getting the milk. Hold on, I'm gonna eat them right now. I'm gone. That's it. This is how I'm sustaining my night, guys.
Woo-wee, and then the magical knight, even evolving face. Throw some more damage and put him to 12. That's where King can kill you next turn on its own.
You think we script this, right? It's just, these are planned matches, we record them, we make sure the certain cards go. No. This is all live, all off the top. This is just, we deal with this just as you guys do as well. Easy transformation, easy first game win. And I do want to say, a little bit different to our last.
Really cycling through this Kasim. Is it going to be enough? One more draw? I think maybe it's one.
Yeah, the artifact.
Oh, that's it. There is one more draw in the hand. It's just lethal for Calby, taking this so early with his chest deck and his portal.
Did he just
not
shrug
giving
at the
any.
webcam? Did he
He's
just
like,
shrug?
easy. He's like.
Shadowverse Open West September Cup for the 2023 season. Now here for the semi-finals. Only 4 players left fighting for a Contenders Cup spot on the line. So things were already crazy in the quarterfinals. We're about to step up a whole nother level here for the semi-finals. And it's still Baz joined once again now by a different fight here for our first semi-final. It's going to be Light against Vision from Team Fez. And while Vision already had a really tough match right there for our first match of the series, Light's coming in completely fresh here to our day 2 competition.
Yeah, Light's got that buff coming in here, of course. You know, unfortunately, for those of you tuning in just now, Dawn couldn't make it, sadly, for the tournament after a really strong day 1 finish. But, you know, life happens. You can't be helped. And at the very end, you know, still had a very strong day 1. So Light is going to be the first time we get to see him here on the tournament. And, of course, Vision's deck was already taken a look at. We've seen Vision play in the quarterfinals. But before we get into this first semifinals match, it's our first time showing Light on screen. Of course, you guys probably know Light from past seasons as well. This is definitely, you know, one of the veterans to the scene that's been around for quite a bit. You know, he actually won an SVO back in 2020, got a couple top 4s in 2021. So overall, just a very good player. And let's take a look at his lineup here and see what he is bringing. All right, so we do have the title correct. There is a loot sword among the decks. We'll just quickly refresh the resources themselves here to show you the right cards. But indeed, the first deck that Light is bringing is Loot Sword. It's a very conventional list that you will find as well. You know, just kind of the usual ratios, the usual cards that you expect to see. You know, a lot of the extra draw power and search power that we've seen quite a lot throughout today's tournament. And we will continue to see it as a lot of the players remaining in the top 4 are also bringing it too. And I think we can actually go on to the next deck on Light's lineup, because I think that's the one we're going to be taking up a bit more time to talk about, this lovely Ghost Shadow Baz.
The original, one of the original kings, right? I want to say, of our previous expansion. And it's gone from like one of the most played, most consistent, you normally see it a lot on ladder, to just kind of non-existent almost, I want to say now. And a whole mini expansion, it's kind of been taken away. And you can even see here the way that Light's put this deck together. There's a lot of major changes. I mean, 3 Necro Carnival stands out straight away here for me, a card that you never ever saw really in the original Ghost Shadow lineup. Now being picked up here, of course, you get the zombie, you get the ghost, and being able to get that reanimate instead of the zombie. And I feel like that reanimate might have something to do with those Necro Carnivals being added. Besides, of course, having some cool bodies you can get off a 2-cost spell.
Yeah, I mean, Necro Carnival is cool. One of the Shadowverse Flame cards. I mean, this whole archetype is a Shadowverse Flame archetype itself, which we love out here in these streets. And I think, you know, it's definitely, as you said, the deck is kind of...
Oh. DF may have muted himself. Oh, is that a thing?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm all good. I'm all good. We're going to continue. We're talking about Ghost Shadow. As you know, DF was saying, as we said, I was one of these top decks around for a while, and you can see here all of the card changes coming through, but obviously good enough to make it here into that top competition. Anyway, we'll quickly highlight, of course, the Masquerade Ghost as well. One of the key cards that makes up this lineup, of course, having huge buff potential, having just a free respawn button, because that's a thing, that as well, and also Gargantuan Ghosts as well, also being a thing, which of course changes normal Ghost from normal to that 4/4 wards as well, which can actually really help against a lot of these sword decks, potentially, right? DF that we see as well, where you can get that lineup. It'll be really difficult for some of these guys to go through, and yes, they do. Of course, they can start bringing up pirate flags and shooting their cannonballs to start blowing up the ghost, but there's still a lot of health and a lot of single targets they do have to get through to be able to get to the main target, of course, being the face, right? So there's going to be Masquerade Ghost there, and of course their main finisher in Ghastly Banishment, which again, if you didn't know anything about Ghost Shadow, absolutely not my card. A lot of people tend to deal with. If you see it on turn 7, 9 times out of 10, the Ghost Shadow player is about to win the game off of that X damage. And yeah, the roundup half number might not seem like much, but when your whole deck is ghosts, your whole deck is banishing, that number starts going up very, very quickly. And of course, you end up losing out to the Ghost Shadow lineup. And this is one reason why the deck was so consistent and so powerful for so long. But I think we have DF back now.
That's right. Apologies. Small little mic issues, but we're all good now. And I think, you know, this is just Light's second deck in the lineup, but of course, this is probably like the more spicy choice, I suppose, as the third one that we're going to show now is the Evolve portal, which we've been seeing here and there, and we can pop that up here too. We've been seeing some Evolves, some more heavy on the artifact side, but Light tried to go with the old reliable and the simple, you know, Shin, plus, of course, the Grimnir, and the Alice, of course, that helps to push some of that damage, push some of that aggro, and also push your evolve count up very high as well. And so that has been Light's lineup of decks here. It has been a pleasure to take a look at it. And now let's take a look at what they're going to be banning and picking between their two lineups.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting choice between these guys, right? I mean, Ghost Shadow, again, even though that's the outlier, I don't think it'll be hit because, again, I don't want to say the downward spiral because it's not that bad really, but it is something where Vision might be okay going up against. I mean, there's the going joke we've had of Loot Sword. Does that father get banned here potentially for a semi-final one choice, or maybe the Evolve Portal? I mean, it's definitely going to be between the Portal and the Sword. I'm not 100% sure on Light side, but on Vision side, I mean, Rally Sword could be a huge ban choice, especially if Light wants to play that Ghost Shadow right, because Rally Sword is just going to shut that down instantly.
That's true. I mean, let's take a look at it and see. Let's see what the players have chosen to remove from the lineup, and looks like it is
Okay.
Baz. Man, we went through all that effort, and it's gone. Now Light has to win so we can see it in finals.
But Rally Sword did get banned as well, so
that's huge.
I think I was on the right mindset with Light. I think I was on the right mindset where he definitely wanted to play Ghost Shadow, so he's going to be completely devastated by that. But yeah, having the Ghost Shadow banned away, I mean, again, so Loot Sword's just not being banned all day. I think we've just confirmed that. That's just not happening. It's not happening the whole day. But maybe it's because of the fact that he hasn't really seen it much in the mini expansion. Maybe doesn't have much practice against going into, you know, the SVO competition here, and maybe doesn't want to have that as a potential outlier. So you can see the mindset coming through, and maybe why that ban has been taken away. But ladies and gentlemen, our first semi-final of two for the Shadowverse Open, where September Cup winner gets a spot in the Contenders Cup. It's Light versus Vest Vision from the viewpoint of Vision, and it is going to be that Evo Portal against Loot Sword.
That's right. Light thinking hard about the loot mulligan here. Gonna ditch the Nightly Thief. Going second, of course, it's not as key as going first, just for that raw tempo advantage that you get. Overall, we get some of that searchability immediately from the Tony. We'll see the Freya being played there as well, which will help. Ooh, right. Wayfaring Goblin is a card that we don't really see in loot that often. I'm surprised we didn't actually pick up on that earlier.
Somebody wanted to go past the deck breakdown the sword, didn't he? So I don't know. That's kind of
the Goblin is a mob character, okay? The mob
yeah.
characters, they just kind of blend in. You don't notice them, you know?
I mean, I only like goblins when they're slayed. Hint, hint. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of in that same boat of just, who cares? Move on. It's just a goblin. It doesn't really do much. It's not. You should see Chris's face right now. It's just pure disbelief.
Unbelievable. Can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe it. Kasim's coming out again, though. Speaking of Hellspawn goblins.
Who called this dude over here, man? He just keeps showing up every day.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I know there's one caster amongst us who's going to be very happy that Kasim's gone by the end of this expansion from a certain SEO region. I know they're big fans of removing Kasim out of, I don't know, the Church of Portal, I guess we're calling it.
I mean, it's give it a bit more than a week, and we'll be good, right?
Done
what, our next expansion reveal on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ready, baby. I'm ready.
But it's something that we talked about before the other day, though, Chris, as well, like how important Kasim has been. I mean, you've mentioned yourself, right, all season long. Like, just being able to rotate cards, the AoE effect, being able to get Rosa out and getting the healing going. Even, like, the evolved stat lines for these guys as well. And it's only a 2 cost. A lot of these effects you'd expect maybe in, like, I don't want to say a legendary card, but It's kind of
I don't think you're
borderline.
wrong. I don't think you're wrong. You should say that with your chest puffed out.
Look, a
shoulders held
legendary
high.
card. Yeah, there we go.
That's right.
There we go. That's
That's
I did
right.
it,
Talk
boys.
to
I
these
did it.
people, bro.
I'm gonna talk to him. I did it. I did it, guys.
Dude,
And now I
you
do it
remember when
again.
Kasim was brought into the game and he just immediately caused like an insane deck to be born, and then they had to like navigate the whole meta around Kasim.
Yeah. Hey,
and then
guys,
it just kept
here's
happening over and over and over
2
again.
cost silver follower. It's gonna ruin your life for the rest of the year. You're just gonna have to deal with this now, and it's just a thing all season. Every portal deck will find a way for it to work. To be fair, as we said though, it's such an awesome card for portal to have, to be able to make it fit in every single lineup, and we're seeing it of course again here with Evo Portal already. I want Evo on the side of Vision. Well, it's gonna have to think things through, I guess, as you know, he's got a goblin in hand, yay. But, you know, he does have Rogers all ready to go. But, man, what else is he going to be looking for here, DF?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you might as well just kind of buff up your loot count a little bit. The boots kind of has to force this trade as well. It would have been better if you had the penguin, I suppose. You could have sort of taken out the Robopup, but it is what it is. Kasim, bro, this dude
Speaking
who
of
keeps calling
tragedies,
his number. Why is he always there? This dude just doesn't stop. He's always showing up.
bro, I'd be so mad after running that in. I'm like, yes, Kasim's got... He just played it. He just did the same. Okay, he's got it again. That's great. That's cool. That's cool. I just ran in my follower, my ambush follower with Rush to clear the... And you're just going to play it again. That's great. I'm just going to 3 lines.
You wake up, you have
Yeah.
breakfast, you look
Yeah.
at your life while you're having
Yeah.
breakfast, it's 20.
Yeah.
Then you finish having breakfast, you see Kasim at your front door, you close the door, your life is 11. What just happened?
Yeah.
What is going on, bro? Nah, but look at this push by Vision. Absolutely just showing, you know, like, you don't have to overcommit.
Yep.
You can just play through. I mean, right, like, you're dealt the Kasims. You're going to
Yep.
play through them. They're huge in this matchup as well, so giving Light a very tough time. And we're seeing here, of course, the Deep Sea Scout is going to be used to cycle through some cards. Rogers has been found. It's going to help a little bit. But at the same time, I mean, you're going to get to trade off this board. Your life isn't exactly looking too great. You're going to get to burn 2 damage here as well. Scout into a Scout is pretty nice. But we're missing some of those other cards that are going to help to sort of pave the way to that strong late game, right? There's no first mate right now. We do have the double gunner, which is pretty good, but at the same time, you want to be using that for some of your big game-ending combos. And so let's see, what can Vision do here? Are we slowly starting to run lower on gas?
I would say that, but then Kyrie's in hand.
I mean,
so
that's bro,
you know.
I'm ready. I'm ready to see a repeat. We're gonna see Kyrie pick
Yeah.
up the one and only Mikael here. It's
Okay,
gonna be.
alright,
It's gonna
alright.
happen, bro. It's gonna happen.
Let's see. Oh,
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It actually happened.
I'm trying to prove to chat we're not scripting this, and then you just do that. Why do you make things so different? Go back to SCAO region. I don't even know.
I love SVO, bro. This is the best.
Man. We're getting back home, and this is what we get, guys. He just spoils the whole match. He knows everything. All right, so guys, what's happening next then? What's happening next? What's the card he plays next? What? He's gonna evolve next? Tell me he's gonna evolve on the evolve deck next? Is that what's gonna happen?
He's gonna do? You know what I think he's gonna do?
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Go on.
He's gonna play a card.
He's gonna play a card. It's gonna be assembly droid. Bang! Oh, he did it! Oh, and it evolves. Oh.
Crazy.
But what's that? Like evolve 4, 5 already now as well. And again, he only Evo this turn, and he's running through easy rotation. Of course, got the dole out as well. Gonna be able to clear Rogers. One shot, Bane. Thank you very much. And
Bane.
Kasim, we're literally like we're at the trilogy of Kasim now. Ignoring the fact there's a Rosa Evo, don't tell him. Don't tell Light. Don't tell him. That's it. He'll be done after he sees that. Great ward up as well, and of course, our rotation Evo is strong. Alice is cool, but I do want to highlight as well on Vision's side. Yes, he has the Alice. Yes, he's getting through Evos, but he's still also searching for those finishes himself as well. So it's Light's still got plenty of time to be able to try and answer this. And as you said, DF, he's got some cool stuff at the moment for later, as Rogers Part 2 also comes out here. Still trying to find that little bit extra.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. Also drawing the Mikael here is a bit rougher for Light than it is for Vision, because Vision, I mean, I guess we're out of Cassims. I'm pretty sure all three are down now. But we do have Rosa in hand.
We're all done. We're all done.
Yeah, still ways to put them back, which that has happened. Whereas for Light, you draw it, it's there, bro. It's chilling. You want to just ditch it for something. Try to find it off of maybe sending the troops out or something along those lines. But at the same time, for Light, it's kind of just a battle of all right, I'm gonna keep on clearing these boards and kind of need Barbaros at this point. I mean, we just need flags, bro. We need the flags. We need them to show up. First mate, pretty cool. That is a mate indeed. And again, now no Barbaros means no fusion, means you overdraw. If you draw a Barbaros off the top here, it's gonna hurt pretty bad. And there's the Mikael coming through. How badly do you want this to go?
Yeah, it's I don't know. Okay, he's gonna go for it. I mean, you're gonna be able to get that out. Can play the dancer if he wants as well for the Evo. They're gonna go for the fusion on Rescuer.
Yeah, I'm gonna commit it.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough, he's going to go for the Droid Evo as well, so getting very, very close to that 10 count here already. Might even be able to just burn an Alice early on to get that draw 2 as well. It gets Grimnir, so that's actually not too bad, because now he's going to run in the face and clears the board, can have Dancer down if he wants as well, or Rosa. That'll be so funny if he puts Rosa down as well, but so many big Evos up for him. Grimnir ready to go. Vision's borderline just about got this game locked down here for game 1.
Yeah, it's been a very it's not so much just that Light has been drawing a little mid, but it's more so just Vision's early game was so huge. Yeah, being able to keep answering the boards while accelerating this Evo count, not even rushing the Evo count either, just slowly kind of progressing through it. So at this point, I mean, might as well keep pushing. Rosa's gonna come on down too, get that extra healing, and of course, I mean, now we're probably 8 Evos. We don't actually know the exact count here, but assuming we're close to it. Metatron
it's about 7 or 8. I feel like it's about 7 or 8. So
yeah,
it's gonna be very, very close. And the fact that everything bar, I'll say the main offender is gonna be.
No, it has to be 8.
Anyway,
actually, it has to be at least 8 because the Alice did get the. Oh no, I guess it. Yeah, I mean, it does have. The Alice had the storm, so.
Yeah. So it's the 7 times for Alice, and I'm definitely not looking this up right now. And Grimnir also 7, so it's at least 7. So I feel like it's about like I said, that 7-8 mark for sure. And again, he's going to be able to rotate that next turn quite easy. I mean, Dancer's already in hand, right? Just as an example, easy Evo there. So Vision's definitely got it ready. He just needs to be able to, again, find that Shin that he needs, so the 1 or 2. Again, he's also got the Grimnir already just to go for that finisher. Light's gonna get first mate Evo now as well. That's Evo points out, and gonna be able to try and answer this board here and try and get some of his own damage back. But
we also reached the 7, very important. Now we have the flag generation at the ready.
Yep.
And still quite a few loots to go. You can definitely answer this board, but down to 11 life with no Barbaros inside is definitely pretty scary. So we got to see that change nice and quick. Otherwise, we're in a little bit of trouble here. All right, Metatron just to get that 1 extra life back and a ward in the way. I mean, if the Shin comes out, it's going to be a different story. We see, of course, the Mikael come on through. And now, without Shin, it's actually a little bit awkward. So yeah. Shin is really the big glue that kind of makes this Dex burst get that much better. You know, you don't just get the banish and the heal and the extra damage ping to your opponent's leader, but you also get the big discount. And we all love big discounts, especially in the current economy. Goddamn.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to get that 1-for-1, bro. I'm trying to get buy 1 get 1 free Grimnir, man.
Yeah, buy 1 get 8 free. That's insane. What do you mean? That's my whole hand's 0 cost now. What's going on? This is great. Why can't all my decks be like this? I mean, he's still not gonna have it though. He's gonna be wishing for it, but at least he's gonna get his Evo count good to go now anyway, and look towards dropping that last word potentially on
Yeah, the
first
blooming
mate.
dancers are nice because that might help you actually like find that shin that you're looking for.
The problem is he's running low. That hand's looking really sad at the moment. So
I mean, you have a lot of draw incorporated in it, right? So like,
true.
each blooming dancer equals a draw, and then,
providing that actually makes something good though. Right? So, and maybe running everything in like that is interesting. I mean, he's got Asuka and Shuri, so
there we go.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything we just said, ignore it. He has Alice, he has Grimnir, and he has Shin. We good. We Gucci.
Issue is though, look at light side. I mean, you basically have to play opulent here. You want to just draw, heal, and do whatever you can. Like, especially the healing here is going to be super vital. And Wayfaring going to come on down. Oh, this is going to be interesting. The Wayfaring will actually be able to evolve to generate more healing.
Don't tell me the Goblin's going to be a main character now.
Bro,
what's happening?
He is that guy.
He's
only two in the deck
give
too.
This is
both of them showed up.
Wow. He's actually going to be able to heal back up pretty much fully right there as well if he actually ends up going for that. And then Strategist is going to do so much work for him here.
Yeah, we're going to do the Evo. It's going to come on through. And then I think at this point you might as well play out the... I'm thinking Thief can technically run into the 1/1, then you can dagger away the 4/1, and then you get to heal back up to 19. Not sure which effective opulent is proccing next. I think it's the... Let's find out. Okay, it was the buff. Good. Oh god! Jump scare. Second shin. No! I'm gonna stop talking. I should learn to be quiet.
Bro, we're having double Mystic Kings, we're getting triple Shions, getting triple Skull Fade.
Triple Skull Fade, bro. This is brought to you.
Happening?
Triple Skull Fade, triple Shin, bro.
This is brought to you by Shadow West Open, West September Cup 2023. I hope you guys have enjoyed all the action, because you only get this in the West region. SEA region? No. West region only. This is where you get the good stuff. As you see here, as you get a Shin down, as you get absolute healing, clear board. I was gonna say finally Light has a board. He has a board, he has strategists, he's able to heal up, and then that's just in shambles. And we're back here again.
Bro, I feel like Hideaki Anno gotta retire soon, man. It's like he's got all these Shin movies coming out, now they're making Shin. Like,
just Shin, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like why put Shin in front of any other title, bro? My man's just been cooking.
Why is it Shin though? I don't get that one. They go in and that's why it's Shin. Okay, all right, I get it now. I get it now. And Light's also getting it now because he's gonna play Rogers 3, and he's looking at this. And at this point, seeing the first Shin, it's probably obvious that okay, there's probably a Grimnir. Higher potential chance of an Alice as well. I don't think he's expecting 3 Shins and then a 2 in hand, but he does know that he's very much out of time here.
Yeah, this is pretty rough no matter how you twist it. And it's going to be just a bit of a trade. I think Lai kind of realizes that this was not his game, so don't let it get to you mentally.
Alice as well.
Back it up and get ready for game 2. You know, you got to be mentally ready for game 2 already at this point. Know that you're going to have to win the next 2. Things don't change. And there it is, the double.
Does Vision do it to him? Enough. He doesn't. Okay.
Nah.
I was double checking. I was like, he's going to do it to him because we saw Cappy do it to him.
I was like, nah.
So no, it's okay. I've got it. Vision's gonna take game 1 there against Light coming through. One more for Vision. We'll take him to the grand finals. Cool to see Light rocking that champ flare, by the way, all the way back from 2020. That's some respect right there. Put some respect on his name. The reason why he's here, the semi-finals. And now we're gonna see it's gonna be the sword run back into the Haven. And of course it's Holy Saber. I still don't have Holy Saber. I am so upset. I don't know why. Can't pull her for the life of me. But everyone else has her. So I'm thinking that's why. Because they ran out. They just
They
ran
ran
it.
out, bro.
I don't know.
Sorry.
You're gonna
Should've been
ask how that
faster.
happens in a digital game? I don't know. I don't know. That's the only answer I can give you. Gonna be a cool rotation. And I'm not liking Vision's hand though. Like Jester's kind of cool. Wolves can be cool. Astolfo is like,
In this matchup, Astolfo might not be super bad.
Yeah.
So we'll
providing
kinda see
if
where that
it
goes.
works well with light. We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Emerald
Emerald
Maiden.
Maiden's not bad. Like drawing 2 cards? I like drawing 2 cards. Big fan.
I feel it.
Right. Light going wide. We like that. It's like, all right, you didn't show me the bird. You didn't show me a Skullfane.
Yeah.
That means I can play
I'm
this
good.
3-1
Yeah.
and let it stick.
Okay, you're talking about the Astolfo. I mean, I know it's only 1 health, but like, it'd be funny. And also, you get a draw at least. Divine Wolves, though, probably a smarter option. Definitely
Yeah.
a smarter option.
All right, gonna eat that damage on this turn. Light is like, oh, the Mikael stayed.
Yeah, it's well, there's definitely no bird there.
Yep.
So he's gonna be
Oh,
very
it's almost
happy
a
with
lucky
that.
Okay, Light is going in. He's like, all right,
He's good.
damn,
He's
the
like,
Mikael survived. Okay, then anything can survive at this point. Oh,
yeah, I mean,
bird.
now he's also got a full, like, just, I'm a caster, that's my profession. A 4-man board, there we go, is going to help him as well, even if a bird comes out, because that's RNG damage. So he's going to be more than happy as well now to think that Mikael might be safe until Astolfo potentially comes out. I was joking before, might actually have to happen soon if he can't really deal with this. Luckily, Wolves will be out next
Yeah.
turn, which will be good. But now the question is, how many amulets do I put on my board? Because yes, of course, crystallization, the crystallize effect is a thing that needs to happen. Of course, you need to get to 5. But do you want to fill the board? I mean, 2 of those are going. You could potentially go for a Mouse Jester here. Could also chuck another Wolves down. Do you chuck the other Wolves down? I mean, you're pretty low on health. We're already down a quarter HP already. So, maybe.
Oh
He's
yeah,
actually
you
gonna go
gotta.
for it.
You have to. I think maybe there's a thought where he's like, oh, I could have just played the last turn and stopped another 3 damage
Yeah.
off. But at the end of the day, like, it is gonna get out of hand. You simply have to do it. And I
Yeah.
think here, I mean, I think it's time for some troops, man. I think it's time to
Yeah.
get searching with the
I
bros.
mean, it might not be 6 damage, but 3 is still huge. And I mean, what does he trade? Well, does he trade out or just another troops, right? Like, what does he trade?
Troops for
What-
troops,
the
I guess. I
troops.
mean,
Yeah.
you got all 3, bro. It's like, might
He's
as well.
sending in the army. It's not just the troops anymore. That's
Yeah.
I say send in the army, but I mean scout, thief, cool. No,
So the random. So we haven't seen Skullfane yet, so we know the random damage is likely not proccing next turn. You know, there's a
Yep.
4/4 coming out, and that's gonna trade somewhere.
Yeah.
But
Scream all you want.
Do you play ambush then? Just
I
for
feel like you
the
play ambush. I feel like either that or you search here to find the
Oh,
Rogers. Is
okay.
your hope. I think that's what you want the most.
yeah.
If this doesn't find the Rogers though, then it
That's a
definitely
gamble.
hurts. Oh, but it finds it. We're good. We're good.
I don't even know why you doubt it. Every time so far, it's just been perfect. Oh, he just has to do this. Oh, look at that. He's just done this. It's every time. At this point, Chris is going to be unstoppable by the end of the night. It's just going to be, anytime he thinks about RNG or anything, it's just no, 100% chance every time. And then he hits that gacha on that one time, on that one game, and it all goes to nothing. And that's when reality sets in. Vision on the Evo.
You see what I really want to convey here, what I want the
Yes.
viewers to understand is that,
Yes.
as you can see from watching these players,
Mm-hmm.
is that they are here in this wonderful stage of SVO. And
That's
by
true.
being on this wonderful stage of SVO,
Yep.
things just seem to work out. You know, their
Yep.
main character powers get unlocked.
Yep.
So what I'm trying to say is,
Okay.
I want you,
Yep.
dear live viewer, if you're watching this on Twitch, just scroll down right now.
Or YouTube.
Click
or
that
YouTube.
big Discord button
Yep.
or that big Twitter button,
Yeah.
formerly known
Yeah.
as Twitter,
Yeah, probably don't.
currently X. I'd like it to turn sideways, but it's fine.
It is what
And
it
get
is.
involved. Join SVO. Get
Yeah.
involved, and you too can become a protagonist.
Yeah.
Have you been frustrated at not drawing the right cards at the right time, by joining SVO, that'll be a thing of the past.
I mean,
God, I could really sell some product right now.
yeah, you could. I mean, it'd have to be a Shadowverse weekend because we ran out of SVOs this year. We kind of.
I mean, hey,
we
we always
out.
got next season.
I mean, that's not, yeah. See, I was getting to that. Let's get that next season. Next season, you know, it's supposed. Or if you're SCAO region and you're up at this time alongside Chris and I for some reason, in which case, thank you for joining the Midnight Hour. That's some commitment even for us. You still have time to sign up there. I think there's still 24 hours, maybe. I could be wrong. Check Battlefire.com. So go to SVO Esports and find out. But yeah, do that. Do what Chris said. All of that. Everything he just said. I literally couldn't do any better than that. That's a man selling a product right there. That's how we do it. Light's got a full board, by the way. Just want to point that out now because the walls are going to go down. Yeah. Well, to a sales pitch, so was Light getting just his whole pirate ship full. Not anymore, but he did, and that was cool for half a moment. And I mean, also want to point out the 3-3 of evolved OG 1-2 follower now gone. That goes to show maybe Vision's. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to be like struggle or like, oh, watch out, like this man's struggling. This is real bad. Look at that. But Burning Nevo point on that is a bit rough. It's definitely showing maybe some cracks a little bit in the armor, a little bit. So Light will definitely notice that. Of course, already knowing that, you know, Bird took so long to come out. Skullfane's not a thing. You know, Shrine might be in hand, it might not be. And there's 2 mouse jesters that are still ages away. It's going to be turn 7 by the time they're up even. So he's definitely got some time.
We don't have Skullfanes in play. It's like, technically them going up in turn 7 is not too bad because you can I mean, that's... You can pair it up with Diamond Master. It's not too bad either. I think here you just want to Wolves, trade one of them in, get a bit of healing, drop the other one, and then you're not really pushing, which is pretty rough for Vision. I mean, last time we saw Vision play this deck, you know, we saw 3 pretty scary looking cards in the hand that you know, led to a pretty fast conclusion.
Yep.
But now we're seeing kind of the other side of things, right? It's like you gotta really play for that sustain. Light is playing a lot more aggressive here as well, just making sure to poke out and like when you're in this matchup too, as Sword, it's like, you know, you see it's like, oh, they don't have Bird, they don't have Skullfane. Well, I guess let's go fast. You know, start running, start sprinting towards your opponent. They're starting to get scared, right? They start healing. They're not pushing back on the aggro, and so far it's been working out pretty well for Light. We're going to see probably a pretty wide board here come out too, and potentially reach that 7 loot count in order to get to a pretty clean finish for next turn. I mean, we have like double Gunner as well as the Barb as well.
And I mean, if you're seeing like a straight up enhanced 5 Wolf come out, I think that has to be like trouble signs for Amulet Haven. If there's any play you can make, pretty much, right? It's definitely up there, I feel, just to be able to try and deal with what's on the board 9 times out of 10. So Light's definitely going to recognize that. Obviously going to run through and make sure that healing's gone, so you can go through that big burn soon. Barbaros, finally, hello. Who are you? Were you meant to be here at the last game? I don't know. Cool to have you here now, though. Just going to even things up 1-to-1 if we get that chance. And very, very soon, going to have the Fusion Hover at the moment.
It's a big hover. Let's see. I think we do have the ping already procced. I'm pretty sure Barbaro's gonna just eat the boots. Why is she eating the boots? And Gunner just to get a flag into hand for next turn. I like that. That's actually honestly pretty nice. Like, we are gonna be playing pretty efficiently here through that next turn in being able to just Barbaros with the Gunner, and then you effectively have your just, you know, big flag party.
Big flag party. Is that what we're going with now? That's
I like a good big flag party.
Like a big flag party.
Dude, somebody in chat was like, we missed the possibility to reference 6 flags. And I was like, damn it, you're right. I don't think we've gotten to... Have we gotten to 6 flags at any point?
Only one... Wait, 6 Flags is American, right?
Pretty sure,
I'm asking
yeah.
this as a dumb Australian. Well,
As a European.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That's
only
American.
one of 3 of us is American. So
It's not
did we
here.
really miss our chance?
That's true.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, got a European living in Japan, we got an Australian living in Australia, and our American is literally gone. You can't see it right now, but the camera gone. He's literally left us. He's like, nah, I'm out. What's Six Flags? Don't care. Diamond Master is played out like that, and luckily there's a wingy, because I would otherwise be questioning what in the world just happened. Was that the biggest misplay we've seen today? Wingy being hovered, Shrine being option. I mean, that's going to be Wingy Shrine for sure.
It's wingy, but honestly, I'm a little bit. I feel like this is
heal?
gonna be the
Okay.
plums. Yeah,
No,
I
okay,
100%
okay.
think it's plums. You have
Yeah,
to.
no,
get
I
the
respect
heal.
that.
You get the board vibe. You ran out of time. Oh no, that is unfortunate.
Around me, a song I'm not going to sing the rest of. That is
Bad.
bad. Real bad. And Barbara, I mean, I was saying 1-to-1 when Barbaros comes out, and here we go. You said the 6 flags. Here we go. Chat, here you go. Here's your flag moment. We've got it. It's happening live here on twitch.tv/SVO Esports. Wow. 1-to-1. The misplay of the timing.
It happens, you know, the tournament nerves, they're so powerful. You can never underestimate. You know, as many tier lists as you make, and however broken you think a deck is, nothing is more broken than the tournament nerves. The most powerful opponent, most powerful deck
But
out
the
there.
deck says
entire
tier
meta.
1. Why am I losing to a timer? What? The timer doesn't say there's a timer involved in my matches. What do you...
Heaven's blade shall judge you.
Thing is,
Every
though-
excuse you can find right now.
Thing is, though, I generally wonder, it's like, even if the board play would have happened from the Diamond Master, I feel like
Would it have mattered?
I would have had to go back and count, but
Yeah.
I think it was Light was pretty much like
It was like
finding
borderline
the
anyway.
flag last turn was pretty
Yeah.
much because it was what 7, and then you had like it was like Gunner plus like what triple flag because you'd be 7, refund your 3, play Gunner, and then you can do flag, get back one. Oh, you can only do double flag, can't you? Unless I'm bugging.
The
I guess you
point
could
is it was
theoretically,
close. The
Yeah.
point is, it
Point
was
is,
close.
I'll go back and watch the VOD. We gotta see this next game as
I,
Light.
no, I'm expecting a
managed to
tweet
tie it
now.
up.
I'm expecting a tweet now. Then, if you're gonna do that, you said that on stream. You have to do it now. You're gonna be caught up.
I'll
on
do
that.
it on my own
You're
stream,
gonna-
bro.
Oh, he's gonna
Just
do it on
watch
his own.
me.
Did you? A man's plugging. He's selling his own. He's gone from selling SVO to selling his own stream.
And you know what else we're gonna sell?
Slash different fight.
Check out Shadow vs. Evolved, bros. Come on, let's
That's
get
right.
it. Let's go full six
Let's
pitch, baby.
go. Well, right at Shadowverse Champions Battle. Yeah, let's. I hope you guys enjoy. We need a sequel to that. Still waiting.
There's so many ways to enjoy this wonderful IP. I'm so
Really,
thankful.
really is. I hope you guys are watching Shadowverse Flame right now. I actually haven't started the second season yet. I'm saving up the episodes. I'm going to do a whole marathon. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what's happened in the second half yet. I just know that Hero rocks up, and I'm keen. I'm so keen to see that because those glasses, that cape, that's the coolest thing we've seen in Shadowverse. It's definitely not, but it definitely is.
You know what else is cool? The Skull Fang.
Skull Fang, that's true because it exists. And John,
Right. It's been drawn early enough. We can now actually put this Muse down as well and start pushing. The Bejeweled Shrine is out here, chilling, vibing, and buffing. That's all you really need in a friend, right? Somebody who chills with you, vibes with you, and also, you know, buffs you, gives you this
yeah, and
positive
also
vibes in life.
it also gives you +1/+3 after you've played 5
yeah.
crystals. Yeah.
That's right. You know, it makes you a little bit stronger, but
Yeah.
also a lot healthier. That's what a good friend is for.
Yeah. He just
Except
it
my
just
friend looks like a
requires a lot of
shrine.
jewelry for some reason. don't worry about that part. You get healthy though. Yeah, that's
right.
the main part. That's the main part. Of course, now that
veggies,
we're
please.
having, I want to say a flip though, because obviously we saw Vision win with Evo Portal for game 1. Now Light's gonna do it here for game 3. Positive to him, he gets first Evo. So just in case he needed an extra Evo point in Evo Portal, he doesn't. That's a huge W, and obviously an early Clary. I mean, one of the best 4 targets you could go for, and there's double Robo Pop I'm seeing in hand. I mean, Unfortunately, I'm not seeing much to go off at the moment, but Dance is cool as well. So that's 2 Evos, Robotic Arm Rescuer. Wow. So he's going to get the 3, the big 3.
Big Evos, a little bit of chip damage along the way too.
Yep.
Overall, just looking pretty good. And you can pass on a good board of stats. Yeah, might as well just trade the Freya in. The 1 damage isn't going to change too much at this point in time. And so now, you're passing on a good bit of stats. Gonna get that fuse in there as well. You know, have that evolution for next turn. And we're slowly progressing here for Light. I mean, for both players now, this game is actually pretty good. Like, this is honestly kind of hard to tell. Both players have drawn into what they need to see. Like, both players are progressing towards their game plan pretty efficiently. Of course, for Vision, we're missing the Wingy, I suppose, if we really have to choose something. And, I mean, let's see. And the Skullfin, I guess, is still kind of waiting on some more accelerations there, but let's take a look. Oh, no, we do have the Wingy. Sorry, it wasn't glowing yellow. It's like, if it's not active, it doesn't exist.
I mean, to be fair, it might as well not exist, right? Might as well be something else entirely. We want to have a Skullfin and Trust moment, but we're like ages still, I feel like. I mean, there's not even like 5 play points here. I'm even thinking now, like, you can't really play many amulets. I mean, you could play a Hall and maybe hope to hit the Dancer, but it gives you a draw. You can also play a Stolfo and go for the Hall and hope they both hit. Kyrie, Skullfin, gonna go through the draw, gets a bird. Birds are cool. Don't know about it at the moment. Birds are cool. I mean, I guess you could just go mouse, bird, pass.
Yeah, I mean, you're passing up on a lot of damage here from Light, especially, you know, as a deck that's only gonna, you know, push that damage a lot harder going forward. But the Skullfin now, of course, gets that discount. We're getting there, ladies and gentlemen. We are missing Diamond Master, I suppose. That is the card that we're still lacking. And I think now we do have our crystallized count at 5 finally as well. So now when you can finally start glowing, looking nice and healthy, and enabling these combos for Light, though, we should be at 5-ish Evos, if I'm not mistaken. Again, cannot tell you the more specific amount, but we'll find out in a second.
5, yeah, close to. I was thinking 4.
Could
So
be 4.
I think we're roundabouts, but it's getting. I mean, already getting close to. I'll say the first target 7, and then of course the 10 shortly after, and that's going to add +1 to that. Into Robo Pops as well to be able to rotate and get draw. So again, hope you guys are counting at home because we lost it. We lost it.
Yep.
We lost it. We're off. There's a lot of numbers to keep track of here. And there's going to be another Evo on top of that. So we're thinking 7 now. 6, 7 now.
Yeah, I feel like this should be 7, realistically.
I mean, we'll know if it's 7.
10.
We'll know if it's 7 because the Alice and the Grimney will be highlighted next turn. So that's
true.
how we'll be able to use. We'll learn at least 7 there. Vision, of course, is going to have an awesome Jean next turn. Of course, there's the Skullfin, there's the Sapphire Princess, the Wingy, all being potential options there to go with it.
This Skullfin has to proc now.
Yeah,
this has to proc now. It's like, it is. You're way too close to lethal. This takes care of the board, and you're
Sorry about it. I mean, there's a Diamond Master now, so I'm okay with that instead because that's Diamond Master Wingy Jean, so that's also a really good combo. And we're gonna get a huge mouse. 8 health in
yeah,
it.
I like it. I like it. Like it a lot. This is good. Don't overclock your board now. Got to be very careful here. The Jean lethal is like perfectly lined up. You have it for next turn.
Just
Light
don't
is probably
play
aware of
anything.
it too. So at this point, honestly, I almost want to say you've done enough.
The
And it's
cards are
fine to
highlighted, but you
pass.
don't have to play them. You have a play point,
Like-
but you don't have to use it. Just don't.
You
have a
could
good hand.
hypothetically play Orchid just for the 1 heal, and it'll clear itself off for next turn, so you do get the board space back, but just gonna choose to save that. And so now, Light gotta go into big healing mode. It's gotta be the biggest heal of your life.
Alice has highlighted, Grimney is not. We're on 6. So we added a
Now we're
+1
7.
somewhere. Now we're at 7. So there we go. We caught up. Yay! See, we were good. We're good matchups, guys. Don't worry about it. We caught up. We're there. We're there. We're at 7 now. It's gonna be
Now we're
8
8.
now. See, look, we can count. I think the next number might be 9. I don't know though. I'm actually not good past 5. So I'm not too sure there.
Okay, all together now.
Wait.
13.
No.
Nice.
Damn. 13.
All
I
right.
mean, honestly, with this deck, I wouldn't be surprised. But
Shin's
Shin's gonna come
down.
through now. That's gonna be some damage, and also the Grimnir and Alice is gonna be ready. So Light was good.
But it's tricky.
for
Like it's
win next turn, but
yeah, like this Shin for 10, you get to go back up to 14. But this is, I don't think you're out of the woods yet. I mean, you have Jean comes out. She's gonna be 6. I think
Diamond
Azur,
Master.
right, basically seals the deal. If I'm not mistaken. Hold up, let me count. 6. Yeah, this should
4,
be
8, 9.
this should be it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, the ward is annoying. You have manual evo though. You have manual evo. You could theoretically manual evo something.
Yeah,
as well.
I mean,
Yeah, I
also
think you gotta-
Jean's gonna auto evo with them anyway, right? As well, so
She auto evos on attack, so you wanna like
Yeah.
because she evos on attack, you want her 6 damage to go to face here.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
really important. So here, this is gonna go in. Wingy's gonna give this, and then
Just
you
run
basically you can just swing this in first, and then
Yep.
swing in with the Jean here for the big damage. And this is
And
gonna
now
be
we count
more than
backwards.
enough. Lovely finish by Vision. Goes to show that whether it is Skullfane, whether it's Diamond Master or Jean, he's able to find the plays. And unfortunately for Light, it was a close set. It was a 1-1 set. It was very, very close. And I think they both played very well. But unfortunately, healing back up to 14 is just not enough against the Jean board. Like we talked about it from the start of the broadcast. Jean is the top end. Jean is what carries this deck all the way to the top and what gives you that huge lethal push. And it's so important. But for Light, congrats on the top 4 finish. Really well done. And of course, hopefully to see him again here in the next season too, continuing to run it back.
Yeah, it's obviously cool to see him again, as you said. I hadn't seen him since the 2021 season, or at the end of there. Makes his triumphant return 2 years later because the end of the 2023 season. It's cool to see him here. Just if you are him, you do have to feel a little bit badly because, of course, you get here, the semi-final spot, you finally get a chance to play. You go all the way in that series, and you just miss shy of getting the grand final. So it is going to sting a little bit. Again, hopefully gives you that motivation for the 2024 season. Which is really cool to see. And Vision is now well on his way into the grand finals, where he'll be taking on the winner in our next semi-final. Will be happening in just a short moment. But I want to get a quick comment from you, DF, from this second semi-final going forward. What are your thoughts looking towards out between these two players that Vision could go up against?
Ooh, I don't know, man. It's gonna be interesting. Calby looked relatively unstoppable. Not gonna lie. Like I was watching him aside. Those chess plays, if we can see that one more time, I think it's pretty safe into finals. But KTZN, I mean, we saw him play at his mind as well, looking really, really good. Of course, played Artifact too, so we're curious to see what the bans are gonna look like in this next set. But that's not gonna be me who's gonna get to see that and commentate. I'm gonna be tagging out, of course, for Trick, and so I'll be back for the grand finals. But for now, off to Trick and Baz to deliver the second semifinal set.
He's lucky. He's lucky he got a chance at the outro because I wasn't going to be as nice as that. So he knows. He knows how to jump ahead. He knows. Welcome back, Trick. We goes first of all here for the second semi-finals. What are your thoughts actually after the end of that semi-final one? Because again, that was very, very close where it could have gone either way.
Yeah, so I feel like Vision just had me like freaking out like twice during that. Like on that last turn, he didn't have lethal, and then when he drew the Azurite Maiden, he did. So I was sitting there and I was like, if he gets like Maiden or if he gets another Wingy, he's got lethal. And then he top decked that, and I was like, ah! But then he sat there forever, and he's just like, and I'm like, does he not know? Like, did he not like? And so he got there eventually, but especially with like the earlier turn where it looked like he ran out of time or something, I was like freaking out. But he got there, and then on that other turn, I was like, dang. Vision wasn't paying attention during story time because I was talking about him in the story. They buff up your followers so that like Wingy doesn't work anymore. And the reason that he messed up that one turn and he just passed is because he buffed up his Diamond Master to 3 attack before playing Wingy instead of playing Wingy first. So at that point, even when he played Wingy, it wasn't going to give Diamond Master Storm. So he wasn't able to clear the board. I saw him like play the Diamond Master, buff it up, and then he just sat there for a second and he was like, oh no. And
Oh,
like,
wait. Yeah, the timer.
Yeah, he got that ordering wrong there. But hey, make the mistake now, you know, semifinals. And then when you move forward, now you know you're not gonna like you'll be on top for like the finals or something, right? So he, I feel like he had a little bit of a struggle there, but I think he'll look good moving forward. And now I'm just like, let's see what Calby has in store for his next victim. I don't know, but
yeah, I mean that's the way to
this.
put it. Definitely the way to put it after that last quarterfinal. And I think the brackets actually going through here to our second semifinal. If you are just joining us, first of all, where were you? What else could you be doing on this fantastic day and not watching Shadowverse? Because that's what you should have been doing. Check out the VOD. Right? You'll make a promise to me right now. You're checking out the VOD after we're done. You're going to watch the rest of this and then the VOD. Okay? Handshake, promise? Cool. Anyway, right. Got a matchup, of course, they're going straight to semi-finals because unfortunately Dawn was unable to participate here today, which gave Light the chance to go to the semi-finals. Of course, Vision took out V2 2-0 and an awesome start to our September Cup. KTZN ended up taking on Asakura, going to 2-1. Another great series and another great win there for Trick, because now he doesn't have to say Asakura's name. I'm secretly happy about that one. You can see he's very happy, man. Not have to say that one anymore. And Calby, as we mentioned, right, just absolutely dismantling Lamiel as well in our final quarterfinal series, which again, both players brought fantastic decks. Lamiel was bringing Vengeance Blood, Earthright Rune, Machina Portal. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it off there against Calby, who, of course, just that chest rune match that he had was just absolutely insane. And won't be surprised if we see that one get banned out, because the Artifact Portal trapped that one up and getting him into the semi-final spot now. And of course, we just had Vision taking care of Light 2-1 and getting Vision, one of two players now to the grand final. And a reminder, winner here goes to Contenders Cup in November. So that is going to be very, very exciting for one of three now left of these players, and of course a number of players that may or may not have qualified due to points. Of course, you'll see more info about that a little bit later on the season after we've wrapped up the end of this regular season here for West and the SCAO regions. But as we're getting ready now for our next matchup here, KTZN against Yawn Calby. Again, I kind of want to talk about bans. Again, are we seeing a chest rune ban here, Trick? Is that going to be, or is that maybe too obvious? Is going to be like the obvious one of, yeah, he's obviously going to ban that. KTZN bans something else and then also flips up chest rune somehow and does like some 3000 IQ Megamind play.
I could definitely see a chest ban. It's a little unpredictable. Both players have the Haven deck. Both players have Artifact Portal. So the only difference is chest or Loot Sword. And I don't know if I want to be Loot Sword right now, because KTZN, the only reason he won is because he won the Loot Sword mirror. Both players lost with Loot Sword, and then that was the only deck left, and he won with it.
Yeah.
And throughout today, no one's banning Loot Sword. I think Loot Sword is a good deck, but I just feel like in the tournament setting, it's just like that one that's just barely your third deck over the other ones. And so, I don't know. Maybe it's just been a poor showing so far, but I feel like I'd be worried for KTZN right now. So I feel like you maybe even want to try and protect Loot Sword a little bit, try and get rid of whatever's good against it. I think that might be Crystallized, because Crystallized is a little faster and just the most powerful deck. Not necessarily the most consistent, but it's frequently able to win on like 6 and like if not 7, as we've been seeing today. So I feel like you probably want to, if you're KTZN, you probably want to get rid of the Crystallized, but you could always get rid of the chest as well, because chest can also probably slide in and win just under Loot Sword. I feel like either of those is fine. Going the other way, I definitely would leave up Loot Sword, seeing the theme here, but then looking at the other two, the Portal and the Haven, I'm not as familiar with Artifact Portal. I don't know if like the mirror's bad or not. I'd probably lean towards getting rid of the Haven, but I'm not sure if whichever is better into each other. Probably ban that one.
Well, let's see what the bans are. The bans are ready here for both players. We're going to lose out the Artifact Portal and the Amulet Haven on Calby's side. So Calby once again will lose access to that Amulet Haven. KTZN, however, will gain control of his Amulet Haven but lose his artifact portal. So that is going to be interesting there. So they don't have any mirrors, first of all, so that is going to be something that to look out for. Chess Rune as well, still being up, is very, very surprising to see, especially what we saw Calby do with it. Maybe KTZN's not too scared of it. Maybe he's thinking, okay, he did that, but that double Mystic King, what are the chances of that again? What are the chances of something similar again with the decks I have? What are the deck options I have available to me? I can take them on with any three I have available. So that is an interesting mindset going into our second semi-final here. Calby as well, to take away the artifact portal. That is definitely more of a, okay, Loot Sword, Amulet Haven, both the top tier 1 decks, both the most played, both the most experienced going up against. I have that chest ring specifically designed to go up against these decks. Artifact portal and my Amulet Haven as well, I'm happy with. So I should be okay going for that ban. At least that's my take on the bans. They could be entirely wrong, but we'll have to wait and see. Our second and last semi-final, might last for this year. It's the last semi-final for our regular season now for the West Region SVAO September Cup. Yawn Calby against KTZN. From the viewpoint of Calby, it is going to be the Artifact Portal here against the likes of Amulet Haven.
And both players already having a great start. KTZN had a lot of cards he didn't want to see, threw them all back. Gets a great curve. There's no Skull Thane, but he's going to be playing as many amulets as he could want. Calby having Kasim, having the 3-drop to search your Deus perfectly for turn 4. Oh, even going to be able to get his 10 discount amulet online on turn 1. Things are getting better. The Robocop, it's one of those cards where it's going to depend on what you draw. It could be good, it could be bad. Because Calby already had 2 good cards, I think he could afford to keep it. But, oh, and drawing into, yeah, the perfect pair. Spinaria's Artifact and Robopup, they're pretty good friends. So, yeah, Calby getting even in a better position.
I mean, without the 3 cost, you could mistake Calby's deck for Evo Portal right now, right? Pretty much at the moment, of those cards almost being 1-for-1 trade, ignoring a certain amulet, of course, on the board. So Calby's not gonna just do a bit of a trade here. KTZN, as Sugar's mentioned, right, plenty of great amulets down. Unfortunately, the draw is gonna harm though, but he still has 3 good amulets. Gonna get a big draw, hopefully with Emerald Maiden next turn, and the bird's going to get a ping damage down. But the followers are still gonna be alive. Reminder, 2 damage off of Lightning Bird here, unable to clear anything on Calby's side. So normally we get to see Lightning Bird to help clear, right, and try and help. I'm going to say maybe keep full tempo, but at least do something, right, to help with warp control, maybe limit the amount of damage taken. Not so much in this case, and this is going to hurt KTZN big time. Unless he's going to be able to rotate these amulets very, very quickly, very, very strongly. The Astolfos are great, though, because he can get rid of those major targets.
Yep, and that's the 5 crystallized for KTZN. Calby playing really smart as well. Not playing Kasim makes him in resonance this turn to be able to redraw his hand with Deus. So that was a pretty heads-up play. Evolving here, gonna have the extra target. Maybe if a Skull Fiend's drawn, the Lightning Bird will ping it. I don't know, but just pushing all the damage. 2 Radiance on the redraw. That's putting Calby pretty close to having lethal already, and KTZN having some healing in hand, but not necessarily what you want. You can go for a play here with Diamond Master, Wingy, and a couple of healing cards, but I don't know. We're going to need to find Jean or something to seal the deal without a Skull Thane.
Calby looking to do it again. Speed run his way 80% through getting to the grand finals, of course. Luckily, KTZN has that healing, has those wards available to stop that from happening, and now he's going to give it a second to decide how to deal with puppets and literally Deus Ex Machina. I mean, luckily it's not literally the definition of Deus Ex Machina, because then he would lose, and that would be that, and we wouldn't be here talking about it. But the clear's going to come through. Evo now up on the Mouse Jester, and is going to go even just for the straight face damage. He's not even going to worry about Deus Ex Machina on the board, and just have that beefy 5-8 and try and get some damage down of his own. So respectable, but now Calby's going to respond in kind with the Artifact Onslaught.
I'll take good care of you.
Yeah, that worked out pretty well for KTZN. Pushing the damage there was smart. There wasn't a way to trade the Jester to make more room, and so at that point, just going face. Has a good amount of follow-up in his hand with Wingy and 3 followers sitting around like, maybe like 12 damage or something, but that's not going to be enough. So game's far from over. Calvi down here having to play some of his Storm just to take care of wards. Going through more trades, taking advantage of the Bane. You don't see that interaction a lot. You don't let him get this last Radiant to go face with the Puppet as well. Needing to cycle the Robo-Pup here, trying to fix the Resonance. Looks like it's going to work though. You could play a couple of options, hovering a more defensive one, or could get the draw. Still possible to draw 1 card and change the Resonance.
I'll take good care of you.
Yeah, and just setting more cards into the deck for a better potential redraw. Still having all of the board spaces. Wow, this Portal deck is really reminding me of the Artifact of Old. You have to make so many decisions. There's a lot to worry about. You're limited on board spaces. You're limited on your Resonance. You got like your deck size to worry about and what's in it. Calvi navigating that all quickly. KTZN responding, trying to get some health back. Maybe a Wingy's going to come out with these, but that's going to mean his only Diamond Master and Wingy are both gone afterwards.
Definitely shows the level of play that Calvi's done on this Amulet deck, right? Trick coming through, because you're talking about 1,000 things he's going to track himself, all in that limited amount of time, all on the fly, as well, with the cards rotating in and out. Really cool to see that he's able to respond to that so quickly and not really make a mistake, right? I mean, of course, still has a full board, great hand up available. He's 1 turn away, because that's going to tick over next turn to have one of his boss monsters up, ready to go. And KTZN right now is going to go for the Diamond Master. I'm assuming this is going to be the Wingy as well. So the full, just basically 1 play point turn play here coming through, and only going to get limited damage through here. 7 damage is still a fair bit. You see that it's only 1-2 attacks coming through. The Divine Mother has risen here, has blessed the board, I should say, on Calvi's side of things. And Trick, how are we feeling then, I guess, now on against KTZN's side, because those Shins, I believe, actually, I don't know even ways, are they going to be close to being an option, or do you think maybe this game not to worry too much?
I don't think that the Shins are that close yet. There's been a couple of extra Evos, but not close to 10. I was looking at the mother, this Vermidia synthetic voice. You could have a pretty like strong interaction here with like the extra wards and things, and maybe her buffing the board. But I'm trying to figure out if the artifacts have enough destroyed. It's
I believe she was at 5 of 6.
A weird turn for Calvi. Yeah, so 5 of 6, waiting on that last one, putting a Shin back in the deck to save it for later. But I don't know. This is like, I feel like Calvi's like short of his Evo goal, he's short of his artifact goal. He's gonna like not even perfectly deal with this board right now. It doesn't look like. This was a pretty weak turn for Calvi. Definitely giving KTZN time to come back into the game.
Yeah, definitely. You can see a bit of a struggle. He's also gone through all his resources now as well, just to respond to this board. And we're just saying that, damage-wise, it wasn't really the greatest, but just as a board as itself, right? I mean, as you said, Trick, Calvi couldn't deal with it. You can see it for clear as day here. Wingy is still up, ready to go. I mean, sure, it's not going to be the greatest step, but it's going to have another buff going through an attack now. It's going to be like 3-6, 3-7 potentially coming through now onto his wings. It's going to be a very tanky bird there that Calvi's going to have to worry about here. Luckily, of course, the Deus Ex Machina effect is available. You'll be able to get that full redraw here. So the fact that he only had a couple cards left is really more just maximizing the end of a turn there. KTZN is, again, considering his options at the moment. I mean, Wolves are up, ready to go. There's 2 Lightning Birds in hand, ready to go here too. But a lot of the stuff is looking for storm damage or basic burn damage, and kind of similar to Calvi's situation, KTZN's looking for a way to, first of all, clear this board and then continue with game.
interesting, this Skullfang. I was curious if the Skullfang would come out. It does help you deal with the board rather easily, but without any low-cost followers or Jean in hand, there's no way to draw into the combo now. So I was wondering if KTZN might be forced to play in a way where he could try and draw more cards to hopefully get a strong play for next turn. Well, this is dealing with the board and not leaving up the 7 attack follower. It's making it very hard for KTZN to have a strong play next turn. Maybe you just go with Stolfo or something at that point. But that's not like incredible. Calby, no Storm in hand yet, draws some more, hasn't found it. Gonna be able to cycle with these Robo-Pups though, and the Spinaria's artifact. We can see it's unlikely he'll get 17 damage this turn, but he's not necessarily afraid of dying either, so has some time to hopefully put good artifacts into his deck, make a board that'll be defensive. The next pull, not gonna be super useful at the moment. Yeah, we can see Calby's a little unhappy with that. He's got a lot of like tutors and draw, but kind of the extent of his hand. Gonna cycle another with the pup. Getting rid of the ward is interesting. I guess most of the times KTZN can clear those rather easily. This damage shield is pretty strong, making it so that even if there was a Jean, it'd be hard now to die.
There's going to be the Shin effect as well that Check was talking about. Maybe not an option. It's definitely their next. That's that 10th Evo. But I want to point out right now, while next turn's looking good for Calby to end it, he's only got 6 cards left in deck. So he's going to want to make sure that he wraps this one up ASAP here, or he's going to run out of cards. He's going to have anything to play with here with KTZN. Going to get the win through default. So going to look towards trying to clear the board. Unfortunately, KTZN doesn't really have much to clear this, and yeah, that is going to be that first game going over to Yawn. Calby here. Divine Blood's going to come down. The artifact destruction. His damage is going to be huge. And Shin, once again, doesn't matter if it's artifact, doesn't matter if it's Evo. It's going to be a menace for players to deal with. It made Calby 1-0. Going to get that grand final point. And, I mean, Calby, great plays coming out for him there. Just sucks for KTZN. Right, Trick just... Even though he had that full hand, most of it was just bricks in the end, and he just ran out of things to do to be able to keep himself in the game.
I think he really needed to make a different play and draw and just hope that he could find a way to win, because he left himself with nothing. He played like a 2-drop on his last turnabout, and that was it. Calby, on the other hand, when he played the Shin, he evolved 6 times that turn. It was 3 Robo-Pups, Carnelia, Shin, and Eva Mia all in the same turn. So it went from like Shin was nowhere close to 6 in one go. That was an insane turn. And then the way the Deus works, where it discards your hand and redraws before the discounts.
Yeah.
Wow, really showing why maybe these players are switching to Artifact Portal. It seems like it might be like a turn slower than Eva Portal, but the ceiling is so much higher if you're a player that can keep play at that level.
Well, Calby's very happy because Mr. King's already in hand. So that was the buff as well in Feast. So he seems to be pretty happy with that, especially when he's just seeing Maidens come down. And, you know, Bird won. We actually think an early Bird finally.
Goodness.
Yep.
2 knights as well. Oh,
remember
wow. This
when
man
we
is
talked
blessed.
about banning Chess Rune because Calby's just going to town? Well, I don't make the rules, but yeah.
I feel
I
like
have to look at that again.
And another king. Oh my
Wow.
goodness. This Calby is if this is how chess is all the time, like everyone should bring it. My goodness.
Yeah.
These are such a strong early showing. Like the only way KTZN could stay in this is if like he had Skullfane early and he could try and win on 6 or something. But at this point, with the damage he's taken and the setup that Calby has, he can just throw out knights and get like 6 damage next turn with the king to follow up on turn 6. Calby's going to be winning like in no time, and I feel like KTZN has no way to even contest it.
I mean, he's not even going to know as well, just the absolute danger he's in right now, I want to say, that Calby has in hand, ready to go. We saw him, like I said, dismantle a chess room before. We talked about earlier in the stream how powerful this deck really is. Even today, it's still a very, very strong deck where, yeah, it might not appear on tier lists as much anymore, but it's definitely not a deck to be underrated. It's definitely a deck not to disrespect in any way. And it's showing quite clearly here now why that is the case. KTGN is going to summon the lightning birds to come down here to hopefully help with him with the clear. That's not going to matter because he still has to make a couple turns here. And Calby's going to run in so much damage. If I'm not mistaken, that might actually, is that 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, one off lethal.
Just gonna win with the knight next turn at this point.
Wow, yeah, and it's going to force KTZN to just burn through all of his heals here through Maiden. And I think you might be right here, Trek. I mean, this is going to be some pretty much potential easy clears here for Calby. KTZN now hovering his options. He's going to have to use the Skull Fangs on the birds if he has to clear some of the stuff. But unfortunately, only hits the Evo pawn. So it's going to actually stay alive. Going to force the Wingy to come out now. And actually going to have to run in some of these ward followers just to get some clears going.
Do not falter.
Wow.
Doing careful math to try and get the pings in the best order. But, oh, I mean, thinking about it, 7 health in this ward. The knight is only 5 damage with Evo. 1 more from the pawn. Gets another one, though. So if he just trades in this pawn, he can play both. Well, there you go. What do you know, Calby? Just draw another knight. I mean, there's Blitz would have done it too, maybe, or something. I don't know. No, it was just a knight. He needed the storm. I don't know. Wow. All right, there you go. Draw 3 knights. There's a reason chess is limited to 2. You're only supposed to get 2 of those. But Calby forgets. You're only supposed to have 1 king, 2 knights. I don't know. It gets broken when you get too many, and that's what we're seeing.
The king doesn't even do anything. He sits there to get checkmated. That's it. And in Shadowverse, nah, we don't care. We just completely flip the rules on its head. And Chess Rune is winning again. Getting Calby to grand finals. Man.
Yeah, the king just revives 4 of your dead pawns, I guess. I don't know. That's what he does now.
And then just shoots them across the board instantly and takes out 4 followers or whatever. And actually, in our game, the pawns actually get up and attack you, the player, not the pieces. They attack you, the player. It's pretty scary. You be careful playing with these Chess Rune decks, man. I don't know. But all serious, all jokes aside, Calby again, 2-0. Again here in the September Cup. He got away with the Chess Rune deck again. I would be very, very surprised if we don't see that Chess Rune deck being banned out in the grand finals here, Trick. Quick preview before we jump in, and then quick congratulations on to KTZN for getting here into the semi-finals in the first place, making top 4. Big congrats to him. But Calby now is going to be up against Vision, 2 players that we've seen a fair few times this season alone. Both players, well, I believe, are pretty high up in the points. Are going to get that Contenders Cup spot locked in, though, 100% here. This is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure both of them are already qualified. So right now, just like fighting for the prestige. Calby has been playing quickly and cleanly all day, and those 2-0s have been ridiculous. I feel like if you counted like the total number of turns each player has taken, he'd be like significantly below everyone else. He's just winning fast and like definitively, and something needs to change if Vision wants to win this. He's gonna have to like change up the deck bans. Maybe you gotta get rid of chess. Maybe you gotta get lucky and the chess player doesn't have as good a curve. But can you risk it after seeing this twice already? Vision really has a lot of work up ahead. I was looking at his decks before, and I was very impressed by the ratios, how he had like switched things to 2 and 3 that normal people wouldn't consider. And so I felt like Vision was the best prepared, but after watching Calby play, especially on such complex decks, and he's been navigating his turn so well, and on the other hand, we saw Vision make some mistakes on his Haven deck, which is the most popular and common one in the meta. I don't know. I'm feeling like Calby's in a better spot all of a sudden just because of the level of play and like the confidence and momentum he's going to have. And so Vision, it's really going to be on him to find a way to turn things around. But you know, Shadowverse, it's never over until the last card is drawn, until the last card is played.
God damn it. He said the thing. He said the thing, guys. That's when we just cut to break. I was going to say the outro to our break and everything, Chick. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? What are you doing? People just gonna
Hey.
turn it off to start hearing these puns.
I got to use the restroom. The faster I can cut the break, the better, right? So.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, grand final is just around the corner now. It's going to be an exciting one, as we said. Vision against Calby, two players who have had a fantastic run all day long. So hope you guys are excited. It's our final match for the final season run for the 2023 season. A lot of seasons. The SVO West action just around the corner, guys. Don't go anywhere. Contenders Cup spots being locked in after this.
Know that you're gonna have to win the next two. Things don't change. And there it is, the double.
Does
Jin
Vision do
for
it to
just
him?
enough.
He doesn't. Okay.
Nah.
Okay. I was double checking. I was like, he's gonna do it to him because we saw Calby do it
Nah,
to him.
I was like, nah,
before,
nah, nah.
So, so no,
You're
it's
right.
okay. I've got it.
It's wingy, but honestly, I'm a little bit. I feel like this
Oh,
is
heal?
gonna be the
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I
okay,
100%
okay.
think it's plums. You have
Yeah,
to.
no,
get
I
the
respect
heal.
that.
You get the board vibe. You ran out of time. Oh no, that is unfortunate.
Around me, a song I'm not gonna sing the rest of.
Something
Yeah,
as well.
I mean,
Yeah,
also
but you gotta-
Jean's gonna auto evo with them anyway, right? As well, so.
She auto evils on attack, so you wanna like
yeah.
because she evils on attack, you want her 6 damage to go to face here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really important. So here, this is gonna go in. Wingy's gonna give this, and then
Just
you
run
basically
either
can
one
just swing this in first, and then
Yeah.
swing in with the Jean here for the big damage. And this is
And
gonna
now
be
we count
more than
backwards.
enough. Lovely finish by Vision. Goes to show that whether it is Skullfane, whether it's Diamond Master or
He
Jean,
doesn't really have much to clear this, and yeah, that is going to be that first game
rough.
going over to Yawn. Calby, Divine Mind's going to come down. The artifact destruction, his damage is going to be huge. And Shin once again, doesn't matter if it's artifact, doesn't matter if it's Evo. It's going to be a menace. It's not going to matter because he still has to wait a couple turns here. And Calby's going to run in so much damage. If I'm not mistaken, that might actually, is that 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, one off lethal.
Just gonna win with the knight next. Gets another one though. So if he just trades in this pawn, he can play both. Well, there you go. What do you know, Calby? Just draw another knight. I mean, there's Blitz would have done it too, maybe, or something. I don't know. No, it was just a knight. He needed the storm. I don't know. Wow. All right, there you go. Draw 3 knights. There's
Yeah.
a reason chess is limited to 2. You're only supposed to get 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here now to the Shadowverse Open West September Cup, our grand finals here, and our final match for the regular season of this spectacular 2023 year. I hope you guys have, first of all, enjoyed all of the Shadowverse action we've had so far, but this is our final one here for the West region. We'll get ready for the Contenders Cup. It's going to be the three of us now to bring you the action, the final action here, Baz, Trick, and DF now, guys. And we're going to have Vision versus Calby. You guys have been on a tear all throughout tonight. I mean, Vision has some spectacular matches that have definitely, gone down to the wire, but he's come out on top. Calby, however, has been running to double 2-0s and has definitely been showing that chest wound is not to be messed with.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like nothing's ever settled here. I remember when it was the very beginning with the quarterfinals and we had V2 going up against Vision and we're like, oh, this is going to decide third place for seeding because they're both tied with like 41. Well, Calby has 40 points and then Vision had 41. So if Calby wins here, they'll be tied. It's going to go to tiebreaker. Maybe the seeding's going to get messed up all over again. So really, these players are fighting for these top spots like no other.
Yep, absolutely. And it's like, even today, we're going to wrap up the tournament after this grand finals, and even then it's going to be hard to tell. I mean, obviously the winner gets into contenders, no questions asked, but after that, who gets the pass down, who gets the tiebreaker, etc. You can always tune in to the social media for SVO Esports, and make sure you follow on X, formerly known as Twitter, to know better about who will actually be making it, and it'll be announced at a later date. But first, let's take a look at the bracket and see how these players made it all the way to the finals here today and who they had to defeat was standing in their way. So we see, of course, Vision had to go through V2, one of the veterans of the scene, in a 2-0 victory, and then face off against Light in the top 4. It was a very close set, but managed to find the plays and managed to find, the right way to show us that, the Haven list, there's a lot of different ways to find those dubs. And I feel like we've seen every flavor of them so far today, and maybe even some more in the finals. And then, of course, on the other side, we have Calby, who had to go through, pretty quick bracket on the other side, right? Lamiel, fast 2-0. KTZN, fast 2-0. Can he do it again? Or will Vision stand in his path? It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we've talked a lot about matchups today. Gonna be an interesting one. We have the chess coming in for Calby. A little bit more standard list though for Vision. On Vision's side, only gonna have the Rally Sword though as the surprise pick paired with Portal and Haven. Jumping into the list, that's gonna be the first one we're looking at. One thing I always notice with the Rally Sword is just how many like 2-ofs and 1-ofs you have. You see this deck just expanding so wide on the screen. It is possible to have some consistency issues when you're running lots of 1-ofs and 2-ofs. You're not always going to have what you want as often, but it does make it a very flexible deck where it feels like in any situation you have the right anti-meta card to be able to mess with your opponents. How do you think Calby is going to be feeling about this deck different fight? Is this one you think he's afraid of, or do you think he's happy to see it?
We saw it banned out in top 4, and honestly wouldn't be too surprised here as well. That being said, it was banned out in top 4 because it kind of shut down the opposing side so much, but could see it happen here as well. I mean, chess definitely doesn't like having its fanfares shut down either, but we'll see if it even makes it to that point. Maybe you're happy to give it up and just sort of run it down, but I think it'll be interesting. This is definitely the list to watch out on. The other two, we can take a look at, of course, Vision's other decks as well, and just kind of run through it after, of course, showing off beautiful Vice, shutting down those lovely fanfare effects for the opponent. But I think for Vision, this, as I said, is the highlight and the deck that might not make it through. But let's take a look at their Amulet Haven list as well up next. You know, the 3 decks that I think Amulet Haven's been the one doing a lot of the heavy work, like just showing us different ways to win with it, whether it's the triple skull fate, whether it's the Jean Lethals, whether it's finding the right answers to the right boards thanks to Diamond Master. The deck can do a lot, and it is one of the best decks in the meta for a reason, and I think that's why basically everyone has brought it here today as well. And it's not everyone, but almost everyone had it in their arsenal, but Vision is one of the top ones with it. And finally, Baz, I mean, we have Evolve Portal off stream earlier. We were having a bit of discussion about, is Evolve Portal better? Is Artifact Portal better? And Evolve, managed to make it to the top, and it's going to be facing against Artifact. So what do you think?
The true answer is Machina Portal.
Oh,
obviously,
I kind of agree, though.
That's the true answer. I mean, personally, being serious, I guess, between these two, I do much prefer Evo Portal. Artifact, of course, is great. And I mean, we saw, I believe, Trick, was it the 6 Evos in one turn, was it? I think we saw with Artifact in one turn. But at that point, when you're focusing that much on just the Evolve pattern that anyway, and there's so much built around Evolve, just play Evolve. That's kind of my mentality. It might be a bit of a monkey brain mentality if you think about it, but there's so much as well that Evolve, because again, this is similar, I feel like, to the Amulet Haven deck, but a lot of the Evo Portal decks are also very similar to what they used to be. I mean, yes, we do have the Asuka and Shiori added in now because a certain spell that card is based off isn't available, so now you have to follow a version. So it's essentially just the same thing anyway, right? Most of the cards, the big cards, are still the same. You're still going through the Grimnir, you're still going with Alice, and of course the Endor, still playing around that shit and getting those 10 Evos, right? And being able to cut the cost of those cards to get that burn, get that big storm damage in. I feel like Evo Portal is just the way to go for me, but I can still understand the Artifact Portal argument as well. Of course, Artifacts are always great to have, especially if you're trying to match tempo, have that board clear. I mean, the certain 9-cost boss monster in that Artifact Portal deck now, just being able to drop her and just nuke everything is something that you have to worry about if a match gets dragged out to late game, which I feel like Artifact Portal can definitely do. So there's definitely arguments on both sides. I'm kind of leaning towards my Evo Portal though.
All right, well, I think we can take a look at the opposing side here as well to see how things will pace out for these matchups. But of course, speaking of Calby, I don't think anything more defining than this chess rune, baby. This is, I mean, Trick, you two have been the ones getting to see all the chess rune games. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, this deck has been on fire. I think both of Calby's games, he had Blitz on 1, into Magical Strategy on 2 with Check on 3. I don't really want to talk about how there's only like one drop for chest that summons upon, 1/2 drop that summons upon, and then the 3 drop that searches cards. But like with a curve like that, you're so far ahead. You have 3 pawns already out. You're searching for 2 more of your chest cards. When you get a roll like that, it's been unstoppable today. The thing I'm though worried about is there are hands where you have Odin and Fallen Shot and Winged Inversion and Crushing Rain and Let's Feast in Style. All of those cards don't really do anything, especially like in the early game. And so if you draw too many of those with like just a Milady or something like that, you can be in a really bad spot. And so while this deck has seemed like it should be the best deck in the history of Shadowverse from our streams today, it doesn't always work out like that. And so I wonder if like our players are going to have some bias from what they've been seeing, or if like they're just going to go off of like averages and think what it would normally do. Definitely some going to be maybe getting into the heads of our players, kind of with like that disproportionate representation we've been seeing so far.
Well, that's the argument we were trying to discuss, right? Is that preparation coming into a tournament of this level, and when you come up against decks that are either, I'll say the cheese decks, like we saw before from Lamiel, right? Or even the chess rune decks, which there's a high chance that it could show up as a rogue option, but does that mean you have to put in a ton of games practicing against it? Do you have to do that with the tier 1 decks you're using? And all that argument comes into play. So it's interesting to see again. I mean, at the moment, it feels like chess rune should be banned, right? It feels like Cowboys had 2 in a row. There's been 2 chances. He's been gotten away with it. It just seems like the safe option. But it's up at the end of the day, right? It is up to Vision to see if that ban will be worth it. Let's look towards Cowboys' next deck, though. It is going to be once again that Amulet Haven or Crystallized Haven, however you want to put it. And again, this is going to be the I want to say the normal version without a spell, and while still having Orchid's Examination Hall, the standard one you're normally seeing on ladder, you're normally seeing a lot over on Discord, over on Twitter. A lot of people end up posting if you ask for deck lists for this deck. I mean, guys, I don't think there's anything much to say about this deck though that hasn't been said before.
Yep, I agree. I think we've seen it a lot. We're going to keep seeing it in this finals too. So let's take a look at the final list that Calby's bringing, and it is going to be that Artifact. Again, we talked about it earlier. Which one of these is better? Artifact or Evolve? You know, I think we spent ample time already comparing the two. And so, any final comments before we get into this match and see which of these decks get banned?
I think last comment just is, I feel like this is a deck that you have to be really good to pilot, and Calby showed us today he's really good at it. And so if anyone was going to be able to play this in the finals, I think it's definitely Calby. And so I would be afraid of this deck. I'd be afraid of the chess deck. It's going to be interesting. I think that that you could easily just take out Haven from Vision. You could easily take out Rally. Those are like the 2 big boogeymen. For Calby, though, it's going to be a lot harder to decide what should be banned. You could take out the chess because you don't want to let history get repeated again, but maybe you want to take out something like the Haven that you know is strong, or maybe something like Artifact Portal, which has good matchups against your deck. These players this is going to be probably one of the most important decisions of the match, so we'll see what happens.
It's definitely one of those things where it feels like there might be a correct ban, but here's a fake ban option as well, right? There's so many mind games here. Cabby's bringing both in the lineup, and he's skill level with all 3. But let's see the bans now. Our final bans here for the day coming to you guys now for the grand finals. Both these players will be taking away. It is going to be the Rally Sword banned away, and finally a voice of reason. Vision's gone. You know what? I've seen it twice today. I ain't having this no more. Chess Rune is dead. It's gone. It's buried. And Calby now has to run Haven and Portal.
This is beautiful. Down to the two, well, aside from Sword, which didn't really prove itself today, Loot Sword, but the 2 most popular decks, we've got Portal in both of its variants and Haven. I hope it comes down to a Portal mirror so we can really see the 2 versions just up against each other and see how that fares. Jumping into the final match, we've got Vision on the top. We're from the perspective of Calby. Going to be that Artifact Portal up against Crystallized Haven.
Yeah, you guys got drinks and food and everything all settled in for this grand final, because it's going to be exciting here, and you can see with the, I'll say the mulligan, there's a lot of thought going through here, because again, first game, that tempo advantage means everything as well. Coming through, getting that first win can mean everything. And what are your thoughts there, guys? Because I mean, Vision, I believe this is the first time today we got Lightning Skullfade in the same hand. We finally got it. I think Vision just won the game, guys. GG, right? That's how that works normally.
It's a pretty good start, at the very least.
And the best way to get Lightning Skullfane in the opener is to run 2 Lightning Bird, apparently.
God, you're right. You are right. He is the one running the 2 as well, so it just works. We're gonna see. I think you have to prioritize just upping both the Skullfane as well as your crystallized count here. You know, just hit 2 birds with 1 stone.
The Astolfo is very powerful too, because it means that you can play an amulet and discount it on the same turn on turn 4. That's going to allow Vision to have 4 Skullfanes played on 4, so his game plan is really online. Going to be also drawing a card with Astolfo to hopefully find some of those other key pieces, but here, Calvi, he's drawing cards, he's getting evolves, he's got another pup to be able to get another evolve next turn too. Going to be able to fetch the Deus Ex Machina spell, Cyclical Fate, so going second, that's going to be really strong. I don't think either player is unhappy.
You counted it right there, Trick. Evo won for Calvi already, and we saw, again, just a game ago, how we ended up the semifinals there with Calvi on that amulet portal, and just, again, how quick you could see, you know, how much time he's put into this deck here, and how quick he's able to react to the cards he's given. Of course, the rotation that Deus Ex Machina, of course, gives you, being able to trade out your whole hands at the beginning of each turn and maximizing, you know, bouncing through 1,000 different amulets, going through as many Evos as you can. And as we said, and Trick brought it up before, it was 6 Evos in 1 turn that Calvi was able to pull off through combos alone, through the amulet Evos, the Robo Pups, etc. So Vision's gonna have to be careful this one, because yes, Chest Rune is gone, but Calvi's more than comfortable on this artifact portal, which is gonna be pretty scary, because again, you think about, again, all that rotation, all that brain power, I would say, you're going to use to keep up with everything. Vision's really going to make sure that he plays out these Amulet Haven turns correctly. First of all, of course, getting his Crystallized and Skullfane ready to go, but hoping he can get that early win before Artifact Portal can do any major damage.
Can somebody explain to me that really Lightning Bird play instead of the Astolfo? Going for, it's going to be delaying the Skullfane by a turn, so, and I don't know, I'm trying to figure out what the extra value is in,
I mean,
getting
I think
another
here is basically
Divine
just
Wolves
trying
and
to
Crystallized counts early. Yeah.
trying to hold the Astolfo in a sense, knowing that the Tigers are going to take care of it anyway. So I think it's probably just coming from that place, but we shall see. Calvi playing down the Deus Ex Machina here. And of course, it's also not bad for the Skullfane to be delayed, because now it's like, it's going to get the first discount on turn 5, second discount on turn 6, so that means it is on 0 for turn 7 for Jean, and that's technically all that matters. And I guess also it comes from a place maybe Vision expected the Deus Ex Machina to come down there to trade, to be down to 3, and then use that Astolfo there immediately. And now we have the Skullfane. Could theoretically even proc this Skullfane too, because the discount hasn't been processed yet, so it would actually not change anything, and you could get an extra body on the board, but you might want to just hold that until next turn, until it's actually something worthy to trade into.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and Vision has everything he'll need for that Jean turn. Going to be able to play all 4 of these cards in the same turn for an incredible amount of Storm, but going to have to find something to do in the meantime, possibly going to need to commit some of these cards early, and just hope to draw into more. Calvi didn't get the redraw with Deus. The Resonance didn't work out, so he's going to have a little bit of another setup turn. Just going to be jamming some Radiant artifacts into his deck, maybe ripping a couple cards from it as well. We'll see how he chooses to navigate this.
Please.
Yeah, so the manual Evo onto the Canelo there. Get the artifacts in hand, of course. A radiant artifact's going to be big to get that storm damage in and try and get something going. Pop Evo as well. We've already seen again how Galbi can rotate through these evolutions. And Divine Mother is going to be up now, turn 5. Ready to go here. Huge 7/7 body now. And Calby's now going to take a moment, take a breather. I think he might need it for a bit here. Just absolutely speed running a lot of his matches here currently, now in the grand finals, of course.
That is true.
And consider where to go from here. Looking for Eva Mia. I know, of course, Trick has pointed out that evolve effect is so very powerful, right? Just getting that shield, block any form of damage is going to be big here, especially when on the side of Amulet Haven, right? Normally that damage, if you're going for it, it's normally looking for that OTK out with Jawn or close to anyway. If you're trying to chip it down, so that shield is really going to hamper going up against this Haven deck, going against this Portal deck, sorry, with the Haven deck. Time slowly ticks down. I don't think we need to do the custom bit again, but it's good to see him back here one final time, showing up, doing absolute numbers here.
This is actually potentially, you know, at least in the West region, his actual final showing.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Custom has been working hard. They've been putting him through the grinder, but what's also interesting, I was just checking. For both these players, you know, they already have their contenders qualification actually.
Yeah.
With Vision being 3rd in standings and Calvi being 4th. Of
Yep.
course, that gets you know, potentially shifted up between 3rd and 4th here. But what's more important is that who gets the 8th spot invite is gonna get kind of shaken up after today. So it'll be interesting to see again on social media who managed to get that last contender slot. But between these two, they both know they're in. And at this point, it's all about, you know, who gets the pass down past that 8th slot.
We're basically already getting that preview of a Contenders Cup match, right, between these guys in saying that. So these guys could verse each other getting Contenders Cup in November. So that would be quite interesting to see. And really the telling of a potential rivalry starting here, right, between these guys starting off at the end of the September Cup, which would be cool to see. Is Vision now is going to spend the last of his turn, clearing the board.
Sculpting too. Got proc, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Chose not to hold it for the Jean turn instead. So, I mean, you could basically save this Evo and then next turn just Jean with the
Diamond Master, and there's the Maven. But, I mean, if you're going to go for Diamond Master, obviously you're going to want to get that effect going with Sapphire, right? So, hopefully maybe pulling a Wingy off the top if he's lucky. We'll have to wait and see. Is Calvi now once again going to get Divine Mother 2 set up now? I'm going to start spamming more of his amulets.
Yep. Get those rushes as well. Very huge. Ooh, Alice picked up. Calvi had to pause for a second. Like, oh, hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
For Vision, without Bejeweled Shrine, his damage potential is limited next turn. Calvi's definitely going to be aware of that. And probably not going to have to worry as much about healing or warding up. There could always be another Skullfang, though, in the hand to be aware of. There isn't, but he doesn't know that. I like how Calby's purposefully been not redrawing multiple times in a row now with Deus, because his hand has been so good at putting artifacts in and pulling them out. No reason to redraw randomly and try and get artifacts when he had the tutors in hand already. And so seeing, Calby's good understanding of the deck, we'll see if he finally decides to redraw yet, or if this is still going to be just another turn of taking advantage of the tools he has. Not ever so far threatening a lethal, but just slowly preparing his deck and chipping away to set up a great late game. And is that it? Getting the Shin, but not a ton of Storm, obviously, in the hand.
I mean, this can take out the board with the Jean, but you kind of need another Jean after this to back it up.
The thing is, what does he even play with this Jean here as well, right? Because you mentioned the Diamond Master would be cool, but you don't have the Wingy as an option.
I feel like it's got to be Sapphire Diamond to draw more cards and do more damage.
Yeah, but of course you need an amulet on the board, right? So you can get the Sapphire effect going. So it's Vision gonna have to take a minute to think about how. First, again, to how he deals with his board, the potential. I mean, he's on 12 HP. He knows that Calby can quite quickly and swiftly end matches. The click of a button. So,
I mean, for the Sapphire here, all you gotta do is evolve it to give the draw effect is the one that's tied to having amulet, but I think he's debating and if he wants to actually burn the Jean here or just like still gonna go for it. There was a potential play of just going Diamond Master with Sapphire Priestess, but chooses to go for the full commit. It gets enough damage in, and then you sort of just, I mean, theoretically, a lot of us forget, you know, Azurite Maiden does have the 8-cost body effect as well, that can go pretty far in here too.
I mean, Bejeweled Turtles called us the MVP. You know, that's they're the real MVPs right there.
Golfing is a little slow, but it is appreciated.
Here comes that shield.
Damage will be big.
That's going to come out as well from Evamia as well. Definitely going to run that last words in to stay alive in this one. Carmella, of course, the free Evo, now that the amulets have been destroyed. 6 total or more. And of course, that's going to push that Shin closer and closer. You can see the hover happen. So it's definitely going to be very, very close.
Yep, already thinking about it. So the heal is going to be big. This is definitely close, but I'm also kind of debating what can Vision find off the top here that would change things. Like the Skull Fang is pretty big, but I guess a Wingy would be. Yeah, you kind of just need a Wingy. You need a Diamond Enabler at this point. So let's see. Xion gonna do its thing.
Okay. Well, that's going to be big, and that's going to have Calby set up for, I'll say set up for game. Of course, ignoring what Vision has currently. But Vision does have some options.
Yeah. Vision has options, but at the same time, it's also a little rough, because now the double ward is actually quite annoying, just because you can't really get through. It's like double ward plus the damage shield is honestly quite irritating, so I think you might have to actually just Bejeweled here. Pray to draw a Wingy. Like you just need an enabler for your Diamond Master, and then after that, looks like we're gonna dig for it. Oh, another shrine. How much further
the
can we
Azurite
go?
Maiden here? If the Azurite Maiden gets Wingy, there is lethal as well.
That's true. That's
7
true.
play points. There's
Here it
plenty to
comes.
play everything, but it's not a Wingy. The wrong one drop. Going for
And
healing now
you can Skullfane
instead.
this.
Yeah.
Bird, Skullfane. This will clear everything eventually. You have to Evo for it, but it will clear everything. There we go. And then just gonna run it in. Nice. Still not drawing any Wingy, but now we haven't seen any Wingies this game yet, have we? So that means they're actually bottom 20.
Calby's on bottom 10 just about now as well, so this might even be a game of Vision just holding out, healing, stalling, right? To vote for Calby on the cards when he's burning through whole hands after each turn. Of course, though, Calby's going to have a ton of damage here. Shin, 0-cost Shin, I should add. He's going to come down now, going to help clear and do big damage, and once again, the spell shield set up again by Evamia. It's going to make sure he stays nice and alive.
Does have to get it cleared out for first though, but
Yep.
still though, once it happens, it's gonna be big. At this point, might as well just keep on trading in, see what else you pull off the top. Probably not what Calby wanted to see, but it feels like both players are pretty close.
I feel like this deck does not need Shin. Everything recovers play points and costs 0 already. Not even able to play Zerk there for the Accelerate because it was so cheap and there's all the play points left. This is a lot of wards. What's Vision going to be able to do? Looking for Wingy probably off the top yet again.
Needs to be Wingy.
Or
It has to
Jean.
be.
Ooh, Skullfang.
It's actually not Skullfane. Skullfane is not what you want to see here. It's rough. You have no other real options. I think you just have to keep digging for a Wingy. You can play the Bamboo Examination Hall here. You're gonna get that draw. Gonna get that one heal. The heal doesn't matter with this big of a board. It is gonna be all about drawing into that wingy from the bottom 18 cards, and he finds it!
Oh,
That's huge. This answers the board for now. You're gonna proc a damage shield, but that's fine. You survive. At this point, that's all you could ask for. And for Vision, that's all you can really take. You can also set up for the Skullfane next turn, so you can actually play out something like the Muse here. And then get the Skullfane to proc, or I guess, alternatively, might be going for more card draw. There's also, like, if, you know, Calby, I'm sure is going to be very careful with the resonance count now, but that lingering feeling of potential deck out victory is also there too.
I feel like Calby should definitely have the lethal here if he can navigate it. Each
Yeah.
of the Alice's is 5 damage, and then your Lilith can be like 4 damage with the puppet. You got
Or Retrofia
Cassim that
body.
you could cycle. Oh, and the 10 damage, incredible.
We always forget. You always
Just
think
like
about
that.
it, it's like, oh yeah, Retrofia, you know, it's like, it's that one crystallized card. It's like, no, this thing does damage.
It's a nuke. It's gonna absolutely ruin your game, and there we go. Seeing that win come out there for Calby, 1-0 now on series point here for the September Cup Grand Finals right now. And Vision has to try and run it back, find 2 in a row, back to back against Calby, who's gonna run his Amulet Haven now into this portal matchup.
Eternal Aegis.
Reversal of roles. Got the portal once again trying to take down the Haven deck. Holy Lightning Bird secured, but not Skullfane yet. Vision, looking at his hand, I don't know if you want to see any of this early. Usually looking for like a Robopup, Sisterly Bonds combo. Gonna throw some of it back, keeping Robotic Arm. Maybe that means he's going second. Yep.
Oh, Wingy picked up early. Don't necessarily need it early, but, you know, better have that insurance. Damn. All right, Diamond Master 2. We got the 2-piece combo here as well.
Cassim Rosa, but gotta play around the Lightning Bird.
From now on, I'm going on foot.
Yeah, Rosa here is definitely correct.
Let's go.
Helps sustain a little bit. And of course, as you said, doesn't get taken up by Lightning Bird. What do we find off the top here? More card draw, more crystallized, not bad.
I feel like both of these players are having just like an alright start, not a bad start. Calby's getting that crystallized count up there. Vision not finding any ways to cheese early Evos, but just getting some draw and hand fixing. He's going to have a lot of Evos coming up with those rescuers, especially combined with the Sweeper Doll next turn. So about to be picking up the pace. Depending on what Calby draws, we'll see if he can keep up.
You can see it's again, the rotation should be an easy 3 for him right on Vision side. Calby right now hoping to get a decent draw either off the top normally or through the Garuda, right? Because at the moment, yeah, a 1 bird's cool, yeah, 1 jester's cool, but when Vision's going to get basically a third or quarter or so of his game plan done in 1 turn, that's going to be rough. And unfortunately, here it's not going to be the case. He's got the examination hall.
Still more
Gonna have to
draws. Come on.
Burn that for the draw, and it's in a Stolfo, which, again, draw's good, clear's good. Just going to burn it straight out on the rose. It doesn't want any part of that. But that's a huge drop there. And once again, Calby still waiting on and expecting some decent draws.
At the very least, Crystallized Count is looking good. We are advancing towards the WinCon relatively fast. No Bejeweled yet, which is, you know, we're going to want to see that as we approach that Jean turn. So we effectively have 2 more turns to find the time to play it out. And unfortunately, Skullfane, a little too late now.
Selecting brush.
Vision deciding now he can fuse this puppet. He doesn't necessarily have to play it though, could save it for later. we've seen some of our players play Kasim and Rosa rather early to get those delayed draws quicker, to have more information and save things like the Dancer until later when you can trade it right away. But here, getting that extra puppet generation is going to set up your robotic arms nicely. Not going to overdraw either, which is nice.
Yeah, balancing that hand like a professional here, of course. Both players here at the top of the September SVO. Both players trying to make sure that every single card played in this tournament matters and counts towards that first place prize. Of course, both players already qualified, but there's still a big difference in cash prizing between second and first. And you want to be able to say, you were the one that won this SVO. You want to get that beautiful flair to represent yourself. And of course, I mean, it's just a big morale boost going into contenders as well.
That's right. Being
I'm
the
very
last
happy
winner
to
of the
see
regular
this
season,
play.
right?
Hopping on the double gesture there. I was looking at the hand and I'm like, you kind of want to save Diamond Master and Wingy. Jean's aren't online yet. And now just pushing this face damage really puts Calby in a good position to close out the game quickly. Next turn he could play double Diamond Master and Wingy, get some more damage. Probably they're going to save those for John, but opening himself to having a lot of good top decks here, and his opponent going to have trouble getting this health total up before Shin. There's maybe not going to be enough time to really get that online.
Selecting brush.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit rough, but looks like things are stabilizing for Vision.
Thank you.
And of course, for Calby, you need this chip. This chip is so important in order to be able to make sure that the lethal is cleanly secured by Jean. You know, we've seen time and time again. I mean, if you don't have Bejeweled Shrine, it's like, I mean, you're effectively going to be working with 12 damage for the most part on just a basic, you know, like Jean, Diamond Master, Wingy, and definitely gearing towards that. Well, let's see. Can we see some heals come through? There is, of course, Kasim, everyone's favorite. The portal card of the previous expansion, of course.
The MVP, right? It's gonna have the Evos up for Rosa, so I'm gonna try to heal up a bit. That'll give Vision at least a tiny bit of health. Mikkel being drawn is tragic. We don't want to see that at all. Come out as Calby now will top deck the Maiden. For another draw.
Oh, and the double skull paint now. You can see Calby's face. He's like, oh, not now.
Definitely not what he wants to see here. I mean, if he wants to clear the board, the Diamond Master Wingy is an option. I very much doubt it though, because I guess of course the Jean is also next turn. And
I don't know if you really have a choice, because you do have another Diamond Master in hand. It's rough, but you have to kind of like assess now. It's like, okay,
I mean, there's like 14, 15 damage on board, right? Not counting, if you don't count the ward, there's about 14, 15 damage on Vision's side. So
Vision is board locked though. He can't trade any of these followers in, and he doesn't have a way to kill you. So what's the worst that can happen right now? I don't think there's any way for Vision to heal up, and so then that'll mean Jean comes down next turn, but you said that's 12 damage, so that's one off. He's going to be able to just pass, but then he'll be one off lethal.
Yeah, he's going to board lock
a one drop or the
he needs to,
shrine.
It has to be a one drop or it has to be a shrine. It's like the two cards that will get Calby the win and immediately turn him into the champion here. Excellent read. He's praying. Calby, the card off the top. What will it be? Will Calby be the champion here and now? Or will this take us to a game 3?
Card of the cards.
This next draw will quite literally determine the rest of this series.
I think there's 7 cards it could be, and that's not one of them.
Not one of them.
Damn, and again, 2-0 all day. 2-0 all night. It's been unstoppable here. And Calby now is gonna
Sapphire
end up losing
Priestess
that.
isn't out too. There was a lot of cards to draw there, maybe even closer to 9 cards, so about a third.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you've chipped away some of the HP. This could be a Skull Fane just to hang in the game and pray that 9 life is enough, and I think it has to be. What's good is that this chips down so that Jean is lethal next turn, no matter what. Oh, but just as we say that, the Alice gets picked up. It does not get burned out. Mikael gonna, of course, heal down to 11. But here we go. I think these should be the last couple Evos in order to get that Shin online.
Yeah, with an Evo from Shin, 2 from Robotic Arm Rescuers, 1 on this Mikael, and 1 on Alice. There's no way it's not going to be enough. Just gotta order the turn properly.
Yep, exactly. Easy sequencing, run it through, get that damage, and finally make Calby play a game 3 is what this feels like.
We're just gonna feel good about that.
Fine, fine.
The first player to make Calby go to game 3 today. Vision coming in with the win on Portal. Both players finding a way to win with their Portal deck against Haven. It's going to be a mirror match on what we've termed the best deck of the meta. Wow, only a couple cards difference coming into this last game and everything's still on the line.
And we're jumping straight in as well. No breaks at all for these players. They want to do the run back straight away. They're going straight into it. I can't believe... Well, in a way, I kind of did see this happening a little bit, of course. It's our final grand final for the regular season. Of course, it has to go to the absolute final, possible game that we could have for the regular season. It's going to happen here right now. Calby Vision. Amulet Haven versus Amulet Haven. Contenders Cup spot. Already looked in for these guys, but now it's bragging rights, right? On the line here. Seeding rights as well, potentially. On the line here for these guys. And this one is not going to be a tough one, but I feel like with both hands still being a little bit rough, Vision has definitely started with the better early hand.
But Vision does have the go second card, and I saw him hold up the 1, hoping to go first before the cards were drawn. Got second, looked a little upset there. He's going to really need to have a good draw and smart plays to keep up. Starting a little behind, but we see Calby here not playing the typical early game. Everybody's digging for their amulets, playing whichever ones they do draw. Still a point where the draw could go either way.
Both players just digging through the pieces, trying to find that which can stick this game plan together. Vision's hand is starting to look really good, though. I mean, at this point, you just need a Jean. Like, both players could see a Skull Fane early enough now still, but it's getting close to that line where it's no longer going to be the case. So if Calby still sees it next turn, could still be
that's
usable.
bad for Vision. Only 1 amulet to play this turn. Maybe just going to throw out a Sapphire Priestess instead, choosing to hold it.
Big draw coming in.
A lot of draw though coming in. And some good targets. No wolves there. Another Astolfo and Garuda. Of course, that is always good to see. Gonna see that Garuda and the Astolfo actually being burnt out there because for the draw. Because again, it's that mirror match, right? The 3 damage ping target, most likely than not normally going to be a thing. It's going to be used out for that draw, especially if there's quite a few Astolfos being used. And on Calby's side, I believe he is running 3 like everyone else.
Yep.
What are followers, by the way?
Yeah,
all these amulets.
We're only at 4 crystallized on Vision's side for now, too. So this is... it's like 1 pace slower, but at the same time, it's kind of working out. So now Muse just going to be played for the big body effect. This is going to be pretty huge. Huge damage coming in this turn. It's going to be... We do have the full buff, I think, now as well. Yup, that's right. Coming in with that 11 damage to face, pushing all the way down to 9. Calby, at the very least, the aggro is working out. There is no healing just yet. The Jean picked up for Vision. This is like a perfect turn 7. But right now, it's actually really awkward because we don't have the 5th Crystallize done yet. If you play Muse, you can trade away
Pray to the
one of them, but it's
Playing
not
this
great. You have the
first
Diamond Master
means
here.
Diamond.
I am durable and strong.
There we go. It's gonna be a big board wipe, and you can get the last Crystallize here down as well. Get yourself to 5. I would definitely play that first just to get the full buff on the Diamond Master too. Let's take a look. Let's see, Vision's trying to think about, is there anything I'm forgetting? Is there anything else I gotta take care of? Looks like the Muse gonna be hovered over. It should be played. Yep, there we go. This should get us to 5 now to get the full buff on Diamond Master. Second Jean picked up on top of that, down to 15 life. It's huge blows, huge trades on both player sides. And now for Calby, how do you answer this board?
That's a great question. You don't want to get rid of the Wingy yet. The Wolves are barely enough to just clear one of these followers. Leaving either up is not desirable. There's only one board spot left though for Vision, so I mean he'll only be working with one spot, but it's still damage coming to face, trying to keep that 15 health lead compared to 9. Right now, with 9 health, Vision's very able to be killed by just a Jean on the next turn, but 15 feels a lot more comfortable. These Wolves can take out, they're going for the Diamond Master instead, keeping the bodies out.
I think that's important. That this way, you keep the wards up. This is going to be more healing as well. At the same time, you kind of force Vision to overdraw here, potentially, depending on what they go into. So, I like it. I think this is indeed the right play. And now it just comes down to what Vision chooses to do. You kind of have to take the Wolves out because your life is too low. You're still basically back against the wall in this situation. Divine Wolf's going to come on out just for the 1, just to heal up a tiny bit. Get that draw here too. And Azurai Maiden for more draw. We cannot be at this back against the wall situation for much longer. Down up to 14 to 19
Yes,
here
this
on
is
the
so
left.
good. Evolving the 1-2 means that there's still enough health on this. It won't
wow.
be killed by Jean. It's going to be hard to get around.
He will show
Yep.
us a miracle.
Especially with Diamond Master missing in action. Ooh, but finds
That's a
Azurai.
good
That's
draw.
pretty big. This is pretty huge. We get a huge board here. Don't get the full trade, but at the same time, this is gonna be a pretty huge swing.
Pray with
We
me.
get 5, 9.
There's not
Oh, we're
more
so
time.
close.
Pray with me.
Oh, gets the draw into the
Every
Diamond
damage
Master.
counts.
It is
My
just
friend.
1 off here. Just 1 damage away from winning Calby. Almost there. Ooh,
Calby-
pretty big mills. We can
The
counter
problem is
Jean,
the
but we
Jean
can't-
can't clear these well without a Diamond Master.
Exactly. Doesn't find it. But even then, it was so reckless. I mean, Vision is just looking
Yeah,
at the
Vision
scene.
knows.
Yeah, there's just the person who gets to play the Jean first. The only answer as a going second Jean is Diamond Master.
Yeah.
And not
Yeah.
having
Could
it is
pot-
just heartbreaking here. Vision is just looking through everything possible that he could do and is just not seeing it. Is there... you could Jean Azurite to draw into the
I feel like
Diamond
that's
Master.
the
That
first-
is, you're only out here. You have to play into it. Evo it to run it in. This has to be it, and it's not.
And this is
Playing
something.
another gets some
Oh,
help.
it was
It's
just
a little
one card
late.
away.
You almost wish it was Skullfane to pop your Jester.
And this is something as well that I know DF you literally brought up earlier in the stream. It's alright, the mirror match is interesting because it's the battle of Jeans, right? And
really
how
is.
important that is here. And you can see the spell shields coming through, blocking them out, the tanky health, too much for Vision to get through. The Evos are going to come out at the last of the timer ticking down. They will be able to... No! He actually doesn't have the time to run through the final attack, and as a Diamond Master on Cowboy side gets deleted, that's kind of yikes. This might be it, guys. Of course, he still has to clear the wards that are down here, and Divine Wolves are gonna do just that, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time for the 2023 season. Your September Cup champion, Yawn Calby, 2-1 against Vision from Team Vez.
Absolutely incredible.
What a series.
Beautifully done.
What a day that has come out from Calby going to town. I know we're going to have some questions about that chest rune deck. I know Chick's going to be picking that mine over the amulet play as well. But lads, first things first, big thank you to you guys at home for supporting us here. Of course, for the West Region season, all season long. Some amazing gameplay. Of course, still the Contenders Cup, and we have some wrap-up stuff, of course, after this, an interview with our winner and looking into the future here. But guys, how are we feeling after a spectacular grand final?
It was a great way to finish things up. Congrats to Vision. Making it to second place is no joke, and going to be moving forward to the Contenders Cup as well. So a great showing. Both of those players holding on to like a thread, surviving with 1 health on some of those turns and just really drawing it out. And Calby able to come up on top there at the end. Big congrats to him. He played incredibly today, only dropping 1 game. So wow, what a feat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a great game to end this cup on. I feel like this was honestly beautifully played out, and I think, you know, both players deserved it. Both Calby and Vision played it super well, and I feel like either of them winning was not going to be a surprise to anyone. And I mean, they're both comfortably in contenders, but I'm looking forward to hearing from Calby in a bit about how he feels after this tournament too.
An exciting way to end the grand finals in our regular season here, guys. After this short break, we'll have the interview with Calby, a brief look into the Contenders Cup for November as well, and see how things will be happening there. And you guys don't want to go anywhere to catch any of that action. And of course, a touch preview for SCAO next weekend as well. So guys, after this quick break, the end wrap up of the regular season of the Shadowverse Open West region here for 2023 in September. Don't go anywhere.
Twilight reigns. Day wars with night. Thus it has been from time immemorial. At the end of their trials, bearers of light come to know their fate and face it head-on. With wills sharp as blades, they stand against the darkness. Drawn to their imperial valor, fledgling heroes will come together and become the guiding light for all those who abide in hope. And Aeon the Lost Lambs will follow in their shepherd's wake. For they all know that at grueling journey's end, a bright future awaits them. And the time for swords will be no more. Bearers of darkness sneer at light's folly, and with baleful claws seek to rend the world asunder. As the ages pass, the battle rages on, giving birth to new heroes who forge their own legends. Heroes of Rivenbrand. What legend shall you forge?
Spring is a season of growth. When budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure! Leave it to us!
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun! You're gonna love the Academy!
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the wrap-up. The Shadowverse Open West September Cup action here for 2023. Still here with the lads, Baz, Trickster, and Different Fight, and now joined by our winner here, the course direct invite into the Contenders Cup. It is one Yon Kabi who put on an absolute show to wrap things up. First things first, big congratulations, my man. How are you feeling after a fantastic September Cup?
I honestly didn't expect it to go this well. I kind of went in thinking, especially for my first round matchup, which was against 3 aggro decks. So I was thinking I was just gonna get like rolled in quarters, and I'd just be out. But then I ended up being the one that rolled him instead, so that was pretty nice.
It was definitely a nice setup, and I know when Trick and I were going into it, just how crazy it was, because obviously Lamiel bought some crazy decks right here to top 8, and the way you played. I've got to ask first, what was with the chess rune being brought here? I know obviously it was a very strong deck in expansions past. We know a lot of people have been dropping it and not really running it too much recently. So what gravitated you towards bringing it here for the September Cup?
I just really like the deck. I've played it ever since it came out back in Dragon Blade when it was terrible.
Yeah.
I've been bringing it to SVOs constantly over the past year, just trying to win with it. Because I want to show that chess is really good. Even people, I feel like I see online, a lot of people just like keep saying that like chess is a really bad deck, but like, I'm glad I could prove them wrong here.
Yeah, you definitely showed everybody today some incredible early finishes on like turns I didn't even know it's possible to win. Definitely cool to see that. I'm curious, after fighting one of the other Contenders Cup competitors for the final just now and playing a lot of people throughout the season, who are you worried about moving into Contenders Cup, and what are some of your plans to prepare for that?
I actually haven't really been worrying about that too much. I just kind of show up on the day and play Shadowverse. I don't pay too much attention to the names, unless they're like close to me in the leader point ranking, and then I care.
Yeah, I mean, that's good, right? It's like, at the end of the day, everyone's a human. You're all playing the same game, and the person who prepares best is going to be, you know, in terms of being able to execute and play and adapt to the meta, is going to be the one that gets to perform best, right? All right, well, Baz and Trickster, do you have any more questions you want to ask?
No, I was just going to say, obviously, big congratulations again, man. And Trick kind of, I was going to lead on from that, with if there's anyone you're looking out for, maybe not worried about, or any potential rivals or anything, but by the sounds of it, you're pretty chill about it. Yeah, you don't really too much. Well, let's put the question up a little bit instead then. How do you feel your chances are on winning Contenders Cup? Because, of course, there's some big names there. There's some huge veteran names that have been in the scene for quite some time. So have you given any thought to that at all, about potential chances against some of these top players, or even having the chance to go up against these top players in the Contenders Cup, maybe having that first chance?
I think the main thing I'm worried about for Contenders is that it's actually a 3-deck 0-ban format. So, especially like this meta with Chess Rune in particular, it doesn't actually do very well. It technically has losing matchups into both Loot Sword and Crystallized Haven, which when those are the best 2 decks, you're not in a great place. So going into Contenders, because it's 3 decks no ban, I can't really like go ahead and ban, say, like a really bad matchup for me. I just have to kind of play it. So that's one of the main things that I'm worried about.
All right,
interesting.
That makes sense.
So you said that you kind of got to prove today that chess is good. Are you feeling like you still need to keep proving that, maybe rolling into Contenders, or possibly gonna, with that 3-deck 0-ban format, gonna have to shake things up? What do you think? Initial impressions for that?
I mean, I won an SVO with chess now, and because there's no ban, they can't ban it. So
there's your chance. We can win Contenders with chess.
Back-to-back wins.
Yeah, that'd be insane. I guess I have one question that I wanted to ask, because we have Contenders coming up now, and you've been performing really well throughout the year as well. Throughout the season, and you got your Contenders invite just through points on its own. But what's your motivation to compete? What is the thing that really makes you come through for these SVOs every single month? What is it that makes you want to engage with competitive Shadowverse every single month? And how is that motivation now transferring into Contenders and potentially next year's seasons too?
It's just fun to play competitively, I think. Kind of right now I don't have much to actually play competitively other than like just going on ladder. which kind of sucks because, I mean, especially like right now, like what, Baja Dragon's really popular, but that's not showing up in SVO. And another reason that I do really like SVO is because I get to show off stupid decks like chess.
It's called base decks. We call them base decks in this area.
Never bring meta. Always bring like some tier 2, tier 3 garbage. Your opponent will have no idea what they're doing.
Sure,
We call that rogue decks. It's okay, guys. We'll do the professional translating. It's okay. Don't worry. But all jokes aside, though, Cav, again, big congrats again, my man. Any shout outs or anything you want to give to anyone here before we wrap things up?
I want to shout out my friend Rose Queen, who I actually met playing SVO. We've been doing a lot of practice sets over the past month, and she actually helped prepare me for the Blood matchup a lot, so that helped. And another kind of shout out I want to do is to Mr. Twitch streamer Such Patanko, who challenged me to talk with Artifact because he thought the deck was bad, and I have now won with Artifact.
Damn, the lore.
Well, not only is he proved that's called him out a little bit as well now, hasn't it? Mr. Portal Man, he's maybe take that title away from him for a little while at least.
Damn, well that's beautiful. What a great way to close things out. What a great note to end on as well. Thank you so much, Calby. It's been a pleasure being able to talk to you, and best of luck in Contenders as well. You know, get a bit of time to prepare now, adapt to the new meta and the new expansion, but what a great finish and what an amazing lineup to do it with as well. Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys, that was our interview there with Jorn Calvin. Of course, looking forward to seeing him play in the Contenders Cup. And let's look at the final leaderboards here for this season coming through, of course. A lot of the positions now locked in for the Contenders Cup are provisional and will be being sorted, of course, over the next coming weeks or so. Of course, we still have SCAO's gameplay to get through as well next weekend. And the admin team have got a lot of work ahead of them to crunch all the numbers, the individual numbers here and there to make sure we have all the correct invites. But this is your top 10 at least here at the end of the season. Yo from Team Revelations will end in 10th place with 36 league points. That's followed up by a tie here for Team Disastrous, KSLVD, and Twilight Knights Rag at 38 league points. That's followed up by the Nautilusu and Melon tiebreaker here at 40 LP. Of course, Nautilusu, a previous champion this year, and Melon, one of the most consistent players as well we've had all season long. That's followed up by Team Disastrous V2 as well. We saw earlier today, again, another player that's been super consistent all season long here, 41 LP. Vision, just missing shy on taking out the September Cup here on 43 league points, followed by, of course, our own Calby we just chatted with there on 44 league points. And still at the same points, untouched here, at Sonar 5's OSAV at 48 league points, and Meme Legends at 51 league points, still being untouched, and I believe locking down that first place spot, if not for the whole season, like a vast majority of it might be off by like a month or two. You have to fact check me on that one, but that was definitely very close, and no one had really ended up touching him there by the end of this West season. So if anything, Meme Legends can definitely wear that medal with pride after this. But as we said, of course, these are the provisional standings locked in for Contenders Cup. You'll have more info released over on the Twitter, on SVO Esports, and on the Discord as well. And we have things all organized for you as you get ready and gear up for Contenders Cup. And speaking of, you know, there's plenty of things you could be doing while we're waiting, you know, like Twitch streams and YouTube videos and fan arts, articles, maybe interviews, stuff like that. The community support program I'm talking about, if you haven't figured it out already. SVO.gg/CSP. Remember to go check that out, to go upload all your awesome content, get some cool card pack rewards for it. There's only a week left here, of course, for the submissions on the 25th, I believe, of September, where the submissions will end. But it said here, go to SVO.gg/CSP, submit your awesome content, receive the cool rewards, and hoard them for yourself. Don't give them out to the community. You want those card packs for the next expansion, don't you? You know, or give them away, obviously.
There you
I
go.
mean, I wouldn't mind the card packs. I wouldn't. You know, it gives me a head start. But of course, you can give them away as well to your fellow community members. And as we said, if you make any cool content, definitely check that out. Bookmark the website and bookmark SVO.gg while you're at it, of course, to check out the latest news and updates about anything anything Shadowverse Open, including the latest updates and dates for tournaments and things, including, of course, Contenders Cup in November and maybe a certain season in a certain new year when that info gets sorted and is ready to go as well. That will be up there too. But guys, final comments before I let everyone free here from the September Cup. How are we feeling at the end of our 2023 season?
It was a great day of Shadowverse. I feel like I'd go back and watch it again. Lots of surprises in the matchups and close games, a lot to learn. I'm excited for Contenders. We had such a great time today watching these matches, and most of these players are going to be the same ones in Contenders, only throwing in more of the crazy names like meme legends in the mix. It's definitely going to be something to watch out for, and thanks to you both. It's been a pleasure working with you and a lot of fun for the cast.
Likewise. It's been an absolute pleasure, kind of hopping into the West every so often throughout this season and getting to see, all these players just appear at the top level of competition. And today's cup was no exception. It was amazing, really fun to watch, a lot of exciting decks and a lot of exciting players, bringing us all the action. And yeah, looks like Contenders in the West will be pretty good this year too. You'll find me on the SEO side for Contenders this time around. And don't forget that we also have the SEO September Cup. There's still one more cup technically for the season of SVO. So tune into that, which will be happening still, before the new expansion drops. So you can look forward to that next week. But of course, Contenders will be happening in November between both West as well as the SEO. So you can look forward to that. But yes, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much to both of you for having me, and to the dear viewers for tuning in and watching today's action as well. And hopefully see you tuning in to Contenders on both of the regions as well. And of course, supporting competitive Shadowverse and just, Shadowverse itself, whether it's through competition or the anime or Evolve or whatever you prefer. It's a great IP, and I think it should be enjoyed by everyone.
Well, I hope you guys have enjoyed all the action here today. As Chris said, check out SEO action next weekend, the true final wrap-up, of course, to everything for the season. We'll see you guys in November, a month and a half away. Why is it so far? It's the Contenders Cup for 2023. So for everyone here, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys then for the Contenders Cup, our final stop on the 2023 season. Till then, guys.
She auto Eva's on attack, so you wanna, because she Eva's on attack, you want her 6 damage to the face here.
Yeah.
Really important. So here, this is gonna go in. Wingy's gonna give this, and then basically you can just swing this in first, and then swing in with the Jean here for the big damage of this.
And now we count
more than enough. Lovely finish by Vision. Goes to show that whether it is Skull Paint, whether it's Diamond Master or Jean, doesn't matter.
So much damage. If I'm not mistaken, that might actually be 7, 8, 9, 1 off lead.
This is another one though. So if he just trades in spawn, he can play bull. Well, there you go. What do you know, Calvin? Just draw another knight. I mean, there's Blitz would have done it too, maybe, or something. I don't know. No, it was just a knight. He needed the storm. I don't know. Wow. All right, there you go. Draw 3 knights. There's a reason chess is limited to 2. You're only supposed to get 2 of those. But Calvin,
be very careful with Resonance now, but that lingering feeling of potential deck out victory is also there too.
I feel like Calby should definitely have the lethal here if he can navigate it. Each of the Alice is 5 damage, and then your Lilith can be like 4 damage with the puppet. You got Cassie that you can cycle. Oh, and the 10 damage, incredible.
You always think about it.
Alice, there's no one who's not going to be enough. Just gotta order the turn properly.
Run into finally make Calby play a game 3 is what this feels like.
Vision's gonna feel good about that.
The first player to make Calby go to game 3 today. Vision coming in with the win on Portal. Both players finding a way to win with their Portal deck against Haven.
It's slower, but at the same time, it's kind of working out. Now, it's just going to be played for the big body effect. It's going to be pretty huge damage when he gets this turn. It's going to be... We do have the full buff, I think, now as well. Yup, that's right. In with that 11 damage to face, pushing all the way down to 9. Calby, at the very least, the aggro is working out. There is no healing to 2. And a Zerai Maiden for more draw. We cannot be at this back against the wall situation for much longer. Down up to 14.
Yes, that is so good. Evolving the 1-2 means that there's still enough health on this. He won't get killed by Jean. It's going to be hard to get around.
Full trade, but at the same time, this is going to be a pretty huge swing. Get 5, 9. Oh, we're so close. It is just one off here. Just 1 damage away from winning Calby.
No, he actually doesn't have the time to run through the final attack, and as a Diamond Master on Calby's side gets deleted, that's kind of yikes. This might be it, guys, because he still has to clear the wards of the down here, and Divine Wolves are gonna do just that, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time for the 2023 season. Your September Cup champion, Yawn Calby, 2-1 against Vision from Team Vez.
Absolutely incredible.